a new year, but we return to one of the most historic tracks in all of circuit racing, the Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, as we get ready to kick off 2021 in the only way we know how. The IVRA Club Cup Series always delivers the goods, and in just over a couple of hours' time, we'll get ready to head to our main event of today's action, the 4 Hours of Spa, and round number 4 in our IVRA ClubSport Series. Delighted to be here in 2021 as IVRA competition returns for the second of 3 back-to-back weekends to kick off the new year. Last time out, it was the IVRA GT Sprint Series at the Circuit Park Zandvoort, where Samuel Aurora and myself, Arjuna Kankipati, had the pleasure of seeing GT3 machinery taking to the Dutch circuit and delivering some fantastic racing action. Today, though, we start off with the MX-5 Cup cars. The second half of our season just about to get underway, and our championship fight is starting to take shape. Just a couple of races still to go in this championship, and you'll see Suzuka and Sebring will play host to the final 2 rounds of this championship. So this is the IVRA Club Cup, and it's the support series for the IVRA ClubSport Series. There is a single drivers' championship that takes place over a total of 12 different races that take place over 6 different weekends. We've got 2 30-minute races on each race weekend. The first of them does have qualifying, which is currently taking place right now. Just 4 minutes left for drivers to set their qualifying times, and after ClubSport qualifying, we'll re-rack the cars and get them lined up in a reverse grid for the second of our 30-minute sprint races. Let's quickly take a look at our point structure, because 200 points awarded for a race victory all the way down to just a solitary 1 point for 43rd place. And you can see there a big discrepancy from where you can potentially finish. And as a result, as we take a look at our championship standings for the very first time, it's Shiochi Ishimaru, who for year 1 racing has been one of the standout drivers of the season, one of the more respected drivers in the field. He's shown some incredible patience to secure some great results, and he's got Dustin Hirota hot on his heels. You see Hirota's teammate Yannick Brenner has managed to slither his way up into the 3rd spot right now, but Dave Chapman, who returned last time out, is looking to try and get up into those top 3 spots. So that's some of our stat facts, and let's bring you into our RaceSpotTV booth then for the very first time, because we're delighted you're choosing to spend part of your Saturday here live on RaceSpotTV. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, and I've got Samuel Aurora and Jonathan Burke alongside for the entirety of today's action. Istvan Ballo and TrackCams22.com provides our TV cameras and additional car cameras provided by RaceSpot's own Tyler Maxson. You can follow along with live timing at timing71.org. You can see the best of the real and virtual world using their world-class suite of data analysis tools. So let's talk a little bit about this track, and let's bring in my broadcast partners for the very first time, because Sommel, this is, well, last time you and I were on a broadcast together, we were at Zandvoort, a circuit that we talked about its F1 heritage. This is a track not just with F1 heritage. This is a track with motor racing. Just every series that you can think of has come here. All the greats have made moments and memories at this track, and I can't wait till we get to see all of the cars taking full use of all of the track width out there on offer.
Likewise, Arjuna. The first word that comes to mind when you think of Spa is pedigree. It's hosted so many races all through the years, and it might be on the old layouts in the old streets of Belgium, or even on this current version that we've got down here, which is shortened in relation, but it is still probably one of the longest circuits in the world. Challenging, daunting, full of elevation changes, fast straights, sweeping corners. It's everything you could ask for. It's quintessentially what a circuit should look like, to be very honest with you.
And we're getting a good look there at the double gauche, or now we're taking a look at the run-up towards Blanchimont. But Jonathan Burke, track limits. Every time you come to Spa-Francorchamps on the iRacing service, those are 2 words that spring to mind. And, well, IVRA Club Cup, we've always seen cars taking maybe slightly more being a bit more free with the track limits, but as a result of some of the great racing we've seen here in the IVRA Club Cup, IVRA Race Control have decided that for all 4 of our IVRA series, they're going to suspend what is the corners per incident rule, and they're going to encourage all of the drivers to make full use of the track on offer.
Yeah, there's certain areas that they've been warned about. Erosion and Radalon have been off limits for most of the weekend. It's just turn 15 that race control will look at for much of the race, but there is no live race control here, so any track is fair game, and we can probably see them go 3, maybe 4 wide into Lacombe's, into Erosion and Radalon. It's going to be really exciting.
It really is. There you can see, by the way, left-hand side of your screen, qualifying times as they come in. All of the cars have actually completed their qualifying runs. So Shiochi Ishimaru, then, your championship leader, will take pole position with a 2:46.672, and he's over 1.5 tenths clear from Team Fordzilla's Jack Ashton. Good to see Ashton back in the series. He had to miss our last race weekend at the Barber Motorsports Park in what was a first for IVRA competition, the first ever double combined race weekend where the IVRA ClubSport Series and the IVRA Endurance Championship competed from the very same track on the same weekend. IVRA Endurance Series returns next week with the 4 hours of Mid-Ohio as we kick off a 4-race run to finish off that championship. But here in the IVRA Club Cup, 3 race weekends to go, and we're just a couple of minutes away from getting underway with the first of 6 races to close off a brand new season. Sommel, let's talk about track limits very quickly once again, because I don't want to harp on it too much, but we did see in this year's, or rather last year's, because we're in 2021 now, the 2020 Spa 24-hour race. There was a bit of controversy. The opening practice sessions, there weren't as many race control members as maybe they would have expected, and as a result, they weren't monitoring track limits as much, and as a result, we got to see some very interesting lines being taken, and race control had to scramble and bring in more people to their race control procedures for race day.
I think the best way to describe those racing lines, Arjun, would be IndyCar quota racing lines, because they were just going left, right, and center, and they were just following the racing driver philosophy. You give them an inch, they'll take a kilometer, and that's exactly what was happening. Here at IVRA, it's somewhat similar. Instead of policing every single corner of the circuit, the race control will be looking at certain hotspots, certain corners, like turn 9, Jackie X corner, or as Jonathan mentioned, turn 15, Coupe Paul Frere. So they'll be taking a keen eye on that, and if you exceed track limits twice, and once iRacing gives a notification that, okay, this car has exceeded track limits twice, the third time you do it, that's when race control really gets on your trail and punishes you for it. So it's relatively easier in comparison, but still, they'll be completely on you.
So, still a couple of minutes to go then, because open qualifying, that means that iRacing adds a couple of minutes extra for everyone to finish up laps, but all the cars are down on pit lane, so we're just waiting for the session to roll over, the cars to get ordered out for the starting grid by race control, and we'll be able to show you the starting grid for the first race of the weekend. 3 races today in the IVRA competitions, and this is going to be a fun one from the circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Just over 20 cars in today's field for the IVRA Club Cup, and they're separated by just over 3 seconds, as you can see there. Josh Clogg, the last driver to set a qualifying time with a 2:49.994, just below that 2-minute 50 barrier. You see a big range of times there, Jonathan, but when you have the ability to run wide and use all the width of the track, you have the ability to stay there in the draft. We could see some very intense pack racing here today.
Just depends how close you can stay to these guys through Rivage and through Les Combes, because 20 cars going in there, 2, 3 wide, they might not all make it out alive. And that's going to be, I think, the concern for those guys that are starting at the back of the field is how many spots can we make up before the track gets tight and the racing gets way too tight for us to handle.
So 50 seconds left on our clock here, and we'll wind down those seconds until we get ready to go racing here at the Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Let's take a look once again at our championship standings, because we kind of glossed over them very briefly. We talked about the picture at the top, the battle between Ishimaru, Hiroda, and then the battle for third between Brenner and Chapman. But interesting to see there, Jonathan, you've got the likes of the Yacht brothers who, while they've not necessarily been at the front of every race that we've had, this is where you can see consistency has brought both of those brothers up into the top 10.
We'll even look at like Dustin Hiroda. He hasn't stood on the top step of the podium yet this season. However, is still just a handful of points behind Ishimaru. So Consistency is what's going to, I think, win you the championship, and Ishimaru being the most consistent one out there has the top step. But again, the Yacht Brothers proving that they can still make some noise in the point standings.
It's the Yacht Brothers making some noise. Let's take a look then at the starting grid for the very first race of the weekend here from the Spa-Francorchamps circuit and the ClubSport Series that prepares to welcome the ClubSport to the Belgian Forest. Shiyoshi Ishimaru then on pole position with a 246.672. He'll have Jack Ashton to his outside in the Team Fordzilla number 98. Dave Chapman in the 444 for Shipsky Racing lines up in third position with his teammate Arthur Panzel next to him. 0.8 of a second back is Chris Whaley, Ishimaru's teammate. The number 95 car has Yannick Brenner, third place in the championship, next to him. Evan Gobdell back in 7th place in the 333 with Dustin Hiroda, 2nd place in the championship, 1 second off the pole position, down in 8th. Simon Erpelding in the 111 back in 9th with Dawid Mirek all by himself for Nitro Racing on the edge of the top 10. Caleb Hyde for Pitbox.io Esports makes one of his first starts in that number 92 machine with Takeshi Taniguchi on his outside. Aaron Kurtz in the Graphite Racing number 76, 2.2 seconds behind your pole position with Ollie Slade, the team boss for Fiercely Forward, back there in 14th place. Takumi Kusiyama in the 862 Car Racing machine, he'll line up in 15th with Frank Oosterhuis on his outside. David Simone in the second of our Team Fordzilla machines back in 17th with Josh Klog in 18th place, and the final of our drivers, Jax Erpelding, gonna line up in 19th. Casper de Court in race control. I don't think going to be out there on track as well. We do have one final car as well to complete the 20 car field. Andre Jameson in the number 25 Yamamoto Jameson Motorsports Cup car. You can follow along with live timing at timing71.org, and just a few minutes away from kicking off the first of our races here as the cars get ready to go racing behind our Porsche safety car. There is another set of Porsche cars doing battle today in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, which returns for 2021 today. Who is going to challenge Sebastian Job for that championship? That's the question that's on our minds. I know Sommel and myself have been thinking about that a lot recently, but we are at Spa. It's a place that's had F1 history, but also iRacing history being made. So let's see what's going to happen here as Shiyoshi Ishimaru takes us to the green flag. Then looks like 19 cars in today's field. And it'll be the number 94 in control of our start. He'll have the Shipsky Racing team right behind him. And it'll be a run down in towards Les Combes. Oh, big jump further back in your pack already. This is a big drama on the start. Ishimaru still hasn't gotten up to racing speed. Already the 111 out to the race lead as well as the number 15. You can see Ishimaru is almost 5 wide as we work our way in towards turn number 1. Your championship leader has to back out. Oh, 3 wide. He sees the contact in front of him. Ishimaru gets shoved off into the runoff area on the outside of La Source. What's happened to Ishimaru there? That's Evan Gobdell for Shipsky Racing, who's facing in the wrong direction and now going to have to get back up to that racing speed. Arthur Panzel sees some damage behind him. David Simone, big drama as we run down in towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Doesn't look like any of our championship contenders have been affected, but look at all of this picture, Sommel. This is a little bit too much drama than what we had wanted here in the IVRA Club Cup.
Exactly, pandemonium on the first lap, and Simon Erpelding in the 111 car, who started in P9, is in P1. How?
Well, we're going to take a look at some replays in a couple of laps time. Race Control is going to have to take a look at that race start, I would assume. But look at that, 2 groups now starting to separate. Brenner at the front has got his teammate Hiroda right behind him. Just a couple of tenths of a second separating the 2 teammates, the 15 and the 5. And then you've got the peloton of chasing cars with Chris Whaley at the front of that group. He's back in 7th position. And he's got Dave Chapman in the 444 right behind him. Chapman, one of our standout drivers across the season so far, Jonathan. And, you know, he's someone who's actually got a little bit of real life experience in this Mazda MX-5 Cup car as well. And
that real life experience, I think, has translated into here. He seems very confident when throwing the car down for overtake. So be aware of that 444 making moves, but also be aware of the 98 trying to make moves on Dustin Hiroda.
Here comes Jack Ashton, who lost out on the start. Hiroda's going to have to concede the position through the piff-paff section. Jack back up into 2nd position, splits the teammates. Ishimaru, by the way, still languishing back in 9th position. So we're going to have to spool this one back and work out what's happened. Here you can see a great aerial look as Ishimaru comes out of Estavilo on the run up towards the Curve Paul Frere, and that long run up the hill in towards the Blanchimont corner. You can see all the cars in the leading train starting to try and use that draft, try and work their way towards the front of the field. That's the fiercely forward team boss who was running down in, I think it was 15th place, who's now running up in 4th position. So maybe one of the cars that jumped the start very slightly here. Let's look out front. Jack Ashton to the race lead. He passes Yannick Brenner. And the number 98 is going to cross the start-finish line to complete lap number 1. And he sees the car behind trying to close up as well. Look at this, Sommel. Look at these track limits that I was talking about early in the race.
Well, because CPI has been taken out, everyone has a little bit more of liberty. But if you do it twice or thrice, race control will be on your tail. But for sure, race control has bigger things to look out for right now. So many jump starts that are potentially on the cards, Arjuna, because positions can't change that widely on the first lap.
Yeah, that's something that maybe we will have to wait and look at later on. Maybe as we talk to some of these people in the aftermath of this race. Let's turn our attention back out front. The two teammates, second and third, they're scrapping for a championship, and they've got Jack Ashton in front of them. Down the Kemmel Straight they go. Lots of draft being used. Heroder looks to the outside. His teammate Brenner down to the inside. Oh, they're going to go 3 wide here, aren't they? Heroder actually thinks better of it. And Jonathan, this is where, when you're fighting for a championship, sometimes you have to just be that little bit smarter as Ollie Slade sends it to the inside. Oh, and Dustin Heroder probably just had his heart between his mouth there.
Yeah, I think that the 15 and the 5 are just worried about if Slade and if Ashton are going to be aggressive. Ashton's already proven that he wants to be aggressive. He wants to go for it, but here comes Ollie Slade and Simon Erpelding. And I think the 15 and the 5, they just kind of want to run up front, Brenner and Heroder. They just want to be chill, just teammates running back and forth with each other. And right now, I think Ashton's going to come and spoil their party.
Well, you see Ollie Slade running a little bit wide at Jackie Ick's corner. Of course, no track limits in effect, so the number 34 can build up all the momentum that he wants to. Brenner back to the race lead out front as we come through Pujon for the second time in our 30-minute race number 1 here. And we're going to get some words from race control potentially. Jonathan, you think that you've seen something that Ishimaru might be in trouble here?
So race control is going to go back and look at the start. Remember, something different in IVRA competition compared to normal iRacing is there is a start zone where cars are supposed to go. I think Ishimaru was waiting till the very end of the start zone to go, and everyone else tried to go ahead of him. So one thing that race control was talking about is that Jack Ashton actually got a black flag for passing Ishimaru, but that has been cleared, but it's still going to be under review. So the 98 may not be out of trouble, neither may be the points leader Ishimaru. There's a lot of guys that we really don't know what could happen penalties after the race due to that start.
And while they're scrapping it out front, they are getting caught by that chasing group behind. Chris Whaley now just 2 seconds behind your race leaders side by side. Ollie Slade tries to get up into third, and he's going to get the move done, is he? Or as we come out of the bus stop chicane, 3 wide as we cross the start-finish line. Here comes Simon Erpelding in the 111 machine. This is the type of chaos that we were expecting here in the IVRA Club Cup Series. The Barber Motorsports Park delivered the racing action, and now it's the turn for Spa-Francorchamps. Look at the line that Jack Ashton is taking, and well, interesting comparison there. The two Phoenix Racing Esports teammates just deciding to take a more normal approach down in towards turn number 1. The rest of the field choosing to run that more alternate line. Chris Whaley already side by side with Simon Erpelding. So Whaley now up into the 6th position, and here comes the likes of Ishimaru. Let's jump on board with the championship leader because he's going side by side with Derek Mirek up in towards 8th position for Ishimaru. And well, Sommel, Ishimaru, after that start, is doing exactly what he needs to do here.
Yep, he's climbing up the order, but rather slowly. Right now, he may be under pressure for his position. And indeed, he loses one of them. So Arthur Banzel gets someone to P number 9, and that doesn't help Arjuna. Ishimaru lost 8 on the first lap. He's in P9, then falling back to P10. Man, it's not going in the right direction for him, for the championship leader.
So Ishimaru has a lot of cars in front of him. Ollie Slade now gets past Jack Ashton. Ashton has slipped to 4th position now. The two teammates, Brenner and Hiroda, 1 and 2, with Ollie Slade into 3rd now, all the way back from, I think, 15th place on the grid. Absolutely incredible stuff there from the team boss. We've got a nice little battle brewing at the front of your field. Just under 7 minutes have passed, and look at this. We've got 20 cars that started this race, and 13 of them still in this leading group of cars for the most part. So, it's going to be interesting. And Jonathan, something else that we should keep an eye out for is Dave Chapman in that 444.
He's moved up to 6, and he's right behind Chris Whaley, but both of those two know how to overtake, and I think Chapman is going to be the more aggressive of the two. Whaley trying to fire their way around Jack Ashton at the moment. They really just have to make their opportunities and find good places to pass. It's almost like a 3-minute lap around here, so you don't get many opportunities in some of these corners.
And for a moment, they almost look to go 3 wide as they run up towards Blanchimont. It's Chris Whaley, that number 95 car, that's looking menacing right on the rear, the gearbox of Ollie Slade. In through Blanchimont they go. Ashton on the outside will run slightly wide. Look at Whaley, who slides up the track and uses that momentum to try and get the move done on Ollie Slade. Jack Ashton throws it down the inside. He'll try and get that move done. Oh, and he's going to throw it around the outside. Almost contact made between the two of them. There comes Dave Chapman on the inside as well. He's tucked up right behind Ollie Slade, but Chris Whaley on the outside gets the momentum done, and Whaley up into the 4th position. Chapman's teammate Arthur Panzel looks to the inside, but here comes Ishimaru to Panzel's inside as we work through La Source. Both of them running very, very wide. The two teammates out front continue to run interestingly different lines out of turn number 1 at this point in time. And, well, Jonathan, we're seeing some bump drafting here, and you know what? You may be able to get away with that in the MX-5 Cup car for some period of time, but eventually it's going to go wrong, and it's going to go wrong in a big, big way.
I saw Chris Whaley like bumping the team boss of Ollie Slade down the straightaway, trying to get past Jack Ashton, who now goes to the lead, and this is just a crazy scrap down the Kemmel Straight, and I think this is where most of the passing is going to get done right here.
Ishimaru up towards 6th position as he manages to get past Arthur Panzel and Dave Chapman. So good move by Ishimaru then, who now looks to the inside of Ollie Slade through Malmedy. That was a bold move there. And for the first time, Sommel, we're starting to see that urgency from Ishimaru. The last couple of rounds, he's been a bit more patient, but that gap to Hiroda is coming down, and Ishimaru is responding, becoming more aggressive, and trying to fight for that championship that much more.
You're right, Arjuna. We usually see this particular version of Ishimaru in the reverse grid race because quite often he has to start from the back. Now then, he's channeling that very same attacking spirit in the first race, quite simply because he has to. He is the championship leader. Everyone is on his tail, and no one more than Dustin Hiroda, who has gone in and put a new overall best.
Yeah, Hiroda has really been one of the quiet drivers. He didn't really stand out after that opening round of the championship, but from round 2 onwards, he has been in and around the front, and Hiroda continues to put himself in the best positions possible. We rode on board with Ishimaru for a few moments' time. Let's ride off the back shot from Ollie Slade as he's got Ishimaru, who looks to the inside as we're working up towards Blanchimont corner. Look at Dave Chapman, who's trying to tuck up behind his teammate Arthur Panzel as well. Ishimaru side by side with Slade as we enter Blanchimont, but he's going to be the one using the huge-ass track limit. That's what I'm going to call it for the remainder of today's broadcast, and we'll tell that story later on, maybe in Club Sport qualifying. Whaley now up into 2nd position. Ishimaru to the inside. Ishimaru! That's a disastrous move for your championship leader. And Ishimaru has just caused chaos down in towards the bus stop chicane. We'll wind the clock back and run this one back. But that was an uncharacteristic move, Jonathan, from Ishimaru.
He's trying to be brave on the brakes. You can see on the outside of Blanchimont, he has a run on Chris Whaley, but has to concede the position. And now he's going to get a big dose of draft right here. Whaley plays defensive, and Ishimaru is just a little bit careless in how close he was to Ollie Slade there, and tags him and then loses control of the race car.
And you know what? He hits Dustin Hiroda. Let's ride on board with Ishimaru down into the bus stop chicane. contact with Slade, and contact with Hiroda. In fact, you know what? Hiroda's teammate Brenner was lucky not to get mixed up with that one as well. Let's wind this one back one more time and we'll take a look at this one, Samuel, because we were just talking about Ishimaru being a bit more aggressive and, well, it's come a bit unstuck then down into the bus stop.
Yeah, when you go to attack, quite often it can just spill over, and in this case with Ishimaru, it quite clearly did, you know. And interestingly, his main championship rival Hiroda was also involved, and now the entire top half of the field just feels completely new. After Panzel is in third, Simon Elperding is in P4, and Ashton still in P number 2, but the battle's right here, Arjuna. And this particular one for the lead, that's what's going to keep all of us towards the very edge. What kind of an advantage is drafting going to play when these two are the only guys in the back?
Yeah, because it's one of those battles where almost 15 minutes left, so once we complete this lap, it will be under 15 minutes to go. It's one of those situations, Jonathan, where you don't necessarily want to be leading, even coming out of, let's say, somewhere like Curve Paul Frere on the run up towards Blanchimont. You want to be the guy with the draft as you come through Blanchimont, down into the braking zone at the bus stop chicane, and if you're Jack Ashton, you're doing a little bit of trials here, just experimenting, trying to see what's going to work the best on the last lap of the race.
And then trying to find out where else Chris Whaley seems to be, you know, weaker than Jack Ashton. But right now, like, Whaley seems to be a bit stronger. Whaley's had to come a bit farther back, too. Ashton started up towards the front. Whaley did not. So I think Ashton's is going to kind of, you know, think about his opponent, think about what moves he can make, and think about the draft. As we look back here as Hiroda, who has a decent amount of damage probably from that collision, is probably going to be under fire here.
Samuel has just said something that made me snigger just a little bit. Strike! I just had to put that out there. It was a very impressive showing of power there from Ishimaru to get the car thrown into the corner, but not able to get it stopped. Hiroda does have some damage, but challenges now Arthur Panzel for the third step on the podium. You can see the top two runners working their way down into La Source, so the gap between second and third is about 3.5 seconds as it stands. Here comes Simon Erpelding behind as well. Dave Chapman running very, very wide as he goes all the way to the tire barrier on the exit of La Source. And we work down into Eau Rouge and Radion. Let's just talk about Chapman's performance last time out at the Barber Motorsports Park for a second, because our season opener, Chapman had a very strong showing at Road America, but unable to get the race victory. Last time out at the Barber Motorsports Park, he made up for that, taking the race win in both Race 1 and Race 2, becoming the first driver to do that in IVRA competition. And Dave Chapman works 7th position right now. He's just been passed by Yannick Brenner, and Brenner's teammate has just lost a position to Arthur Panzel as Hiroda tries to work his way back up into the podium positions. And Somo, you're seeing something in the race lines right now. Differing lines being taken by different teams, and it's interesting to see how they're developing speed in what is a spec series.
Exactly, the Mazda MX-5, everyone is driving the same car, and Spa being Spa, you have a variety of racing lines through each single corner, but with the MX-5 it's even more so because it's the rookie car. It's the one that's used for everyone who comes into iRacing, so that you can come in and learn the basics like racing lines. And look at this, some drivers going extremely aggressive, some being more smooth on the way out. It's just so beautiful to see the variety of racing lines that can come up in perspective in a race like this one, but everyone is on the same car and the car is as fun as the Mazda MX-5.
You call it a rookie car, Samuel, but you did an interview recently with a certain Brian Lockwood competing in the aforementioned Porsche Tag Car Esports Super Cup. He actually competed in this car in the real world in the Global Mazda MX-5 Cup Series. So, I mean, it is a car which is used by rookies, but there's a reason for that. It develops top racing prospects. And, you know, it's good. Everyone who comes into iRacing starts with the same experience, and you build up a knowledge base all from some shared experiences.
Exactly, and this car is built like a tank, and that really just helps out with the rookie class, doesn't it? When everyone is just coming in and hitting each other out as hard as they possibly can. But no, you're right. It teaches you a lot. Teaches you about the racing lines, about not this particular racing line that we're seeing right here, but more on how to help out with learning driving on the broader perspective.
Yeah, well, you see in the background as well, that's the 111 of Simon Erpelding, who's running very, very wide, taking the more traditional 2020 Spa 24-hour track limits. And here you can see, as we work through La Source, Chris Whaley and Jack Ashton running very, very wide through La Source, and they're followed by everyone behind them as well. So more and more cars are realizing that swinging that car to the outside of turn 1 will help to build up momentum. And as Ashton is all over the rear end of Whaley as we climb the hill at Radion, Eau Rouge and Radion, doing a bit of bump drafting here as well. So, Jonathan, I'll put you on the spot here. We've got 12 minutes to go here. If you had to decide if you wanted to lead the race across the white flag or not, what would you do? Would you be trying to wave the car behind you through, or are you content to lead the race across the white flag? And you know what? We'll get to that later, because Dustin Hirota, one of your championship contenders, is now down to 7th position. And slight contact there, Sommel, and that's forced Hirota to now suffer even more in this race.
Yeah, exactly. Hirota already had a whole world of damage on his car, and then he gets more on it. And now, it's a big challenge. He's got the two Shivsky racing cars are doing extremely well. Quick look at the replay will tell us exactly how. Yeah, the outside line is a dangerous place to be in, but that sort of a move, Arjuna, is something that we see quite rarely. A back bump draft? Or what do we call it?
Well, I'm going to call that.
Check.
I'm going to call that the trying to do a Tommy Osgaard and just not being able to get that one done. Tommy Osgaard, co-anda Simsport driver, fantastic pass in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup a couple of years ago to get a race win here at Spa-Francorchamps. Unfortunately, the car on the inside didn't have the opportunity to slow his momentum down, and resulting contact has dropped Hirota to the tail end of this field. Or rather, this train of cars. Hirota still runs in 7th. Ishimaru is down in 15th position. So regardless of what happens here, Jonathan, for Hirota, even if he finishes in 7th, this will close that gap up in the championship, and indeed will actually promote Hirota to be our championship leader going in to race number 2.
Yeah, but he has to be concerned about the reverse grid, and I think that's probably why Ishimaru is still out on the track despite all that damage, is that as long as you complete 70% of the race, you get your reverse grid spot. So Ishimaru will be towards the front of the field for the first time in the second race. So that's going to be something probably on the 5's mind, but the 5 is trying to make up as much points as possible. He's already got back around Dave Chapman, but how much damage has that 5 car had? It's been beaten around a little bit.
Yeah, it really has been. I tell you what, let's run things back. Things are quietening down with 10 minutes left in race 1. Let's try and figure out what happened on this race start. So you can see here, we've entered the start zone, and Ishimaru has quite clearly decided not to pick up the throttle. The two Phoenix Racing Esports teammates touch with each other. Erpelding down the inside. The 861 has already lost its front bumper as we cross the start-finish line 4 wide. My oh my, I've lost my breath just trying to commentate that in slow motion, Sobel.
It's hard to put a really good word on that. Wow.
Chaos?
That's yeah, chaos, and there's another particular theory that describes it. I think the one that I'm thinking is the concertina effect.
Ah.
Quite simply, the one that we saw at Mugello in Formula 1. The only difference being we don't have a big spoiler, big rear wheels, and maybe not millions of dollars worth of damage, but here we are then. It's certainly something for race control to look at.
You know what? I think concertina effect is a bit unfair. Or rather, it's being too fair to some of these drivers because, well, Ishimaru controls the start. That's how race starts work in the IVRA competitions.
Yeah.
It is not dictated by the iRacing green flag. It is dictated by when the race leader, or the car bringing the race to its start, which in this case is Ishimaru, decides to pick up the throttle and decides to go. So for me, it's pretty clear cut. I run my own league, so we'll pull back the curtain a bit, and I had to give a penalty for the very same thing this morning. I've been up for several hours, I've been running my own league, and now I'm here for IVRA competition. It's a great Saturday to kick off 2021, and, well, I have a feeling, a couple of cars might be in some trouble. Now the question becomes, Jonathan, what type of penalty is race control going to hand down? Because there's a lot of different ways that race control could take this.
Well, and then to who exactly is going to be the issue there? Because there was so many cars that jumped, and I think Ishimaru was waiting. And the other thing that race control had commented on was the distance from the pace car, but I think if the green flag's already out, passing the pace car wouldn't be a problem. So there's a lot to unpack in just that one little replay right there. And race control is going to have to sit through, and that's got to be on everyone's mind at the end, is how this could really affect their points. Because you mentioned we saw Hiroda and Brenner jump out to the lead. Do those two get penalties for passing Ishimaru and Ashton at the start? Or does Ishimaru and Ashton get penalties for not going? It really just depends on how race control wants to handle this.
So, early drama then in our Saturday afternoon here live on RaceSpotTV. As we've got over 6 hours of total broadcast to come from Spa-Francorchamps. We've got 2 30-minute sprint races here in the Mazda MX-5 Cup car, and in just a couple of minutes' time, we'll turn it over to the ClubSport Series as they qualify for their 4-hour race to kick off the second half of our inaugural IVRA ClubSport Series. It was fun coming to Spa-Francorchamps in the summer for the ClubSport Summer Series. We had some last lap drama between Maniti Racing and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Will we have the same today? Remains to be seen, but we have some fun scraps here in the IVRA Club Cup. Look at Yannick Brenner, who trying to get up in this championship hunt, now trying to challenge for this third step on the podium. Interestingly, mostly single file here. You do see the pressure being applied by Brenner's Sommel, but out front, Jack Ashton is continuing to sit behind Chris Whaley and not really trying to make the move happen just yet.
Yeah, it's interesting what kind of strategy that Jack Ashton is trying to play out right here. And, you know, it could end up working towards the very end, because right now, if you harbor all your adrenaline inside and you keep it waiting and you just take it out at the right moment, right when it's needed on the final couple of laps, that's when you can actually get it. Hell, not even the final couple of laps, because Spa is so long, it just has to be right there on the entry of the bus stop chicane so that you have the best run and you're able to secure that position. Because if you do this anywhere early on, you're just open to another attack from Whaley, which could very well be the case.
Yeah, so we'll see. 5 minutes left on the clock. You can follow along with the top 18 runners on the left-hand side of your screen as we jump on board with Dave Chapman in the 444. And a slightly disappointing result, I'm sure, for Chapman after what was a record-setting weekend last time at the Barber Motorsports Park. Becoming the first driver in IVRA competition to win both races on a weekend. And that is not just here in the IVRA Club Cup, but also in the IVRA GT Sprint Series. So Chapman gets a first, unfortunately a little bit further behind this time in this race as we kick off a new year. Brenner looks to try and get past Panzel for that final podium position once again around the outside into the bus stop chicane. That's a very bold move, and that's going to open the door for his teammate potentially to swing around the outside. Here comes Dustin Hiroda, who now cuts off Simon Erpelding as side by side the two teammates go across the stripe. Interesting little battle here, Jonathan. 4 minutes left on the clock, so we're looking at 2 laps left in this race. Couple more opportunities for the likes of Hiroda to get the move done, and Hiroda, look at him, to the outside, and actually he's going to compromise his run down in towards our Rouge and Radion. Dave Chapman as well, getting very, very squirrely there.
I think the Shipsky Race Game, the Phoenix Racing drivers need to remember rule number 0 of racing. You can't hit your teammate, and both of them almost hit each other. As Brenner and Hiroda hit each other, and Erpelding and Chapman almost hit each other. But now they're going to get a healthy dose of draft. And I mentioned Talladega-style bump drafting. Well, here we go. The 5 is now drafting the 15 down the straightaway. And you can get around in this corner, but I think it's going to be in the chicane, not only for the battle for the lead, but also for this battle for third on back, that it's going to really determine the final position, since there's also lap traffic here for good measure. Yeah,
that's the 76 car who decides to just park it on that runoff area, let the lead lap cars go on through. So Graphite Racing's Aaron Kurtz, very respectful of the leaders. Just a quick race update as well. Ishimaru back down onto the pit lane. So apparently he's figured that he's done enough laps to be classified in race number 1. He'll then start what looks to be potentially second in race 2. So Ishimaru sets himself up then to go again for our second race of the weekend. And Sommel, he's going to need to just calm his brain down a little bit right now and focus in on that second race. You can't afford to think about the race 1 start and what happened around you. You just need to think about now, about coming out of this weekend with your points lead intact.
I agree, Arjuna. If anything, it just takes me back to what RaceSpotTV's very own Paul Smith used to say, and still says for that matter. Take it as a completely different race altogether, as a completely different round. And if anything, Ishimaru has just done the smart thing, because in race number 1, that usually is where Ishimaru's strength is. Not saying that he's not good in race number 2, but he's just so commanding in race number 1 that it just fits his style. And I think it just should be playing into his hands now for the next one.
So 2 minutes 20 seconds left on the clock. You see the two Shipsky teammates at the tail end of the peloton, scrapping it out between Dave Chapman and Arthur Panzel. Or rather, Dave Chapman and Simon Erpelding in the 111. Turn our attention back out front. Jack Ashton and Chris Whaley. Final lap of the race is about to get underway. And let's jump on board with Ashton in his Team Fordzilla number 98 machine. And Jonathan, you think about this here. You got to think about when you want to get the move done. And in these cup cars, you want to get it done into the bus stop chicane. We might just be riding on board with Ashton, who's trying to just lift off the throttle into every single braking zone for the next 90 seconds.
But then just remind Chris Whaley that he's still there. Like, if Whaley makes a mistake, it's going to be his race to lose. However, that last lap pass in the chicane, it's probably going to be Jack Ashton's. Now, how much of speed, how does he take the line into that chicane? We really don't know. He's going to have to be very aggressive and very bold to try and get the move done on Chris Whaley.
You got a great shot there as the cars crested the hill of just how big this gap between second and third really is. You can see those train of cars on from Arthur Panzel on backwards as they, go left and right, just trying to find that opportunity to try and make the move happen. Here comes Hirota to the outside of Panzel, try and maybe tuck back into line and swing underneath in towards Malmedy, but not really committing here. Hirota maybe thinking about his championship prospects that much more. Josh Klog, by the way, side by side with Frank Oosterhuis. This is on the edge of the top 10. Oh, contact made. Josh Klog. Oh, no, that's more disaster for the Fiercely Forward team, as here comes Ollie Slade behind as well, who's now dropped to 10th position. Takeshi Taniguchi takes full advantage of that situation and slips around the outside to make his way up into the 9th spot. So lots of battles still happening here on the final lap of the race, and we'll turn our attention back out front to this battle for the race lead, Sommel, because it's all about Chris Whaley trying to hold off from Jack Ashton.
Jack Ashton at this position, though, he still seems to have somewhat of a leverage, because if he can get it done in the final corner, he can still get the position without expecting any move from Whaley. This is going to be the one, Arjuna. Ashton just needs to play it out to perfection on the final lap, but Whaley will be expecting it.
Out of curve, Paul Frere there on board from the rear shot from your current race leader, the number 95, Chris Whaley. He's got his mirrors filled with the Team Fordzilla car of Jack Ashton. On board with Ashton we go as we run in towards Blanchimont. Look at the momentum. Almost 20 kilometers an hour faster is Ashton through the apex of the corner. He's going to sweep to the outside. Side by side, we're going to run through the bus stop. Takeshi Kusiyama has had some issues down the field. We'll take a look at that replay later on. But out front, Ashton gets squeezed by Whaley. Whaley's going to use all of the runoff area, punch that throttle. It's going to be a drag race to the line that Chris Whaley is going to win, but Jack Ashton, by just a couple of tenths of a second, comes home in second. Drag race to the line behind them as well. Here comes Arthur Panzel, Dustin Hirota, Yannick Brenner. Dave Chapman at the last minute gets past his teammate Simon Erpelding up into 6th position. So some nice little scraps throughout the field. Here's Ollie Slade and Takeshi Taniguchi side by side into the bus stop chicane for the final time. It'll be Josh Klog who comes across the line in 9th position then, with his team boss right behind him, and Taniguchi in 12th position. 11th position, rather, as that updates across the line. So great race number 1 there. And despite a little bit of chaos at the start of that race, Sommel, I think it's fair to say Whaley and Ashton showed us just what racing here in this MX-5 Cup car really can deliver.
This is just the kind of racing that we all love to watch. I am entertained. It's not often that it happens that you come up to a race expecting big things and you get delivered. You get exactly what you delivered. What you asked for, I beg your pardon. Just a slight loss in my train of thought, but nevertheless, what a race, what drama towards the very end. And I was just laughing all the way through because I enjoyed it so much. And guess what? It's just the first of so many different things that we're going to have today. I'm pumped up.
I really am pumped up, and I'm sure Chris Whaley is pumped after getting a race win here at Spa-Francorchamps, just under 0.2 of a second from Jack Ashton. And you have to go 7 seconds down the road to find Arthur Panzel in the 222. The Phoenix Racing Esports teammates, they end up 4th and 5th. Dave Chapman in the 444, the only driver in this field with real-world experience in this car as well, comes across the line in 6th with his teammate right behind him in 7th. Dawood Mirek in the Soul Nitro Racing car comes home in 8th, with Josh Clogg in 9th, and his team boss, Ollie Slade, in 10th. Final finishes then, you'll see only 4 more cars come across the line on the lead lap. That's Taniguchi, Oosterhuis, Gobdel, and Jameson. Aaron Kurtz, the only car 1 lap down, and a couple of cars that didn't even make it past the opening laps of this race. So, final cars then, just finish up their runs here at the circuit Spa-Francorchamps, and, well, we get ready now for Club Sport qualifying, because, Jonathan, it's all back to back to back here. Race 1 is done, now we go to qualifying, then we've got a race 2, and then we get to the event that we're actually all here for, the 4 hours of Spa.
Yeah, but I like how this Mazda MX-5, builds us up to that big race. It provides us the action, gets us excited, gets us pumped, as someone was suggesting. But now we go to qualifying and we get to talk about all the different drama and all the different situations happening in that Club Sport Series with the 3 different classes and 3 different really good points battles.
So we're going to take then just a couple of minutes to switch over into a brand new session. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with live coverage on RaceSpotTV in just a few moments' time. Welcome back to Spa-Francorchamps then, as we get ready to get qualifying underway for today's round of the IVRA ClubSport Series, the 4 hours of Spa. 3 rounds already done and 3 rounds to go, and 2 of these rounds have the very important halfway points. And let's talk about the story of the IVRA ClubSport Series then, because it is one of the more interesting series that we get to cover here live on RaceSpotTV. Like mentioned, 3 rounds have been done, and 2 of those rounds were just 2.4 hours in length. And well, what does that mean? Well, the halfway points have only been awarded for round number 2. 2 more opportunities, rather, for cars to get 50 extra points in each of our races, and that's going to be crucial to determining our inaugural IVRA ClubSport champion. Talk about the event format very briefly, because we've got 3 classes of competition, and each of them will get a 15-minute window to get qualifying times set. As is the case for all of our IVRA series, once cars have left the pit lane, they cannot re-enter and re-exit the pits. So only one opportunity to head out onto track and set your fastest laps, and that all sets the grid for our 4 hours of racing that lies ahead. Live race control is in effect, as are safety cars, and well, the IVRA ClubSport Series has a bit better reputation than something like the IVRA Endurance Series, where we once had an incredible 7 safety cars in just 1 race. Let's talk about the point structure very quickly, because TCR cars already out there and rolling for their qualifying, and Team Hoisingveld currently at the top of the charts. They've got almost 50 points over the second place runners in their class, and Fiercely Forward and Full Send Racing are trying to chase them down, with the second Full Send Racing just a couple of points behind that tie for second. Sommel, this is an interesting class, and you like to dub it Totally Chaotic Racing. Now, it's not been as chaotic as you sometimes see in this series, but there you can see we've had 3 different outfits in this competition that have really made their name as the strongest of the TCR runners, and right now it's Team Hoisingveld at the top.
Team Hoisingveld have well and truly been the commanding team at the very top. They've just controlled their emotions very well and have been stunning. They had a brilliant result in Road America, and the same at Barber 2, and they won overall at the Circuit of the Americas. But I'm very keen to see what Fiercely Forward and Full Send Racing are able to do. Fiercely Forward, they've always been there or thereabout, and they were our last winners at Barber. But Full Send Racing, the last time out, remember, Arjuna, they got a what some would say rather unfair penalty for a clash with, I think, one of the Alpine Stars geodesic cars who was trying to lap them out. And looking back at the incident, it seemed like it was not really their fault, but that penalty really hampered their race to a great degree. They were frustrated, and actually they had every single reason to be frustrated. But I had a chat with Fraser Smith, and he's all optimistic about this. He said, we have to go ahead, we have to go and win this. There's no other excuse, there's no other way around it. So here they are then, trying to win as many races as they possibly can. But when you have other really good competitors like Impulse Racing, like Pure Sims, like Fiercely Forward and Team Hoisingveld, it's not going to be all plain sailing for them, even though they have a teammate to work with.
Well, it's interesting thinking of these Full Send Racing cars, because for just over 8 months they ruled the roost in IVRA competitions for TCR. Yeah. There was not a race, an IVRA sanctioned race that included the TCR cars that didn't have at least one Full Send Racing car on the podium. Now, at our second round of this championship at the Circuit of the Americas, that was our first race where we didn't see this team on the podium. And last time out at Barber, Jonathan, well, someone mentioned it, their bad luck continued. But this is one race where they had a good performance in the summer in this car. This is the race where they can try and just re-energize their championship hopes, because after winning race number 1 for the 285 car, they've been slipping backwards.
Yeah, it hasn't really gone right, I don't think, for Full Send so far this season. Each car has only stood on the podium combined 1 time, and that was the win for the 285. They're still sitting okay in the points, which I think that's the positive thing looking forward. But Fiercely Forward and Team Hoisingveld have thrown down a gauntlet. They said, all right, we're going to have a fight in our hands in this class. Hoisingveld is the only car to stand on the podium in all 3 races. Full Send just needs some good luck to go their way, and this is a good place to do it. There's a lot of, runoff area. It's a wide track, so there's not going to be a lot of collisions with maybe lap traffic. That was an issue at Barber. Whereas here, we're still going to have issues as we saw in the endurance race, especially in that last bus stop chicane. But I think this is going to be a good race for Full Send to try and just, you know, get back in rhythm, get back to the front where you think your team belongs.
And as Jonathan mentioned, this is not the first time we've come here, and this season of IVRA competition, the IVRA Endurance Series, kicked off their 7-race calendar with the 12 hours of Spa. Very entertaining broadcast that I got to be on for about 10 of the 12 hours of racing action, so that was a fun one. Impulse Racing and the 222 have just gone back to the pole position after Team Hoisingfeld had taken it away for a couple of moments. The Impulse Racing team are in the draft of the 248 right now, as you can see on your screen, and we've got 12 TCR lap times already being set. Leipzig Esports, the number 253, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Gold, the number 200. We've got 2 cars yet to set qualifying times in this class. We might actually have a third, the Bombshell Racing team, that I don't think has actually gone out on track yet in qualifying, so we may be seeing some slightly different strategies from qualifying, because as was mentioned, Sommel, once you head out for qualifying here in IVRA competitions, you can't come back down the pit lane, get, you know, a fresh set of tires. You've got to set your qualifying lap time, and that's it. You get one chance, and that's it.
Yep, you're right. That's absolutely the case in every single category across IVRA competition, whether it is the Club Sport, whether it is the Club Cup, or even for that matter the Endurance Series or the GT Sprint. Once you're out there, you're out there. You have to saddle yourself in, wrap up everything and warm up the tires and really go in and get a rather good one. And with the TCR cars, it's all about building up that momentum, because your first lap is, quite frankly, not going to be the best one. You have to warm up your front tires and make sure that they're responsive to your steering inputs. And then, once they're at the peak temperature, that's when you go in there, that's when you put in your pole setting lap time. So don't expect the best of things very early on. And even more so with the recent tire upgrades, Arjuna. Supposedly in some categories, not for the TCRs especially, but they are supposed to be warming up rather quickly in relation to other cars. Mostly GT3s.
There are some fairly cool track temperatures that we'll take a look at maybe in the break between the two sessions. Take a look at this train of cars. Kinetic Racing second in line with the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team at the front. They've got the VEC TCR machine right behind them. You've also got Fiercely Forward and RSR by G Performance in this train. Draft is always so important for TCR machines. And Jonathan, one thing that you did want to mention was track limits. So Club Sport in general is a bit more lenient when it comes to the track limit, but Race Control has decided to be even more friendly to the teams. And when you think about that in the context of TCR and front-wheel drive, I think that's actually much more important than Race Control is making it sound like.
I think it really is, because you can go off into these runoff areas and be okay. You don't have to worry about getting into that incident limit issue. The only one corner that's going to be an issue is going to be turn 14, Curveball Fier. Coming out of that corner, you have to have 2 tires at least on the racing surface, but that's the only corner where things stand that there's any really track limits. We already talked about turns 2 and 4, Erouge and Radeon. There are no track limits, and I think for these front-wheel drive cars, it's going to be a really good thing for the race, because there's going to be plenty of room to let the faster traffic flow and then to obviously compete with your rivals.
So Kinetic Racing, Sommel, Kinetic Racing have just gone to third, Full Send Racing up to first, and Sommel, you did have a point you wanted to say about the lines as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting. DCRs, because they're front-wheel drives, they're going to be understeering a lot more, naturally. Of course, if you put all the weight of the world on your front tires, there's not much that they can really do. So the turning circles are slightly more limited than the other categories that we've got here. But there is a bit of a benefit that they've recently got because of the new BOP upgrade that we had earlier on in the year. The DCR cars' maximum steering lock has been increased to a certain degree. So a corner like La Source, which would be super difficult to nail correctly, has just been made marginally easier for these guys. So turning circles may be slightly easier, but nevertheless, it's a front-wheel drive car. Don't expect everything to be all nice and sunny out for these guys. They still have to turn in much earlier and make sure that there's the right amount of temperature in, because otherwise just the car won't respond.
So, a couple of minutes then left in TCR qualifying. Actually, the checkered flag has already flown, so these are cars setting their final qualifying lap times. Fiercely Forward, the 234 and RSR by G Performance have both elected to end their quali runs early, as has the Pure Sims 216. That's down in 12th position right now. Across the line for a number of cars, the 272 has just come across the VEC TCR machine, as we see Alpine Star's Geodesic coming down onto pit lane. Next across the line, that's the 237 for, I think it was Boosted Motorsport potentially, and we wait for a couple more cars, the 285 and 287 Full Send Racing machines, the final cars that we wait to see if they'll choose to complete a qualifying lap or come down the pit lane. There's Ollie Peacock in the 285. What's this lap time going to be? Final chance to try and better it. And for Peacock, a 233.662 was apparently, 233.764. So a couple of tenths of a second slower, but Ollie Peacock then still has provisional pole position as TCR qualifying is done, and the GT4 cars then line up on the inside of the pit lane. Lap time comparison, if you're curious, was 2 minutes 33 for a TCR machine, and we were looking at roughly, what was it, 2 minutes 46 seconds for a Mazda MX-5 Cup car, Jonathan?
Yeah, 2 minutes 46 for qualifying time, about 2 minutes 50 for racing time. And I think, if you remember at Barber, the TCRs and the GT4s were not too far away in lap times. I think there's going to be a much bigger discrepancy this week.
So, GT4 qualifying starts as the My Days Urban Works team. It's the first car to roll off of pit lane and start building up the temperature in those tires. Let's walk you through the GT4 standings, because there's only really two teams to talk about in this one. The Huge Ass team and the My Days Urban Works team. The point separation, just 11 points at this point in time, but you can see there, Hella Media is almost 50 points behind second place, and SRN Motorsports a further 30 points behind Hella Media. So, I mean, Salmo, this is a category where it's been very much dominated by the Huge Ass and the My Days team. It's going to be interesting to see here in 2021 how these two teams kind of develop their performance, because two different cars as well, BMW versus Porsche.
Yeah, exactly. There's just been an air of confidence that's been surrounding the Huge Ass team, and they've been very, very good. And that would be quite an understatement in the GT4 category. But a word on My Days Elvin's work. They've been very consistent in the way they've been going about, but it's just a case of them sometimes being caught up, sometimes being in a bit of bad luck, that they haven't quite been able to get that first slot. But they've got a very competent driver lineup, and if anything, you can expect a great deal from them. But the narrative, Arjuna, more than just Huge Ass versus Team My Days Elvin's work, it's also going to be BMW versus Porsche. And that is something that is going to be so huge, because when we come up to the Camel Straight, that's when the BMW is going to have the leverage. But in the corners in the middle sector, oh, the Porsche is just going to be completely on them, as we saw in Barber.
And it's one of those things where in the Summer Series, we did see Maniti racing, I think it was in the BMW, and it was Alpine Star's Geodesic in the Porsche 718 Cayman, and it was very, very interesting. Like you said, there was a bit more grunt in the BMW, so they extended their gaps down the big straightaways, but then through the twisty stuffs, that's where the Porsche starts to make up some time. And you must think as well, with track limits not being in effect as well, that might enable that My Days team to find a bit more time in the race session. Now, that's not something that will help them here in qualifying, because of course qualifying laps must be set using the iRacing track limits. So all of these drivers have to stay within the white lines that mark each side of the track, and we get qualifying underway then as cars cross the start-finish line to start their first timed laps. And talking about the situation in this class, Jonathan, you have to talk about the fact that, well, race number 1, who won that one? That was the Huge Ass 137. Race number 2, who won that one? Oh, that was the My Days 124. Who won race number 3, though? Oh, that's right, the Hella Media 161 car. So you can't count out Hella Media just yet. However, 50 points down with 3 races left. They are going to need the top 2 drivers, teams to struggle a little bit, and they're also going to need the halfway points to really bring themselves back into this fight.
It's just the inconsistency that plagues everyone in the sport class. They've had a couple good results, some of these drivers, but then there's always one result that it's not good, or even like a 0. The team below Hella Media, SRN Motorsports, the 175, they stood on the podium at COTA. Road America, they got a nice 0. So, but the halfway points are also going to prove key, as the My Days car has proven. They got 45 at COTA. They almost got a full 150 for the day. So, if people can capitalize really on these halfway points, they can try and start making up the gap to Huge S and the My Days Urban Works machine. It really depends, however, on how those two do. Because if those two are out front, then the halfway points aren't really going to matter, because they're going to get most of them.
And there's still 2 opportunities. So this race and our season finale. And that's going to be interesting. We'll have to try and follow along with that in that final race as well, because I have a feeling in all 3 of our classes, that battle is going to come all the way down to the wire. On board with Shipsky Racing and their 111, a special request of Rachel Williams. We don't usually listen too much to a request in our YouTube chat, but we do listen to RaceSpot fans who have also donated to us using the wonderful YouTube Super Chat feature. So thank you to Rachel. I did see your donation earlier on in today's broadcast, and I just forgot to shout it out because of all of the fantastic racing that we were having in that race number 1 in the IVRA Club Cup, and we're about, 25 minutes away from re-racking those cars, turning them around for their reverse grid race, and doing it all again. The fans in the grandstands are, I'm sure, very excited to see that, and a slightly odd surprise. We are hoping to see fans back at Spa-Francorchamps for 2021, Sommel, but it's already looking like, we'll talk about it a little bit as the first of the qualifying lap times start to come in. Left-hand side of your screens, you can follow Shipsky Racing, who have just gone provisional pole position in class, but it's already looking like Australian Grand Prix might be slightly moved to accommodate the global situation, and in IndyCar as well, it's like looking like there may be some further delays at the start of that season as well. So we were hoping for fans to be back at races in 2021, and might have to wait just a little bit longer to have that happen.
Hey, but there's always a silver lining, and the silver lining is that we've always got some really awesome broadcasts on RaceSpotTV. So if there's no real-world racing going on that you can visit in the stands, turn on the TV or YouTube on the laptop or whatever it may be, and come watch this one, because honestly, it may not be cars on an actual track, but seriously, the level of competition, it's just beyond me. I still am amazed by it every single day, and I remember what the Radio Show Limited said. It might not be real tracks and real cars, but the competition certainly is very, very real indeed.
Well, speaking of Radio Show Limited, you take a look here. SRN Motorsports currently 0.8 of a second clear as we wait for all of these cars to actually build up that temperature and pressure in their tires. But SRN Motorsports, you'll see they are sponsored by Daily Sports Car. And Sommel, you wanted to talk a little bit about this team.
Yeah, SRN Motorsport have shown a lot of potential, and I've always watched out for them. The 174 car has been facing more bad luck than the 175. They're lying currently in P number 15 in the championship, but both of these machines have consistently gone out there and shown that, hey, we've got the raw pace and a beautiful livery as well on that note. But no, they've just been plagued by bad luck. They've always had a great deal of pace underneath, but I remember, I think it was the 175 car in Barber that really was doing a good job and then got caught up in a couple of incidents here and there, and it's something that's been on my mind quite a lot, because I want to see them really go out there and challenge a team like Heli Media or My Days Elvinsburg along with Huge Ass, but it's just that final missing piece in the jigsaw that, if done correctly, who knows, maybe we could see them in that championship battle just being a thorn on the side of the other cars towards the very end.
So, just taking a look on my timing screen as the My Days Urban Works team goes provisional pole position by 0.5 of a second. So SRN Motorsport had 0.8 of a gap, and now they're looking at half a second as a deficit. You'll see there, Lucas Dolzer going very, very slowly across the start-finish line. I'm trying to figure out exactly what's happened to this SimRC 176 machine. Take a look at our first RaceSpotTV replay of Club Sport coverage. And gets a little bit stuck behind Hella Media apparently, and has elected to abandon his qualifying run for now. He is still out there on track, so maybe just trying to preserve those tires, but SimRC.de not even being classified in being faster than a TCR machine right now, so that's what we have to wait and see for what's going to happen there. So SimRC Club Sport have a lot of work to do in the 176. You know who doesn't have a lot of work to do? Jason Gerard. We were just looking at the 174, and left-hand side of your screen you'll see just 100th of a second between first and second right now, and looks as though, Jonathan, he's just slowing it down, letting those tires cool down a little bit, and he'll try one more flying lap to finish off this 15-minute qualifying session.
And it's been a good one so far for SRM. They're sitting 2 and 3 and just taking it very calm, taking it very smooth, and I think these are going to be 2 cars to watch out for because they're not, again, far off the My Days Urban Works machine. They're less than a 10th. The problem, however, as we look down the order, is the points leader, Hugh Jass, is all the way down in 9th. Now, we mentioned that this is the only class that has the Porsche and BMW battle, and I almost kind of feel bad for the BMWs in this case. It's not I don't think, a fair fight at the moment. I think the Porsche is just a lot stronger in the current balance of power.
So we'll see how it plays out on track. Race Control had the ability to put in a balance of performance and elected not to do so. Watch here, by the way. Oh, SRN Motorsport. That might have done bit of damage to the underside of that car. Ryan Huff getting a little bit of air here, Sommel. Take a look at this.
Oh, nice. Into orbit all of a sudden.
Okay.
And, hey, that's a hidden... Is that a... No, that's a hidden bump that I've never quite noticed. And I've noticed most of the bump around Spa, so that's an interesting one. I better log in and try that after this one's done tonight.
No,
I think that one got me before. I'm pretty sure that one has gotten me.
Clearly you haven't done enough bad things at Pujon, Sommel, because trust me, I've encountered that in a race as well. It's not pleasant. Antonio Giovinazzi got very close to something similar to that.
Yes.
His rear end came around quite aggressively on him, though, before he got to that part of the curve. So it is actually fairly common to have incidents there. So we'll watch out for... We can't call it Pujon anymore. We must call it by its correct name, the Double Gauche. So...
No, come
on.
on.
Look at that Ryan Huff over the top of the crest of the hill, hanging the rear end of that car out. And we'll spool this one back and take a look at this one more time, because that might have compromised his qualifying here, but it was beautiful. And Jonathan, just look at the rear end of the car wiggle around as he crests the top of the hill.
I guess our motorsports are trying to, fund a World Rallycross team by the looks of it. The drifting skills on the 175, the airborne skills. Yeah, I think World Rallycross, is also a good investment, guys.
Oh, I like the sound of that. World Rallycross iRacing team. I volunteer to drive the car if they need anyone. In the meantime, let's take a look at the Porsche Owners Club, as I think that's Shipsky Racing in front of them that has a bit of a snap of oversteer and gets out of the way of the 121. It's been an up and down couple of races for the Porsche Owners Club. Michael Johnson had a tough opening stint at the Circuit of the Americas. Maybe would have hoped that the cameras didn't pay so much attention to his 121 machine, but Sommel, I'm very glad to see a team like this entering a competition like this as well, because the Porsche Owners Club, I'm not trying to say anything bad about owners clubs, but what's the word here? It's an environment where you go for friends, right? It's a social club. That's what it is. That's the word I was trying to think of. It's a social club, right? You're there to meet like-minded people and have a good time. That's not usually what competition is. If you're not having such a good race, you tend to be a little bit angry with yourself, right? So it's great to see a group of like-minded people coming into this competition, and it looks like 121 is completing its qualifying attempt, but it is good to see, like I'm saying, someone like this coming in and diving into competition on the iRacing service.
And quite frankly, Porsche Owners Club have been quite a prominent team on RaceSpotTV. They're featured in multiple championships, and it's quite frankly good to see them here. It's good to see them embracing the spirit of sim racing, because owners clubs usually would think, yeah, but what have they got to do with sim racing? It's not even a real car, no, but the kind of detail that goes into it kind of makes it feel quite like one. So really heartwarming to see them come up right here and be a part of this championship. But not all fun and games, as Team Hujas will tell you. The championship leaders on your screen, and my goodness me, have they done a good job this year, Arjuna?
Yeah, they have. They've been consistently at the front of every single race in their BMW. They won that opening round at Road America, and that's very much set the platform for the next couple of rounds of the season. We now enter a new year, and it's about re-establishing those expectations for a team like Hujas. We've RaceSpot's own David Haynes as part of the Hujas crew, and I did mention about 30-40 minutes ago that we're not going to call them alternate racing lines. We're going to call them Hujas / Sven Demel racing lines. And the reason for this is a couple of years ago, I was in an iRacing 24-hour of Spa race, obviously at this very track, and in my split was none other than Hujas and Sven Demel. And this was before we had incident limits that would be applied to our endurance events. And I'm going to let you guys guess, because I like playing games, you know that. Can you guess how many off-tracks Sven Demel managed to get in his stint? And we should be clear here. He was sharing this car with about 3 or 4 other teammates. So it's not like he was driving for 13, 14 hours. You know what I mean? So I'm just going to let you guys try and guess how many off-tracks he got.
Right. So usually when I tend to drive for around 20-30 minutes, I end up accumulating at least, I don't know, 20-30 incident points. So assuming that his stint was, say, what was he doing? Of course, it was a GT3 category. Who am I fooling?
Yes.
In that case, the stint has to be, say, around 2 hours if he's double stinting, right? But it's 4 drivers. Okay, let's go for 2 hours then. 100?
Oh, Sommel, you are an order of magnitude off, as Justin Hall is going to pull that car back down onto the pit lane, so your championship leader's going to start 9th place in class at best. Number of other cars are down. Checkered flag has just flown on qualifying, so final attempt for cars to set their qualifying laps. We wait for Lucas Dolzer, who's still struggling to find some speed out there on track, and finally sets a decent enough qualifying time. He'll start 11th in this class. Alright, back to the story at hand. You guessed 100. Rachel Williams has guessed 1,000. She's a bit closer, but I'm going to be honest. Once it hit 1,000, I stopped tracking it. I just kind of forgot about it, and I believe the final count, well, we can confirm this with iRacing official results, was 1,800 incident points. So, we're going to call them the Sven Demel lines for no other reason than Sven and I remember that race, and he was being... it's one of those situations where everyone is saying, Sven, why are you doing this? Why are you, why are you doing this? And Sven's just there saying, because I can. And his attitude was just so fun. And while it's frustrating, for sure, he was several laps down at that point, so it wasn't necessarily such a big deal for me. And we'll call them Sven Demel lines, and we'll watch and see if Hujas is going to do the same. World of Sim Racing, the 151 final car in GT4 qualifying that's still on track out of the bus stop chicane for Victor Garrido. What's the lap time going to be? He's already 2.4 seconds off the pace right now. Across the line in the 151, and doesn't improve on his time, so that'll be the end of qualifying for him. And as a result, already, we're a go for 911 Cup qualifying. There's Maniti Racing pulling themselves down out of the pit lane. And before we focus too much on this class, let's talk about the championship situation here, because we've done it for the other two classes. Now let's focus on the most, well, not the most important class, but the fastest class. Hujas, they're leading 2 classes, and they've got Fiercely Forward just 20 points behind. But Jonathan, this is the one class where you can look anywhere on this list. Maybe even Impulse Racing down in 6th, who are about 56 points behind your championship leader. It's wide open, and anyone could step forward and make a charge for this championship in 2021.
Only one car has stood on the podium multiple times in this class, and that's the points leader. So it's still completely wide open, and UJS doesn't even have that big of a points gap. It's only 20 points down to Fiercely Forward, but the Alpine Stars Geodesic has a good outfit. Miniti Racing has proven strong. Impulse Racing and NAB Racing has shown signs of life. So has Team 11 and Team Bergen. We don't even see some of the other teams. The Hell Racers, Team Down Under. There's still a lot of fast cars in this class, and I think it's going to come down all the way to Sebring until we get a real clear picture of the championship.
And as we've been saying, Jonathan, and I want you to harp on this just a little bit more, halfway points in a championship as close as this, where cars are being less consistent than the likes of the My Days team in GT4. Those extra points, just the opportunity to add some more to your total, that might be the deciding factor in these final 3 rounds of the season. They've had 3 races in 2020 to set themselves up for this year, and now this is really where the pressure starts to come in.
And I think it's also helpful, too, if you have a bad second half of the race, and we saw that happen at COTA with Fiercely Forward. They won those halfway points, got all 50, but then it went downhill for them. They only got 59 points at the end and finished outside of the podium, outside of the top 5, and lost the championship lead. So these halfway points are going to be crucial, especially for some of these teams that need to nickel and dime and need to move up in the standings a little bit more.
Well, Miniti Racing, one of the teams I'm going to be keeping my eye out on. They won last time out. They did have the assistance of one of their hotshot drivers, Tim Matska, who missed the opening couple of races this season, focusing on other competitions, and I think as a result, Miniti Racing really looked at that last round at Barber as their first round of the championship, the first round where they delivered to the expectations that they have for themselves. Who were the other race victors then in this class? Well, Fiercely Forward, the number 34, they won race number 1 at Road America, and last time, or rather round number 2 at the Circuit of the Americas, that was Huge Ass in the number 37. However, talking about those halfway points, no one has really made a claim in this class in that one race that we had, Sommel, where they want to be in the prime position both at the halfway point and at the end. It's been a kind of class where strategy plays a bit more of a factor here, where if you want to try and prioritize those halfway points, you may end up putting yourselves in a difficult position for the end of the race when obviously more points are on offer.
Absolutely correct, Arjuna. You're 100% true in this particular case, and never was it more evident than at the Circuit of the Americas, because I distinctively remember being 2 different camps. We had a safety car slap bang down the middle of a stint, and now certain teams said, okay, we can jump the gun, okay, we can bounce on this opportunity and maybe put ourselves in a very good position for the long run. But there were other teams that said, let's wait back, let's see if we can grab as many halfway points as we possibly can, because who knows, we may end up getting a lot more. And that's what Fiercely Forward did. They got the full 50 in the halfway stage, but didn't get much, as Jonathan mentioned, in the grand scheme of things. And that's where Huge Ass were able to capitalize, even though that back in Road America, Fiercely Forward won, and Huge Ass didn't really have the best of races. So that's going to be rhetoric that's going to be back in action at Spa, and that's why I've been so pumped about this race for so many weeks, because of the halfway point narrative and just the way teams plot out strategies, because they don't go by the whole stint. They often end up thinking on their feet and realizing, okay, if the safety car comes out at X point in the stint, what do we do? Do we pit? Do we not? And it baffles me. They're working on so many permutations and combinations. It's outstanding.
It really is. Jonathan, you brought something up about Miniti Racing. We talked about Tim Matska, and the reason why I think his name is going to be such an important story in the next couple of rounds is he put in one of the strongest drives of the season so far, and it looks as though he's going to be skipping this race today. So for Miniti Racing, their hotshot driver, as I called him a few minutes ago, might be one of their stories, or one of the reasons that they've been able to have that success in that last round at Barber.
But Miniti is still a strong driver lineup, and don't get them, confused. Just because they don't have Tim Matske in the lineup does not mean that this 78 machine is not going to be strong. They're already qualified in 3rd position. They're not far behind Huge Ass or Alpine Stars Geodesic. So I still think they're going to be in a good spot, and I think this should have really inspired them that this team is capable of winning a championship and fighting with these other teams like Alpine Stars and Fiercely Forward, because again, like, Matzke drove like a madman, but it's a team effort endurance racing. Even if it was just a 2.4-hour race last time at Barber, there's still other people that work on the setups, the spotters. Like, this team is one to be feared with.
Indeed they are, and it's not just about the fear, it's about other people taking their lead too, because I remember in the last endurance race, Maniti Racing had the approach of putting in their fastest driver, that was Tim Matzke in that particular case, on for the final stint. That was because they expected a ton of safety cars at Barber, which would just break up the rhythm, break up the momentum, and allow the, I wouldn't say slower, but slightly less experienced driver to take the lead early on and save more fuel and just build it all up for the faster driver towards the very end, so that even though they don't have the best track position, they're not in any particular worry about saving or whatnot. They can just go out there, go hammer and tongs, and gain as many positions as possible. That's what Matzke did. That's how they got the win in the Endurance Series. And quite a few other teams across categories have taken note of it and are saying, yeah, you know what, that's a good plan, you see, because we are going to expect safety cars almost everywhere. So why not follow their lead? Why not see how it works out for us? If anything, we can just dummy up that and get the best results on our end. It just seems to work.
Look at the flood of times as they all pour on in. Fiercely Forward to the top of the timing sheets. 2:22, 2:18. Team down under the number 45, just under 1/10 of a second behind, with Miguel Vigo in the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing number 62 in third position. Top 5 cars separated by just over a quarter of a second, and then the top 8 cars separated by just over half a second. You will notice, by the way, 12th and 13th places, the 51 and 52 car, have had a bit of a name change. So no longer known as WOSR iZone Performance. They are now back to being called World of Sim Racing Team. I'm sure that will make my brain go a little bit better when I have to flick over their team name. Fiercely Forward is going to get past one of the Hell Racers 911 Cup cars down in towards the double gauche. I must say, it sounds very weird calling it the double gauche. I mean, for so many years I've called it Pujon, and I've heard it on TV and on YouTube and everywhere that races get broadcast from this historic venue. It just, I don't know, Sommel. Double gauche just doesn't have the same ring as Pujon.
It just seems to lack the charisma. It's like looking at a turn and saying, oh, right turn, left turn, double left turn. Wow, I have achieved intellect. It's not that way. It just needs to have some spirit to it. You can go full American racing track and say, oh, turn 10A. What is it? Like a coding script for a robot? Seriously, there needs to be some backstory to the car, and Pujon did.
Let's not get into that discussion on American corner names and Barber, because that might go on for a while. Ivan Harasta has just become the first victim of the famed Malmedy corner. I have a feeling we're going to see this on a couple more occasions in today's race. Take a look at this one, Jonathan, and, well, like I said, this is something that we're usually fairly familiar with seeing here on the iRacing service.
Yeah, this corner, I think, has gotten me at least 50 times, I want to say, and I do not run that much road. I am more of an oval runner on the iRacing service, but that's going to be one of the action zones compared to what we saw in the Endurance Series. And I think there's other corners like that too. I think going down into Rivage as well is going to be a big zone where there could be drama.
Dun dun dun, drama. Well, we'll see what happens there as I'm trying to add a little bit of flair. Anders Myers, by the way, for Team Bergen, just gone to pole position. Under half a second, or rather half a tenth of a second, to Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Fiercely Forward now finds themselves 1.7 tenths off the pole position. And now we're looking at a delta of almost 1 second across the top 12 runners. Team Bergen, who had a very strong showing in the ClubSport Summer Series. There was a little bit of contentiousness around our series finale there, with some miscommunication from race control that I think affected the strategy potentially for some of the teams. Because we spent the entirety of the race talking about the championship situation going one direction, only for Race Control to let us know that we were totally wrong, and we need to get that updated. So we'll see what happens. Team Bergen haven't had the best run here, though, in this series so far, Jonathan, because after that very strong performance in the summer, well, they're currently down in 9th position in this championship, and they didn't even make it to the checkered flag in our second round in the Circuit of the Americas.
And that was a shame as well, because they had a strong car and a strong run at Circuit of the Americas, and just problems in the second half took them out of the race. And I think that's what I like really about this class, is that there are other strong competitors like Team Bergen that really aren't in the points fight at the moment, or even Team Down Under, as we get a look at the current points leader, Team Huge Ass. And they should be worried about their competition around them, is because they're going to lose points in some of these halfway and even in the finishing points if they let some of these other teams who maybe not in the points fight, or maybe have already abandoned the championship fight, try and bully them around. Again, Team Bergen is one of them, but they're just looking for a good result. And I mentioned another team, Team Down Under, the 45 car, has also not had a good result, but has shown the pace to be up here. So it's just going to be about trying to manage your competitors and trying to know who you're racing with. I think if Huge Ass is racing that 45 and 46, at least for today, just kind of let them go. Just let them do their own thing. Your real competition is Alpine Stars and Fiercely Forward.
Nice little discussion, by the way, going on in our YouTube chat about American corner names. I didn't want to get into this, but now that my attention has been piqued, I can't avoid it. It is true. A bus stop, carousel, a lot of American tracks on will like to share corner names.
Yep, there are so many of them, and I was just typing on that about the carousel. It baffles me sometimes to think how many corners have a similar name, but they once said on an IndyCar broadcast that there is no corner in the world like the carousel at Road America, and I just thought, is there really no other corner in the world like it? Or are you just restricting yourself to the North American subcontinent? I was not very... Continent rather, not a subcontinent. I'm just being a bit crazy here. But nevertheless, it's just a bit insane to see how many corners are the same name and how dull they are. Like, I remember there are a couple of corners at Road America called Bend or Kink. Is that it? Is that all that you have?
As a person who lives next to the state of Wisconsin, I can assure you, yes. We have New Berlin, there's New York, there's a Paris in Illinois about 2 hours down south from me. Naming things is not the forte of United States motorsports tracks.
There was a funny moment in my first semester at college of never lived in the U.S. before. I'm now in some random town in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, and we're driving through, and I look at my phone, and suddenly it says, weather for Liverpool, and I'm like, when did I fly across the Atlantic? When did I end up in England? And then I had to realize, oh wait, there's a Liverpool, Pennsylvania, or whatever it was. So, see, maybe there's a little bit to be seen there. Let's talk about qualifying then, because just a couple of minutes left before we finish it up. Fiercely Forward have just gone to the top of the timing sheets, 2:21.999. Last lap for Hugo's route.
Wow.
And the 34 car, provisional pole position. Last lap heroics then from Hugo, whose name I've continuously butchered here live on RaceSpotTV. We'll have to get that sorted at some point in time. But last moment, last opportunity for Fiercely Forward, Jonathan. And, well, they've just gone and blown Team Bergen and Alpine Stars straight out the water.
I think that's a message sent. That's going to be one that everyone's going to read and go, oh, well, the Fiercely Forward team is here to play. And I think Fiercely Forward, again, has shown the pace all year. It's just the last 2 rounds, they've had issues at Coda and Barber. They were really good at Road America, and I think all of their drivers performed very, very well. And that's one of, I think, the strongest points of Fiercely Forward is that they have an all-around good driver lineup, as we see Hellraiser's car get a bit sideways right there.
Actually, this Hellraiser's car, Jonathan, is one car that does need to be a little bit careful in today's race. Just talk to us about penalty points, because while the track limit situation has been opened up by Race Control and the competitors are allowed to use the runoff, the penalty points are something that they're pretty strict on. You get too many, you're getting in trouble.
Yeah, if one entry accumulates 12, they automatically get bumped down to the reserve list, and this 26 machine has 10, so Nicholas Heim and the Hell Racers really do need a clean race from this 26 machine in order to really survive until next week. And there's another couple of cars in the field as well. The Willis Sim Racing 51 machine has 7. It's not close to 12, but they've been one in a bit of those calamity issues, and there's also issues in the Cup class as well. So there's several drivers that are just looking to put together a good week, and I think if we remember from COTA, this 26 car had a rough time. It hit everything but the pace car, and it had a much better time at Barber. You can see how they do here.
Well, just remember, that was a doubleheader weekend last time at Barber. Not doubleheader, combined. We've had doubleheaders in IVRA before, but never have 2 IVRA series been at the same track on the same weekend. Helm is going to then pull that car down onto pit lane. What's his teammate going to do? In the number 16, Richard Carlson across the line for what will be his final attempt in qualifying. Improves up to 11th position with a 2:22.954, just under 1 second off our provisional pole position time. Couple more cars still waiting for them to come through the bus stop chicane there. You see World of Sim Racing team. They've got H2 Performance in front of them and Virtual Motorsport. Marcel Bozeman behind them as well. The number 86 and 51 down onto the lane, and they're followed by Bozeman. So all cars then have come down on towards the pit lane. Let's run you through our race results for 9/11 qualifying. Fiercely Forward takes our pole position with a 2:21.999. That last lap attempt breaking the 2:22 barrier, and Anders Myers has to settle then for second position. Miguel Vigo in the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing number 62 comes home in third, with Team Down Under in fourth. Huge Ass will line up on the inside of row 3 with Jeff Tyler at the wheel, and they'll have the number 22 to their outside. Hell Racers in 7th, Team 11 in 8th, Maniti Racing back in 9th, with World of Sim Racing in 10th position. Hell Racers in 11th, NAB Racing will start back in 12th place with ATVO Design Guru Nick Thyssen himself at the wheel. Fuga Simsport, Justin Rem behind the wheel of the 2 machine, 1 second down from pole position. Fisher Motorsports in 14th with Bernd Ziebel in the number 86 H2 Performance SRT machine. World of Sim Racing, the number 51 in 16th. Virtual Motorsport rather. Marcel Bozeman in the 70 car comes home in 17th place with Fisher Motorsport and Ragazzo Racing, the last 2 cars in this class. So qualifying is done then, and now these cars have to just sit around for the next few moments here because, well, we get to go racing once again, but not for 4 hours here, Jonathan. We go racing for 30 more minutes in the IVRA Club Cup Series, and we know that means the action is about to happen.
For a bit of a calming period, a little bit of a calm qualifying. Not a lot of drama, but we go back to Club Cup where there was already drama in that first race, and I'm sure race number 2 is going to have a little bit more drama.
Sama, I'm just going to ask you briefly here, because Reverse Grid, you've just gotten access to the IVRA Discords as well, so you're frantically reading, trying to get up to date with all the what all the competitors are saying. What do you think's going to happen here in race number 2? We saw issues on the start last time. Think we're going to get through the start safely this time?
Good question. Honestly, I am I'm not sure. Everyone's just baffled and they're all having a fun time here, but in all seriousness, I guess we've only got to watch to find out, which is a bit of a useless statement for me as a commentator because my job is supposed to preview and give a good idea, but it's so much fun in the Club Cup that you can't really predict anything. So let's just go with the flow and see what happens. You can just hear the excitement in my voice. I'm pumped up for this one, as always with any IVRA race.
I think the word I would use is giddy. You sound giddy right now.
I sure as hell am.
Well, I tell you what, we got the Club Sport drivers getting back into our chat now after getting out of the car. Let's turn our attention to IVRA Club Cup action. We'll be right back here on RaceSpotTV after we switch ourselves over. Don't go anywhere. Coverage resumes in a couple of minutes' time. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Circuit Spa-Francorchamps as we get ready to go racing for one more race in the IVRA Club Cup Series. Cars are already gridding for today's race, so let's run you through the starting grid for our second 30-minute race. It's going to be Shioichi Ishimaru that lines up on pole position, his second pole position of the day, but he'll be hoping for a bit more luck at the start of this one. He'll have Takumi Kusuyama next to him in the Car Racing 862 car, and on row number 2 it's going to be Andre Jameson and Evan Gobdell in the 333 for Shipsky Racing. Row 3 is an all graphite racing row with Aaron Kurtz in the number 76 lining up next to his teammate Frank Oosterhuis in the number 26. Takeshi Taniguchi lines up in fourth, on the fourth row of the grid rather, with Josh Clogg in the number 99 Fiercely Forward machine back in 8th. Edge of the top 10 and it's Dawid Mirek who's in the number 50 Nitro Racing machine all by himself. He'll have Jack Ashton in the Team Fordzilla number 98 on his outside. Simon Erpelding in the 111 lines up in 11th with his teammate Dave Chapman next to him in the 444 for Shipsky Racing. Row 7 is Yannick Brenner and Dustin Hirota, two cars fighting for today's championship as the cars begin their roll for today's second race of the weekend. Arthur Panzel then, with another one of our Shipsky Racing cars for the 222. He'll have Chris Whaley next to him in the number 95. And you've got our non-finishers, Caleb Hides, John Atkinson, row number 9. And then James Yacht for the Yacht Brothers back in 19th position. Cars already making their way in towards the bus stop chicane, so we're just a couple of moments away from Ishimaru punching the throttle. They have not done a good job of forming up here at all, and in fact, they're doing a quite awful job, it must be said. Ishimaru is going to punch the throttle and take us to green flag racing as the 30 minutes starts to tick away. Graphite Racing side by side. as we funnel down in towards turn number 1. A much more clean start by comparison to race 1. And you see them all throwing themselves into that runoff area on the exit of La Source. We now funnel our way down in towards Eau Rouge and Radion as the cars build up speed as we plunge downhill. Ishimaru has a 1 second advantage over Kusiyama in second. Jameson tries to challenge for second place as well. And look at Frank Oosterhuis, who's all over the back now of his teammate Aaron Kurtz. Oh, Shipsky Racing! No, that's a car that's spinning through the gravel. That's Dave Chapman. Big crash through Eau Rouge and Radion, and Chapman has taken out several championship contenders here. So big drama. You can see Dave Chapman involved in this one. Yannick Brenner as well. Oh my, Sommel, that is a big crash.
Oh, that is absolutely dismal for Dave Chapman. He was looking so promising. Already started from the back. It is almost all over in a flash. And there's 28 more minutes to go, Arjuna.
Look at this as well. It's Dustin Hiroda in the back of your shot who's got a couple of cars scrapping it out. But here's Josh Klog on the inside of Frank Oosterhuis with Evan Gobdel in front of them. Takumi Kusiyama gets passed by Andre Jameson, who leaps himself up into second, while Ishimaru out front tries to run away and break the draft from the cars behind. Jonathan, if he can do that, Ishimaru is going to have a fairly comfortable 25 minutes to win this race.
Just go flat out from here on out, and I think that's what that 94 is planning on doing. He's got a 2-second gap back to the 862, who has to look at his mirrors because he's got a swarm of cars trying to get around him.
Kusiyama is back to second. What's happened to Andre Jameson, who's now getting shuffled down towards 9th position? He's on the inside of the grass and someone's following him. That's Davin Mirek, who's been shoved off. Oh my word, this is craziness as we come down in towards Stavolo for the first time in our 30-minute race. It looks like Taniguchi has also had an issue now. So Taniguchi, by the way, actually side by side for 10th position with Chris Whaley for a second, but now Whaley side by side with Erpelding in front of them. The gap out front now 2.4 seconds here, Sommel. So, I mean, Ishimaru, after the troubles in race 1, this is exactly what he needed from race 2.
It has been some start for Ishimaru right here, and he's showing no signs of letting up. But in the midfield, Arjuna, ooh, that's when things are going to be really fun. Who's going to capitulate first? That's the big question we have to ask, considering how crazily they've been driving. It's entertaining.
It's great stuff. Hiroda, by the way, now challenges the number 26. That's Oosterhuis. So Hiroda needs to get back up towards the front of the field. He's inherited the championship lead after what unfolded in race 1. What can he do in the second race from Belgium? Let's take a look at that start and see if we can see exactly why Dave Chapman found himself slithering around. Here you can see, oh, he's already gotten himself sideways as he crests the hill. Oh, nothing Yannick Brenner could do to avoid that.
Sometimes I'm glad we're in the simulation, because in real life that would have hurt.
Take one more look at it here. There's Chapman, who has this issue by himself, and then, oh, the hard contact between Yannick Brenner and the 444. I think Caleb Hyde's got caught up in that one as well, so unfortunate incident there for the number 92 as he tries to complete what might be his first race of this series so far. So Caleb Hyde is going to try and re-rack himself for our next race weekend. But let's jump back to the battle right behind your leader, because Evan Gobdel in the 333 is now up into second. Takumi Kusiyama in the 862 car is now in third, but Josh Klog in fourth is poking around. And there's a cork in the bottle here. It's not any one driver in particular. It's the fact that they're tripping over themselves as they all pass each other. Here comes Aaron Kurtz to the inside of Josh Klog in towards Pouon. You'll see Dustin Hiroda trying to get in on the action as well here, Jonathan.
Yeah, you mentioned it's not one car holding them up, it's all of them holding each other up. And they're trying to really fight and get it on, but I think Ishimaru is just looking in his mirror and just laughing right now as they're all trying to fight. They're going to the inside, making use of as much curb and dirt as possible to try and get around, but staying side by side like this, it even hurts them in this little draft right here. You can see Klog has already lost about half a second.
And Hiroda does a good thing and takes advantage of the situation. Whaley is going to try and follow him down the inside on the number 76 as we climb the hill up towards Blanchimont. Kurtz has not got too much draft to speak of right now, whereas Whaley tucked up right behind Dustin Hirota, and Hirota also had that draft from Clog as we work towards Blanchimont. Whaley is trying to find where he wants to go. Great shot of all the cars as they thunder past this static camera that's just positioned in a precarious position. But here we go, braking zone in towards the bus stop. Hirota looks to the inside. He's going to try and get the move done on Oosterhuis as well. Watch Whaley, who's now going to swing all the way to the outside, build up that momentum, and now try and carry that down in towards turn number 1. Gap out front. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, Sommel, up to 5 seconds. Ishimaru has got no concerns now of the draft behind him, and as they're playing bumper cars behind, look at this. What can you say? This is like a traffic jam on your typical motorway.
The only difference being that everyone is in an even greater rush than they usually are, and they're not going to be flashing lights. If anything, this is going to be bumping you out of the way and getting the position in. But yes, Ishimaru 5.4 seconds, but this is where the fun begins, because in a Mazda MX-5, the back straight is like
fun.
It's so
Sorry,
long, you almost read a book.
They're 3 wide. Josh Clog around the outside is going to try and sweep his way up into second. Look at Kurtz behind, who's followed him into 4th and now challenges for 3rd. Kusiyama all over the curb on the inside and holds on to 2nd. Sorry to cut you off, Sommel, but the 3 wide as we enter the braking zone of Lecombe. I mean, we almost went 4 wide for a second as well. We'll jump to a slightly a shot further back. Look at Whaley around the outside. He goes and gets the move done on Evan Gobdell. And now Gobdell is going to have to defend from Frank Oosterhuis behind. So total craziness here, Sommel. Not much time to really think about what you're doing.
Well, should we shift the TCR moniker here to Mazda MX-5s? Because goodness me, they're putting up quite a show around here. Still calming down in the middle sector, everyone just taking their time, but you know for a fact that the moment we come up to an attacking zone, pandemonium will break loose again.
And that number 76 of Aaron Kurtz has done a great job to make his way up through the field with Josh Clog. Josh Clog runs in 3rd, he's got Kurtz behind him, Hirota in 5th, and Chris Whaley, Evan Gobdell 6th and 7th. Gap between 1st and 2nd is now 6 seconds. Wow. That's all I can really say about this. Wow.
He's doing time trials, basically.
Yes, that is. You know what? Ishimaru is a veteran of the Nürburgring Landstrecken series, which you can compete in the iRacing service as well. I think he has a bit of experience with driving by himself for long stretches of time. We'll see if he faces any difficulties. Kusiyama has the challenge from Clog down the inside through the Blanchimont section of the track. Here comes Whaley as well, who really carries a lot of momentum in towards the bus stop. Inside line for Whaley, who get caught out as Kurtz is going to challenge Clog for 2nd position. Oh no, Hirota gets spun around in the background. Big checkup. Kusiyama is around as well. 4, 5, 6 cars getting caught up in this one, and the big story here is Dustin Hirota, 2nd place in the championship coming into the race meeting, is now languishing in 12th, Sommel.
Big drama, but it just sort of levels out because the championship leader coming into this one, Ishimaru, he also had a bad race number 1. So it's going to be interesting to see where the championship goes. But yes, major changes happening everywhere throughout the weekend, Arjuna. Take a look at this one again. All clean early on, but oops.
And it's his teammate. It's the teammate from behind that comes flying into the situation and causes it. Watch this here, Jonathan. We'll get a better look here from this aerial look. Watch that blue Mazda down the inside.
Very, very brave. Very, very optimistic about that move. And that is unfortunately the 2nd time in the chicane Dustin Hirota has been tagged in the left rear and center round in just 2 races. So I'm pretty sure he's going to get either war memories, but yeah, that was a very optimistic move on the inside from his teammate.
You know what? He probably got hit in the exact same spot. So probably for him as a driver, he had to just do the same thing there. And I'm sure he's going to be frustrated. He's down in 11th now. He's got a couple of cars in front of him. He has the opportunity to try and make his way through on. So Hirota out of the top 10 now, needs to get some positions to get some good championship points. We'll turn our attentions towards that leading group that still continues to run. It's Aaron Kurtz who now sits in second with Josh Clog in third, and Chris Whaley in that white number 95 machine sits in fourth. We'll show you the movers and shakers in this race so far as Whaley looks to try and get past Josh Clog potentially. You'll see there, though, 12 positions gained for the number 95 machine, Jonathan. It's been a very impressive run so far. Now looking at a podium position.
Yeah, when you win race number 1, you got to start at the back, and Chris Whaley avoided the mayhem that occurred at the end of Eau Rouge down the Kemmel Straight. He sort of avoided the mayhem in the chicane. He may have tagged Taniguchi in the 8.61 for good measure, but he's got a pretty clean race car and a good chance here for a podium, but it really depends on if he can get by Josh Clog or Aaron Kurtz, neither of which had a strong race one. They finished all right, but now they're up here competing for a podium. I don't think they're going to want to give that up.
So, outside line for Whaley secures him third through Blanchimont. Clog down to fourth. Inside line for Whaley as we enter the bus stop chicane. He'll run wide as we get the power down. He'll use as much track width as he can. Kurtz goes all the way to the regular track limit. And there goes Whaley. Watch in the background as well. Here comes Jack Ashton, who had to miss last time at Barber and now tries to recover some much needed championship points. Whaley to the inside. He's going to try and sweep his way down into first position, but Kurtz is going to hang it around the outside. Side by side as we dive down in towards our Rouge and Radion. Kurtz gets the position, but this fight is not over just yet, Sommel.
It is not indeed. We're going to come up to the Kemmel Straight, which is an awfully long one. They're going to spend a lot of time. They're going to be eating popcorn, having a fun time, but not so much bump drafting on the Kemmel Straight on the entry. This is utter madness.
Here comes Ashton as well. Are they going to go 4 wide down the Kemmel Straight? No, Josh Clog backs it out. Clog is being smart. Kurtz to the inside. Ashton around the outside, though. Now up into second position. Whaley covers off the charge from the 76 machine. He'll hold on to that third and final podium position. Side by side, the 76 and 99 go as we work in towards Malmedy. That Graphite Racing Mazda will have the inside, but momentum from Clog will carry him down in towards Bruxelles. Side by side, still under braking. Watch out behind. Simon Erpelding and Arthur Panzel trying to take advantage of the situation. Long way around for Clog. Doesn't work out. He tucks back into line. But wow, Jack Ashton to second spot there. And Jonathan, that's about spotting your opportunity and making sure you take it. Jack Ashton now has a 1.5 second buffer to Aaron Kurtz in the Graphite Racing machine.
He got a large amount of draft going down that Kemmel Straight, and he just said, you know, I'm just going to use it right now. He was waiting behind Chris Whaley the entire race last race, it seemed like, and now is ahead of him. So it's going to be role reversal for Ashton, but he was also one that had to start at the rear. He had a little bit of a qualifying error. It showed him starting 10th. He had to pull out and go all the way to the end of the field after the green flag, and now he's gotten all the way up into second. So a really, really strong drive from the 98 machine.
And it might be a battle for second and a battle for fourth to keep our eyes on. Look at these two cars, Josh Clog and Arthur Panzel, as they close on up through curve Paul Frere, up towards Blanchimont. Panzel looks to the inside. Clog tries to cover him off, but Panzel gets in the draft of the Graphite Racing machine in front of them. Side by side, we work through Blanchimont corner. Might be a bit more scared to say those words in our Club Sport race, but these Club Cup cars doing a great job to show each other sufficient racing room. Clog will have the inside down into the bus stop chicane. Is he going to try and make the move on Graphite? No, it's Shipsky who goes. Both of them go deep under braking. And guess what? Guess who takes full advantage of the situation? Simon Erpelding in his 111 machine. I talked about him being there, and now up in towards what is 5th place for the 111 machine. So can't afford to step over yourselves here, Jonathan, with 15 minutes still to go. There's still a lot of potential for some of these cars to make their way up through the field.
I think that huge issue that we had in the chicane really broke everyone up, but all of a sudden the fighting for 3rd and 4th place has brought everyone back into the conversation, and you can't go deep on the brakes. And is he going to try and pull up Pierre Gasly and go through Eau Rouge and Radion and get a pass on Shipsky Racing? He is.
Incredible. This is fantastic stuff. Oh, look at the 222. Arthur Panzel, who's going to go around the outside of his teammate on the run up through Eau Rouge and Radion. So you can pass anywhere if race control says track limits don't exist, and Arthur Panzel proves that definitively. Hoping not to see that in our Club Sport race, because I have a feeling that will be a bit more chaotic when We see that, but Josh Clog up into 4th, past Aaron Kurtz once again, and they're now 3.2 seconds behind Jack Ashton and Chris Whaley. So I said battle for 2nd and battle for 4th. That's what we're keeping our eyes on. Under 15 minutes still to go. Let's take a look at your race leader because, well, he deserves a little bit of airtime, I would say, here, Sommel. Take a look at these lap gaps as Ishimaru, without any draft, continues to build that advantage, but last couple of laps, Jack Ashton starting to eat into that gap.
If you could drop a text message to Ishimaru right now, and if he could reply, his ideal response would be, nothing much, just chilling, because that's exactly what he's doing right now. 8 seconds away. Now, if you're new to racing, which is not likely because you often tend to have sim racing audiences being well and truly involved in the sport, you know for a fact that 8 seconds is an eternity. I mean, 1 second is a lot in an MX-5 Cup category, but 8 seconds is just completely bonkers. And I won't say that this wasn't expected to happen. It was a calculated decision by Shimano to just retire when he did the set number of laps and just take out so that he could have this fun time.
More fun. Chris Whaley trying to get the place away from Jack Ashton. So Ishimaru has that comfortable 8-second buffer. Background of the shot, you can see that battle for 4th is heating up as they work in towards Blanchimont once again. Whaley right on the gearbox of Ashton, pushing him into the left-hand sweeper. Continues to push him down as we enter the bus stop chicane. He's not going to pull out this time around, but just like we saw in race number 1, Jonathan, it might be the situation where Whaley is going to think about the move and maybe plan it out for that last lap of the race.
Maybe also be like a ploy to try and catch a Shimano, to try and use the bump drafting and draft to your advantage. But with only 12 minutes remaining, we got, like, what, 6 laps left? Even then, if you're catching him a second a lap, you're going to run out of time as this mid-pack is still fighting like crazy. And the problem is you're going to draw everyone else behind, including Hirota, Merrick, Taneguchi, Osteros, Gabdo, who were up here at the start. You're going to drag them back into the conversation for top 10 and top 5 finishes.
It's a bit crazy right now. Someone like Dustin Hirota, who's been spun around twice at that bus stop chicane, might not have expected 2 top 5 finishes, but that's what's on the cards for him. Side by side over the top of the hill, it's Josh Clog who's trying to challenge the 222 of Arthur Panzel. Here comes Graphite Racing to the outside, though. This is what we saw with Jack Ashton. And Aaron Kurtz in the number 76 should have the momentum to sweep around the outside as we go 3 wide into Les Combes. Those 2 cars are going to hold it on the inside. Shipsky Racing cuts across the nose of Josh Clog. And great job there from Panzel to slow that car down and get it turned in. Clog looks to the outside of Malmedy, though, as Panzel now has that 4th position all to himself. They touch doors through the middle of the corner down in towards Bruxelles. Clog once again is going to get, I think, slowed on the outside. Here comes Simon Erpelding on the inside. Is he going to try and stick his nose down the inside? No, he won't. Think better of it. As with 11.5 minutes still to go, these cars have now dropped a further 3 seconds behind the battle for 2nd and 3rd place, and no longer in any contention for a podium finish here.
Well, barring any issues from Ashton and Whaley, but did you see how close Arthur Panzel was to getting turned into Les Combes? I'm surprised he even had a gap to slide himself in front of. It's crazy moves from all these 4 of these drivers, and they haven't really collided or spun each other out. It's really good, respectful racing.
I've just seen a comment in our YouTube chat that made me do a double take. Great defensive driving with a controller. I don't believe. I do not.
Are you kidding me?
I think they said that last time. So, yeah.
I don't believe. I do not believe Arthur Panzel could have done that with a controller. Insane stuff.
I believe he said it last time. They said it last time. He's doing this with a controller, and I believe he confirmed it.
Oh, my word. This is insanity. I've tried driving with a controller on the iRacing service. What's it going to be like when Arthur Panzel finally gets a wheel and unlocks his true potential? Who knows what that's going to look like, but Simon Erpelding slots back into line behind Josh Clog as we enter the bus stop chicane. 10 minutes left on the clock as Clog goes a bit deep. He's going to open the door for Erpelding, but Erpelding gets a little bit spooked, goes very wide, and here comes Dustin Hirota. Leads the championship after race number 1 on the weekend. Now looks to the inside here, Sommel.
How aggressive is he going to go in this particular case? Refrains. Just a little bit, but he tidies up his line. Well, relatively tidies up. It's not going up towards the wall, but at least it's not too bad. But here they come, Arjuna. The draft is going to be huge, as always. You just have to line it up, but you get too close on the entry of Eau Rouge, and just the moment as you exit it, you can have nowhere to go, and that could be too chaotic. Thankfully, not happening this time out.
Yeah, but watch this. Watch as those cars in the draft just close on up. Hirota's got a challenge from Dawid Mirek in the Sol Nitro racing car in today's field. There you'll see Dawid looks to the outside, as does Simon Erpelding in the 111. Side by side, too deep they go. Down in towards the Lecombe chicane. Josh Clogg will hold the inside of Malmedy as well, but that 111 car with a lot of momentum that gets checked up on the inside of the corner. Here comes Hirota trying to take advantage of the situation. Shipsky Racing able to hold on for now, but here comes Hirota. This is now a four-way fight for the sixth position on back. It's Aaron Kurtz and Arthur Panzel doing battle for fourth at this point in time. Turning our attention to second and third place once again as they work their way down through Pujon, and we'll get a shot then of all the cars as they filter their way through. Down in towards the Piff Paff section, you can see those two cars head into the braking zone and throw themselves into the right-left chicane, and they've got 7 seconds to the cars that are trying to chase them down. And you know, Jonathan, that's a pretty good situation to be in if you're both of those drivers. They're trying to chase down Ishimaru in the championship, and while they've been fairly inconsistent and up and down from race to race, I mean, second and third, good points haul to set yourself up very nicely for our last 2 race weekends of this season.
Keep in mind, they finished 1 and 2 in the first race, so this is going to be a great points haul for both those drivers. And they can try and use the draft to close up to Ishimaru. They're running out of time, unfortunately. But the big gap now to Arthur Panzel, I think, is something that is going to bring comfort to their mind, that even if things get a little rough in the last lap as they're fighting for second, it's going to be okay. If you look at this great battle again in the mid-pack.
Yeah, I love seeing cars just throwing it wide at Blanchimont. Hirota has to cover off Mirek behind as well. He looks to the inside. That 50 car is slithering from inside to outside and back again. Hirota gets that car thrown around the outside, gets past Simon Erpelding for 7th position on track. Erpelding side by side with Mirek as we cross the start-finish line. 7 minutes to go then. We do have some groups. There are some gaps between these groups as well. You can see in the background, Takeshi Taniguchi. Oh no! Dustin Hirota around! Simon Erpelding has spun our championship leader! Hirota has been touched 3 times in this race so far, Jonathan.
And he almost just got T-boned by everyone coming through. So the second time this race, Dustin Hirota gets turned around, and it's a day that he does not want to forget, I think. And this is going to be a frustrating one for the Phoenix Racing Esport car. He goes down into the source, and I think the 111 is just a bit aggressive getting down there. They're trying to hold as much speed as possible, and Hirota's been a lot cleaner. We've mentioned he's been running a tighter line in that corner as well. I didn't think he planned on whipping it out all the way to the outside wall. And without all that speed, there's just nowhere for the 111 to put it besides into the rear bumper of the 5.
Yeah, slightly different lines there. Hirota carrying less speed through the corner than Erpelding did, and championship leader finds himself pointing in the wrong direction, and I'm sure for a couple of seconds there, he thought another race was over for him. Back to live pictures we'll go. Oh no, that's a big issue for Takeshi Taniguchi and James Yacht. This is coming over the crest in towards Malmedy, I believe. We'll spool this one back. We haven't had too many replays to take a look at. Side by side as we work through Lecombe in towards Malmedy. Oh, contact very early on between the two of them, and they kind of just get hooked together and send each other into the barrier. So, unfortunate contact there, and Yacht and Taniguchi now run in 13th and 14th respectively. We'll jump forward once again to second and third because Chris Whaley still has Jack Ashton well and truly in his sights, Sommel. 5 minutes to go. We're looking at maybe 2 laps to go.
Not too long to go then. Yeah, no, Spa is a long circuit. There are many, many places to go, but the right move just has to come at the right time. Who knows? Might as well just come up right here at the bus stop chicane because Whaley getting ever so close to Arjuna. The intent surely is there.
He's all over that bumper right now. Is he going to look to the inside for the first time? No, he'll lift off the throttle and let Ashton release some pressure, rather, on Jack Ashton. A couple of laps to go, maybe just trying to wait till the final opportunity as they both take the Sven Demel line, as we've decided to call it for today's broadcast, running all the way wide through the bus stop chicane. Turn our attention to the battle between Josh Clog and Dawid Mirek, because Clog is starting to fall through the field slightly. Erpelding in that 111 has lost a couple of tenths of a second at this point in time. As we go through last source, Clog is having to defend very hard from the challenge behind here, Jonathan.
I'm wondering if there's any damage or anything on that 99, because every time he gets passed, it seems like he gets dropped like a rock, unfortunately. But he's been the fiercest defender, I think, of anyone in the field. He's been fighting hard on the inside and the outside, and he's been really, really respectful from that 99 machine. I don't think you'll find a better defender right now, but he's going to have a whale of a job on his hands. He's got 2 cars with the draft as they head into Lurcombes.
On board with the 111, who sees Muek pull to the outside. He uses that draft from the 50 machine as Clog and Mirek go side by side. Mirek has cleared Clog as we enter the braking zone. Here comes the challenge from the 111. Bit too far behind. He'll slot back into line, but still in with a chance potentially of getting up into 6th position. They're also squabbling over 4th and 5th. That was Arthur Panzel and Aaron Kurtz, who have managed to pull a couple of tenths of a second to these cars over the last couple of laps. Here comes Erpelding as he tries to now get past Josh Clog, who's seemingly starting to slow up. A couple of tenths of a second between Clog and Mirek already, as Clog has got a lot of pressure right now being applied, Sommel, and he's not looking very comfortable either.
Yeah, it's a point that Jonathan mentioned just a few minutes ago. He just seems to be losing pace as the race tends to go on. So that could very well be an advantage of sorts for Erpelding. But as I always tend to say, it's not me, but even Merlin Walker for that matter says, it's one thing to close up, it's a different thing to pass. And Clog has been doing his best in defending. Spa may be a circuit that offers you so much real estate, but getting that move done is a completely different task whatsoever. Can he hold it up? Can he maintain the calmness and the patience to get that move done towards the end?
So on board with Erpelding as we come out of the Paul Frere corner and start our climb towards Blanchimont. That Shipsky Racing car is all over now. Josh Clog, he's got a healthy dose of draft as we work in towards Blanchimont. Clog has got some draft from in front as well, but the double draft for the 111 will be pulling him along as he enters the braking zone for the bus stop. Are we going to look at 3 wide potentially here? Clog is side by side with Mirek already, and here comes Shipsky Racing. Where is that car going to go? Josh Clog is going to go up into 6th position for now. It's a nice little fight as we take what will be our final lap of the race. So cross the line with just over 90 seconds left on the clock. White flag will be in the air for Shiochi Ishimaru. You will notice, by the way, Jonathan, the gap between 1st and 2nd is now down to just 5 seconds.
The draft is really helping Ashton and Whaley, but the problem was Ishimaru got this insane gap at the start, and like we were looking at the gap, like 1 second, 1.5 seconds a lap. 12 minutes is only about like 6 laps around here in these cars, 5 if we're
exactly
in their lap time. So there just wasn't enough time, I don't think, for Ashton and Whaley to catch them. They're faster at the moment, but it's just the clock has been working against those two, and now they have to pay attention to now fighting each other.
Great aerial shot. Look at them all squabbling. Oh, Shipsky Racing almost forces it 3 wide. Mirek is getting pushed along by Shipsky Racing as Josh Clog tries to try and fend off those 2 cars around his outside. Side by side, Clog goes, but oh, is Erpelding going to hold on to that one? Just about. As they continue to work side by side in through Malmedy, Clog holds on to the inside and holds on to 7th position. Half a second separating Mirek and Clog now. Might be this battle for 7th and 8th that we want to keep our eyes on. Down in through Bruxelles, last lap of the race, we must say Jack Ashton is still feeling the pressure from Chris Whaley, but Aaron Kurtz has kind of fallen off the back of Arthur Panzel for 4th and 5th. Shiochi Ishimaru still runs all by himself through the Piff Pass section. It's got about a minute to go before he'll come across the line to take home another race win and head back to the lead of our championship here. Erpelding still looking very aggressive in towards the Piff-Paff section. He wants to get up into that 7th spot here, Sommel, but I think he's going to wait until he rounds Curve Paul Frere and then try and get that draft down in towards Blanchimont.
It has to be it. That is just about the right time to make that move, because if he does it any time earlier, an attack can be placed up once again. That Shibsky car is just trying to make sure that he gets the entry just correct. But man, how good has Ishimaru been today?
Absolutely unbelievable. It wasn't even his fault. All of that drama that we saw in race 1, he was following what race control had told him. So Shioichi Ishimaru, 2 pole positions here in our race weekend from Spa-Francorchamps. Just the solitary win, but back to the front of the standings he goes, and Ishimaru will be looking at the next 2 rounds to try and seal this championship. Ashton manages to hold off the challenge from Chris Whaley. Let's take a look at Simon Erpelding and Josh Clog. Erpelding has just managed to get past in towards the bus stop chicane, so last lap move has dropped Josh Clog down to 8th. But a good performance there from the fiercely forward number 99 car. We saw him running up in 2nd at one point. I'm sure he's going to be thrilled with that result. So we wait then for the final cars to come across the line, and we've finished up another entertaining race weekend in IVRA Club Cup action. And Sommel, I think we need to reflect just a little bit on the start of race number 1, because you can never say in racing what would have happened. But Ishimaru was a man on a mission today, and the pace he showed in the lead of race number 2, it's a shame that we didn't get to see him using that speed to try and claim race number 1 victory.
Yeah, because he lost so many positions at the start. He saw a little bit of the red mist and had that accident there at the bus stop chicane too. But like many things in life, could have, would have, should have, all that does not matter towards the end. He'll be just putting his head down and saying, right, what can we make from here?
So let's run you through the race results for our second race of the weekend before we take a look and talk about our third race of the weekend. Race 2 in the IVRA Club Cup, it's Shioichi Ishimaru who takes the win with a 5-second buffer to Jack Ashton in the Team Fordzilla number 98. Year 1's racing, Chris Whaley takes the third and final step then on the podium. Arthur Panzel comes home in 4th. Aaron Kurtz for Graphite Racing comes home in 5th, with Dawid Mirek, the sole Nitro racing car, in 6th place. Last lap, Simon Erpelding gets past Josh Clog and drops Clog in the number 99 down to 8th. Got Takumi Kusayama and Frank Oosterhuis 9th and 10th. Dustin Hiroder, 2nd place in the championship coming into this weekend, and a fairly disastrous weekend for him. He'll finish 11th, with John Atkinson Jr. in 12th. James Yacht from the Yacht Brothers comes home in 13th, with Takeshi Taniguchi in 14th. Dave Chapman, the 444, comes home in 15th place, then recovering to finish on the lead lap. But Evan Gobdell, Yannick Brenner, Caleb Hyde, and Andre Jameson, the cars that didn't make it to the checkered flag. So that's all of our IVRA Club Cup action then wrapped up for one more race weekend. We're going to turn it over to the IVRA ClubSport Series in just a couple of moments' time, but Jonathan, I want to get your thoughts about what we just saw, because one more race is done, and we've just got 4 races left in what has been one of the more entertaining series we get to broadcast live on RaceSpotTV.
It's entertaining because it has so many different drivers at so many different skill levels, and the points battle is still wide open. So I think with 4 rounds to go, I think we can still see a lot of these different drivers, even Dave Chapman, who had kind of a meh weekend, still fight for this championship. It's going to be close and exciting all the way to the end.
You talk about the meh weekend for Chapman, but disaster for Hiroda then. 3 separate incidents resulting in contact where Hiroda really could do nothing about it. But we're going to take another couple of minutes here live on RaceSpotTV. We'll be right back with coverage of the 4 hours of Spa. Round number 4 in the IVRA ClubSport Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. So, 60 minutes of racing later, 60 minutes of qualifying later, we're finally ready to get underway for our main event of today's racing coverage, the 4 hours of Spa and the 4th round of the IVRA ClubSport Series. It's been a fantastic start to our 2020-21 campaign, and already 3 races down, we've got championship pictures forming in each of our 3 classes. So qualifying is done. We showed you coverage of that in between our 2 Club Cup races, and as a result, 4 hours of racing is what lies ahead of us today. 3 classes of competition. You see there, we've got 2 single make classes in the Porsche 911 Cup class and the Audi RS3 LMS class. And then we've got GT4 machinery where BMW M4 and Porsche 718 Cayman are about to do battle. Live race control and safety cars will be in effect, and we'll be following along with those penalties and race control decisions, trying to figure out which teams are getting in trouble. And trouble is the word that I want to raise here, Jonathan, because penalty points. We talked about it briefly in Club Sport qualifying. There are a number of teams that are getting close to our penalty point limit. IVRA Race Control has a very thorough system for categorizing incidents and assigning blame, and as a result, some teams are in the naughty box for today's race.
Yeah, we have 2 teams in the GT4 category and then the Hell Racers team in the Cup category that both need to be careful, but there's also some drivers that need to watch out as well, including the Alpine Stars Geodesic starter Miguel Vigo has 8 penalty points just on his own. So there's not only a couple teams but a couple drivers that just need to take it nice and easy around Spa, and this is a good place to do it. It's a long 4-mile track, but as the endurance race showed us a couple months ago, calamity can still happen.
Oh, and we saw cars crashing under caution as well, all types of drama in our season opening race for the IVRA Endurance Series. Let's talk about the track conditions for one of the first times today, because we are racing in the virtual winter. And take a look at that, Sommel. Track temperature, 19 degrees Celsius. It's going to mean tire wear is very, very low compared to what we saw in the summer when we came here. And as a result, alternate strategies are going to be on teams' minds.
They are indeed. Everyone is just wondering about the potential of double stinting. That's been the word on everyone's mind, and a lot of it will be down to how, in fact, they can manage the temperatures, because now that they're at 19 degrees, they're far more suitable double stinting. And normally, being July in the calendar of IVRA, in the iRacing official calendar, we expected it to be a bit higher, but it's slightly cooler, so teams will be breathing a sigh of relief in that department. But it also opens up many permutations and combinations. If you race a bit too hard, who knows, maybe time management could be off the scale. Maybe you cannot be able to double stint.
So some storylines just to think about as we prepare to roll on over into our race session. Hello and welcome back, by the way, to RaceSpotTV. We're delighted you're choosing to spend one of your opening weekends of a new year with us here live, and there's a lot of racing action to catch across of the iRacing service. We started off today with the Winter Green Hell round number 3, IVRA Club Sport in competition today, and also a small series known as the Porsche Tag Car Esports Super Cup makes its return for 2021 as well. So lots of racing action, and you're joining myself, Arjuna Kankipati, as well as my broadcast partners, Sommel Aurora and Jonathan Burke. I have TV cameras from Istvan Ballo and TrackCams22.com at my disposal, with additional car cameras provided by RaceSpot's own Tyler Maxson. You can follow along with the best in all of racing, both real and virtual, at timing71.org, where you can use the world-class suite of data analysis tools to keep up to date with your favorite team and driver. So, a couple of minutes to go then before we get underway. It's already been a crazy couple of hours to kick off a Saturday morning here. At least for me, it's a Saturday morning. But Sommel, 4 hours of racing action, Spa-Francorchamps, 3 classes of competition, safety cars, fuel strategies, tire strategies, throw them all together, and what we know is that IVRA ClubSport Series always likes to throw some curveballs at us.
We have seen so many of those taking place, and safety cars and strategy, that's going to be the talk of the town. How teams are going to manage that, and early on in the Discord server, the chat was primarily about track limits and how things are going to be managed around that. But I think that debate has been sorted out. Now, all the eyeballs are on strategy. What teams can make of with the given conditions? Because seriously, those given conditions are going to be chopping and changing all the time. So it's all about thinking on the slot, thinking about what you can do in a particular scenario, and just maximizing everything you've got, because that's going to be changing.
So here we go then. 3 rounds done, and a brand new year, 3 races still to go in the IVRA ClubSport Series. 4 hours at Spa lays ahead. Let's take a look at our starting grid for the very first time in 2021. So on pole position for Fiercely Forward, it's Hugo Giroux, who unfortunately has the misfortune of having his name butchered every time we say it live on RaceSpotTV, but he'll have Anders Myers to his outside, just under half a tenth of a second behind. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and Miguel Vigo will line up in third, with Team Down Under in the number 45 car on the outside of row number 2. Hugh Jass and Jeff Tyler will line up in 5th. The championship leaders have some interesting names around them, the likes of H2 Performance SRT, the number 22 on the outside of row 3, with Hell Racers, the 26th, in 7th place, with Team 11 PJ Claessens in 8th. Maniti Racing and Rutger Winden in the 78 car will line up in 9th position, with the World of Sim Racing team on the edge of the top 10. The sister car, the Hell Racers 16, is going to line up in 11th, and he'll have NAB Racing and Nick Thyssen to his outside. Exactly 1 second behind pole position, it's Fuga Simsport and Justin Ram. Fisher Motorsport and Manuel Mayer will be lining up in the 14th spot. Bernd Ziebel in the number 86 car that won our ClubSport Summer Series lines up all the way back in 15th place, with the World of Sim Racing team number 51 on his outside. Last couple of starters in this class, it's Virtual Motorsport, Fisher Motorsport, the number 85, and then Ragazzo Racing and the Impulse Racing 69 completes this 911 Cup class. Let's take a look at GT4s then, in second place in the championship, but pole position for the My Days Urban Worst team and Danny Giesa in the 124. Just 0.03 of a second separate him and SRN Motorsports and Jason Gerard, with the second of the SRN cars 0.8 of a second back in third. AOD Racing, they'll line up in 4th in their BMW. We'll have Samsoid Emerald in the 199 car lining up in 5th, and the Porsche Owners Club 121 car on the outside of row 3. Shipsky Racing, the 111, is in 7th position, with Team Hoisingveld in 8th. Hugh Jass, the 137, lines up in 9th, with Pneumatic Motorsports in 10th, SimRC ClubSport in 11th, with No Luck EM Sport in 12th. We'll quickly work our way onto the TCRs, because cars are already rolling in towards Blanchimont to start off our race. Full Send Racing with a pole position here for Ollie Peacock. Impulse Racing on his outside. Kinetic Racing in the 284 lineup on the inside of row 2. They'll have Full Send Racing next to them. ASIM Speed Performance, the 273, lines up in 5th. Team Hoisingveld in 6th, the championship leaders. Fiercely Forward in 7th. RSR Esport by G Performance then in 8th place. Not enough time to run you through the rest of your field, but 4 hours on the docket today, and we cannot wait to get underway for our 4th round of the IVRA ClubSport Series. Field left in control of the number 34 and Fiercely Forward. It's already looking like a number of cars have had to check up, and eventually the number 34 punches the throttle, and we go racing here in Belgium. Side by side, Team Bergen and Alpine Stars already scrapping it out. There's been 1 or 2 cars that haven't even taken to the green flag as we filter 3 wide out of turn number 1 on the run down into Eau Rouge and Radion. Team Down Under, the number 45 car, we expected to see them in 5th position, stationary in the pit lane. We'll try and figure out what happened there for Vince Peters, but 911 Cup cars over the top of the hill. The number 34 car getting very squirrely as he has to run very, very wide. Maniti Racing side by side further back in the pack, and already cars trying to figure out where there's a little bit of space for them to try and find. You can see Maniti Racing is going to drop out of the top 10 right now as Hell Racers number 16 throws it down the inside. World of Sim Racing, that's the number 52 off into the grass. Maniti Racing makes contact. NAB Racing is around in the middle of the road. Disaster then in 911 Cup car. Look at GT4 as well. Craziness for Hugh Jass, your championship leaders. They've got Team Hoisingveld on their inside. Team Hoisingveld now down to 8th position. Hugh Jass holds on to that 7th spot in their BMW. But lots of action then throughout the field. This is TCR. Kinetic
Oh,
Racing!
no.
Kinetic Racing's going to get forced sideways. They're going to throw themselves back into the middle of the road. Geodesic,
Oh.
contact made, and disaster at the start of our Club Sport race here. We might have an early safety car. Race Control will have a decision to make here. And Sawmill, disaster. Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing on their roof. Safety car is inevitable.
That is absolutely horrific for all the competitors in the TCR category. We know that drivers are energetic at the start. We know that they've got a lot of adrenaline, but that is absolutely awful.
And caution already out. We're not even one lap in here in Belgium. Team Bergen slows the field down. They're out front now. Fiercely Forward is dropped to 3rd place. So carnage in the opening moments here from Spa. And Jonathan, we have to figure out what just happened.
It was 3 different classes, all pouring down into Liscombs, and unfortunately, not all 3 of them made it. And you switched to the TCR battle at possibly the worst and best time, as we saw that incident just unfolding. The Kinetic Racing car looked very similar to an incident we saw in the Club Cup race, as just at the end of Eau Rouge, at the beginning of the Kemmel Straight. You can see it right here. This was the start, and World of Sim Racing sent it in the middle, and that's, I think, where all the chaos started.
Yeah, we'll try and figure this out. You see Team 11. This is like reminiscent almost of like 1998 in that F1 race where big drama at the start, but that was obviously coming down out of La Source. Here you'll see PJ Clayson. Something is going to happen to him, I've seeing on my timing screen. We'll follow on with this replay though. In fact, keep a lookout for NAB Racing and Nick Thissons, because they're the car that we saw around Sommel in just a couple of moments time.
Yeah, but I think they got hit from somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where. Okay, Maniti are right there. They missed their line. There's a car that runs wide and they hit Maniti. Oh, okay, so it's the Hellraisers team that make contact with NAB Racing, and that's where Maniti got involved rather innocently.
Yep, let's take a look at this again. There you'll see the pass for Fiercely Forward as they get dropped down to 3rd. Both of those cars down the inside of the Lecombe chicane on the entry into that corner. And we'll turn our attention back to NAB Racing once again and look at this one. You see World of Sim Racing off into the grass. That's going to force the NAB car to check out wide. And, really unfortunate incident there, because you really can't say much about what the Hellraisers car did there. There's not much time to react, and if you're Richard Carlson in the number 16 machine here, watch on board, Jonathan, through this incident.
And there's just nowhere to go. He sees the puff of smoke, and he might not even see the World of Sim Racing car come back on the track. There's just nowhere for the Hellraiser car to go, nowhere for Maniti to go besides back in the World of Sim Racing car. So I think all 3 of them are just really innocent victims. That whole mess started with that 52 just getting a little bit out of shape, going into Liscombs and stacking up the field.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can figure out the other incident. So here's...
Oh, that's the 51.
So that's the 52
actually.
rather. No, 52 has that initial incident, then you see the 51 has to stop. That's what happened to Thyssen. What happened at the front of TCR then? Okay, well, take a look here, all the way back here, and follow along with Alpine Stars Geodesic. Already 3 wide as they funnel down into turn 1. Huge Ass has already been hit from behind, so there's one bit of contact down in towards La Source that Race Control is going to have to be taking a look at, but here we go. Funneling down in towards Eau Rouge and Radion. We see, is that Impulse Racing in front that maybe is going to get involved in this one. Alpine Stars is the car that ends up on its roof, of course. You see Kinetic and Impulse getting that contact there. Impulse managed to get away with it. It's Kinetic who swarms back onto the track there, Jonathan. And once again, you really can't say much about Kinetic Racing. They didn't have much time to react there.
It was either going to put it into that outside wall or put it back into traffic, and neither one was going to result probably going back out into traffic. They're fighting with the Impulse machine right here. They're side by side, and it's just, they run out of a little room right there. It's a slight touch, but it's enough to upset the car and hit the curb. So now he's going to have to try and catch it. He overcorrects it. It ends up getting out of control. And then there's nothing these two can do back here. In fact, maybe a split second later or earlier, Alpine Stars Geodesic wouldn't have been involved, but gets involved and then up on his roof. And for Alpine Stars Geodesic, at least for the TCR team, it's been a miserable year with a bunch of bad luck, and this just makes it a whole lot worse.
You like that angle there, Samuel? I saw just how close Mikel Garcia came to disaster then, and, well, I'm still a little bit stunned at what I've just seen here. We'll take one more look. We'll jump off this onboard, but what you're going to see... Now, actually, let's stick on this onboard. Maybe we can find a slightly better one, but here you'll see. The kinetic car, Samuel, is going to touch that inside curb, and once that happens... it's game over. That car shoots off onto the left side, Impulse has nowhere to go, and Kinetic, unfortunately, ends up in the wrong direction. Oh, once again, we take a look at that impact.
My goodness.
Big impact there, and again, Sommel, Geodesic is a team that we're used to seeing further up in our fields. They've struggled in TCR throughout this season so far, but at the same token, that's a team that we never expect to see on their roofs this early in a race.
Exactly, Geodesic have been so competitive but haven't been able to get the points in, and that just does not help in any way whatsoever. Flipped around at the very beginning, and their bad run just seems to continue. No points in Barber. They're on course for not many, if any, here today.
So we've worked through some of the pictures from that opening lap of the race. I don't even think that we got out of the Curve Paul Frere before the yellow flag came out, so...
The disputed Curve Paul Frere.
Many of the corner names here are disputed, so we're not going to get into that debate, because we might end up staying here for the foreseeable future. So we'll see.
Or bring back the barber corners.
Or bring back the barber corners. I don't like the sound of that, that's for sure. But a few cars down onto pit lane. It's the cars that you would expect. Someone like the 52 World of Sim Racing Porsche 911 that we saw off the track causing that incident. Interestingly as well, huge ass TCR. They've come down the pit lane.
They were turned at the beginning of Les Combs, and I think that. Or not Les Combs, Les Source, and that might have been the blessing in disguise, because they were in the middle of that scrap had they not gotten turned.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So, bit of luck there for Huge Ass in the TCR class, potentially. Minor contact replaces major contact. But here we go. First caution in our 4-hour race, and I don't expect many cars will come down the pit lane this time around.
Yeah.
So maybe for repairs, I don't know how many got beaten up, because those were just the two major incidents. There could have been a lot of minor beating and banging, for all we know, going around as we were trying to figure out what was happening.
So, interestingly as well, Fiercely Forward already down to 3rd place. So we know draft is going to be a big factor, but the part of the equation that becomes harder for us to quantify in the booth, Sommel, is the tires, right? Because obviously cold tires. A lot of these different teams will have different strategies for how they've set up their cars, right? So if one team is only thinking of a double stint, another team is thinking of triples, one might put a bit more camber into the car, try and run the tires that much more aggressively. Who knows what any of these teams have done? But what we do know is that on these restarts, it's anyone's game coming out of La Source up towards the Lacombe chicane.
It actually is very much anyone's game right now, and with the new iRacing BOP update coming in, the car has been made seemingly more stable, and there is a lot more grip, it seems, but handling the tires and making sure that they last a long distance is still quite the challenge. And I had this very same chat with Hugo Jouret, who's behind the wheel right now, and he says that I'm somewhat happy that I've put it on pole, but I'm not very happy because it's going to be very, very hard to maintain the draft, considering how impactful rather it is on the Kemmel Straight, more than it usually is rather. And so I think this ideally is where he would like to be instead of being on pole position, where you can use that draft and make sure that he's in the right end with all the swapping going on, because trust me, Arjuna, the swapping on the draft train is going to be mighty, mighty huge this weekend.
So, draft is going to be a factor. Changes to the car are also going to be a factor. I was talking to some of the drivers from the World Championship ranks in the lead up to this race. Not about IVRA in particular, but more about this Porsche 911 Cup car. And one of the things that I did hear at the top level, and this might obviously not be the case in an endurance type of a race, but for a sprint race, recent additions to the car and changes to the car have basically made it a fixed setup. That's what the World Championship drivers are telling me. There's not you. Last year we talked to Sebastian Job and he talked about, one of the things that helped him to that championship last year was working slightly differently, being willing to try different things that logically you might not think make sense in the real world, but might work in iRacing. And so that's one place where Job found some significant improvement on. Going to be difficult in a more fixed setup series to have those kind of improvements. And when it comes down then to something like tire strategy, I wonder, is there one strategy that makes sense, just like one setup makes sense for a sprint race in this car? And it's just very interesting. The other thing that was interesting as well is one particular driver that I talked to. He blamed this phenomenon on one driver in particular. Now, we're not going to name names because I don't want to get in trouble. It's like, ooh, you said this, but I meant this. I'm not going to get into that debate. But, Sommel, I will posit to you that what I've been told is that given that these drivers at the World Championship level do have significant influence on certain things, one driver in particular was very insistent on what he felt was wrong with the car, and as a result suggested a change that's resulted in this effectively fixed setting for the World Championship rank. So it's interesting. You hear that the way that driver feedback plays into iRacing development as well. It's a very interesting cycle, and games are being played by the World Championship drivers.
I love it. I was just waiting for this day, and yes, it may not really have the most positive impact on the car. That depends on your opinion, of course, depending on what you think is a positive impact for the car. But this sort of day had to happen. Beyond the point, sim racing, the way this industry has been growing, some voices will definitely be heard louder than the other ones, purely because of the influential nature of how life works sometimes with some people. So, yeah, I think, if anything, it just shows that sim racing is getting bigger. And when something gets bigger, politicking and just lobbying for change becomes a more important factor, be it in sport, being in anything. Wow, we've come a long way, haven't we, since it just being deemed as a video game.
Can you believe we actually have unions as well, VCO, and...
We do, yeah.
It's great. Sim racing has come on so far in 2020, and 2021 is going to be even better. There's stuff on the agenda that I can't talk about. I don't want to get in trouble, so we will refrain from diving in. But one thing that we can talk about, one more lap under safety car. We see the lights are off on the pace car right now. NAB Racing. Let's give a shout out to Nick Thyssen, who I mentioned on these broadcasts before. Nick is part of the ATVO team that doesn't just help RaceSpotTV. ATVO powers most of the broadcasters across the iRacing service, and there was a little bit of a reveal that happened on the RaceSpot social media accounts. If you're not already following, reminder, at RaceSpotTV, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, you can follow us on all of those channels. A little bit of a leak of something for 2021 that Nick has been helping us with. Brand new theme, a brand new graphical package, and, well, there was a few people who apparently thought that my leak tweet was actually RaceSpot being hacked. Don't worry, RaceSpot has not been hacked. What we are is very excited about 2021 and a few of the other things that I can't mention. What I can talk about is a new graphics package that's looking very nice indeed. And somewhere, Simon Povey is smiling because he's heard that we have a vertical ticker. What's happened to Team 11? We're about to go back to green flag racing and Team 11 has put themselves into the tires. Well, watch this here.
What was that all about?
That is going to be something that Race Control is going to be taking a look at. That's for sure. Maniti Racing and Team 11 are getting together as we get ready to go green flag racing once again. Hopefully Team 11 hasn't sustained too much damage from that one there, but bizarre. That is bizarre. Lights off on the pace car, so we are going back to green flag racing this time around. The question is, Maniti Racing, Team 11, do they now have some damage after contact?
Do you mean in the car or in the driver's minds?
Maybe a little bit of both, but back to green flag racing we go. Team Bergen's going to hold us up here as we come through the bus stop chicane. They're going to try and punch the throttle at their most opportune moment. Here we go, back to green flag racing. Can we get one green flag lap under our belts before we go back to caution? That's what we're all hoping. Already side by side, Huge Ass, your championship leaders have got to defend. They've got contact from behind. Hell Racers are slammed into them, and somehow they managed to survive that one and work their way in through turn 1 safely. GT4s now dive their way into La Source for what will be their second green flag lap, and here comes Team Bergen, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, and the fiercely forward number 34. Side by side, further back in your 911 Cup class, Matthew Crisp is side by side with other drivers as well, as he's got 911 Cup cars coming all around him in that TCR fiercely forward machine. Huge Ass to the inside of HRT. They've passed the number 22 car and up into 4th, the championship leaders. There's Team 11, so that damage doesn't seem to have done too much negative to their hopes for the remainder of the race. You see side by side, that's H2 Performance, their sister car, with the Fisher Motorsports Neon car. So look at this side by side further back in your field. They're losing time hand over fist right now, already 2 seconds behind Virtual Motorsport in front of them. That's not what they would have wanted. Let's turn our attention to GT4. They're right behind the tail end of 911 Cup class. My Day's Urbanwurst now have 7/10 of a second to the 174 SRN car, and then 3 seconds to the rest of your field. Your championship leaders are languishing down in 5th place in class right now. They've got some work to do to get up onto the podium steps. Turning attention over to TCR as they work right behind the tail end of GT4. It's Full Send Racing 285 that leads this race. RSR by G Performance up into 2nd. SimRC car, ClubSport off the road. One of our GT4 machines is having some issues, and the rest of your cars filing on past him. The TCR machines now have to contend with GT4 traffic and that slow 911 Cup car. That's the 52 car that's making his way back through the field. So we're finally going to get our first official green flag lap done then. Team Bergen will come across the line 20 minutes into our 4-hour race to lead it from Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and the number 34 fiercely forward car right behind. Sommel, interesting start there, and good to see it was a little bit cleaner than that initial green flag start.
Yep, everyone just realizing the need to be extremely calm and cautious on the very first lap, and they've done exactly that. And Anders Meyer at the very top has some challenge from Miguel Vigo as we see the battles in the midfield.
Look at that 3 wide as they dive into turn 1. That NAB car gets squeezed, and now over-under attempted from Nick Thissons. He's going to try and go on the inside down in towards our Erusian Radion. NAB Racing, can they get this one done? They're going to get stuck. In fact, I think Thyssen has thought better of that and lifted off the throttle. He'll tuck back into line, but 3 wide. This is a battle at the end of the 911 Cup class, and it's looking just as fierce as the battle out front. Ooh. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing uses that draft to throw it down the inside. The top 3 cars are broken away by about 2.2 seconds from your championship leading number 37 car. So 911 Cup class, these cars are all just trying to find a little bit of real estate and work their way into their race rhythm, Jonathan, because race rhythm is going to be the story of the race.
Yeah, you need to get in rhythm. You need to really have a good flow of it, and Miguel Vigo drove here in the Endurance Series, and if you may not remember, he spun out in the restart, so he's hoping that he doesn't have any more restarts. He lost the lead and fell a lap down, but managed to recover and win that race for Alpine Stars Geodesic. But now it's all going to be about getting into rhythm and really trying to get rid of Team Bergen and Fiercely Forward. Like, these guys have to break away from each other. If they keep racing each other, it's going to make it harder to fuel save and tire save.
Beniti Racing, winners last time out, damage to both sides of that front end on their Porsche 911 Cup car. So Rutger Winden now has to deal with this trouble until that first pit stop cycle, and that will be his first opportunity to try and get some repairs done to the front of his car. He sits in 8th position right now and tries to get to work on the Hell Racers car in front of him. Let's try and turn our attention then to a few of our other classes. The My Day's Urbanwurst team. Danny Giesa has been one of the standout performers in this class so far, Sommel, and now that gap to Jason Gerard is already 1.1 seconds.
Danny Giesa, of course, a sim racing veteran of his own, And he's just putting that to good use. And yes, take a look at this one. SRN Motorsport, we had a detailed chat in qualifying about the kind of potential they have shown early on in the season. And this is just a representation of exactly that. They're always there. Can they materialize it into a good result? Again, 3.5 hours left to go for this one. But it is seemingly very promising as we end up with, what, the third lap of the race?
This will be our second full green flag lap, but yes, our third proper lap of the race, technically, if you exclude all of our caution laps. Let's turn our attention to TCR because full send racing in that 285 machine, well, pole position for Ollie Peacock, and now is starting to break away from the draft here. And Sommel, TCR machines, the draft is always so important. If Peacock can pull away here, it's going to set up the next 3.5 hours very nicely.
Seriously. It makes so much more sense in the TCR category to be in the second place or third place than in be number one, because it just gives you the leverage to save a lot of fuel. And yes, fuel saving is good. It's good to be frugal, it saves you money. But on the sim, there's more to do with just that, because the TCR car, folks, it has a very peculiar thing that it does not have the best technology in the world for its fuel filling. So there is a lot of time, and I mean literally a lot of time to be won by being more frugal on the track, because then you spend less in the pit lane and it's very, very less in comparison. So that's why you want to sit behind, you just want to relax, enjoy and stay in the draft train, because that is what is going to be giving you the edge in the longer term.
So, RSR by G Performance in a bit of a full send sandwich as they cover off SimRC ClubSport on their recovery after that incident that we saw them having. The 287 car about 1.1 seconds behind the RSR by G Performance TCR machine, and that's going to mean as that GT4 traffic makes its way through, the gap between second and third will close on up very slightly. Attention turned back towards the lead of 911 Cup class, because your top three runners still putting a lot of pressure onto each other. Don't count out the 37 car right behind as well, your championship leading car. Jeff Tyler at the wheel for Hugh Jass. And he sees the three Porsche 911 cars that sit on the podium trying to extend this gap. But the first thing I've noticed here, Jonathan, is we're not seeing very different lines being taken here by all of these cars. Compared to what we saw in the Mazdas, all three drivers not really abusing the track limits this time around.
I think the fastest way for these Cup cars is staying on the track, it looks like, and keeping that draft and keeping that tone, just keeping that momentum. You don't want to get off track. It's a lot more low riding, these Porsche cars, than the Mazdas, so getting on these bumps can damage the car and even damage the suspension in the rear, and that kind of damage is issues. We have a problem.
That's the sister SRN car. That was the car that was running third in the GT4 class just a few moments ago. So Ryan Huff has had to go off. Let's take a look. It's going to be something involving the Porsche Owners Club, who you can see right behind in the 121 machine. Oh, that 121 just a bit deep under braking, and contact made. Not much Ryan Huff could do there, Sommel.
Yep, not much Ryan Huff could do, but the only thing he can do right now is drop a message to his teammates, or rather even a virtual, or even a voice message or something. Just say, protest please. That wasn't very nice.
And they were having a good run, the Porsche Owners Club. That's the first time they've been up in the top 5, and unfortunately, that happens.
Well, race control already starting to be a fairly busy place. Let's run you through two decisions that have already come down from race control, as we try and get that up on your screen for you. Just give us one moment's time here. We'll get that going just in a second. There we go. So you'll see the first one, the 45 car, Team Down Under, that qualified in 4th position, started in the pit lane, but left the pit lane too early. They now have to serve a drive-through penalty. That's going to compromise the rest of their race and really hurt the chances for Team Down Under and Vince Peters. The second one of our incidents that race control has already come to a verdict on, Jonathan, though, is the 253 car, and that's going to be a 20-second stop-and-hold penalty. This is the incident that we saw with Hugh Jass in towards turn 1 on the start.
Yeah, there was a lot to unpack in that start, and there was actually 2 or 3 reports to unpack for race control as well. So at least one decision has come down, and that's going to be a 20-second stop and hold. It's good that it's early for that team, but it's going to be a long penalty and a long day for the 253 to try and recover.
So 2 penalties already. Race control going to be increasingly busy as the race goes on. And as mentioned, penalty points will start to come into effect as well. So we'll see if any drivers get increasingly harsh penalties, as they've already spent a few too many times visiting the steward's office. Team Bergen still running in second. You can see Huge Ass has got Team 11 that is very close on their heels right now. So 5 cars still in this leading group. Out front, you can see Maniti racing side by side with the Hell Racers number 26 car back in your shot. Bergen pulls to the inside for a second, thinks better of it, and slots back into line. Maniti racing, though, with that damage. Can they get past the 26 around the outside? They'll pinch them through Le Common. Very nicely done in that number 70 car. Rutger Winden takes Maniti up into 7th, Sommel.
That was a bold and daring move at a bold and daring time that has come up with a rather good result. Maniti Racing rolling the dice and certainly getting the payoff at this stage of the race. And they had to. With the damaged car, they've got to do something special to get a good result. Seemingly, they're doing that early on, but I noticed something there, Arjuna. I'll just take a second more. That was a Maniti car just putting one wheel, and only one wheel on the grass at Jackie X Corner. To give you guys a bit of context about what that really means, Jackie X Corner has been pretty much the subject of so much debate in the driver Discord chats, because track limits there is really serious. Drivers can just cut in there with iRacing not really paying much attention to it and gain a lot of time. At Race Control, they've specifically written out so many notes in the briefings, in the Discord chats, everywhere you can imagine, just saying, guys, don't cut turn number 9. You're better than that.
So we'll wait and see then how many cars get in trouble for cutting turn number 9. I'm already seeing at least one car has already got a first warning, so that's not what they would have wanted to kick off the start of this 4-hour race. I'm trying to figure out who that is. A couple of warnings actually coming down right now for turn 9. So that's Jackie X, which we go through right now on board with Mikel Garcia. There you see, RSR by G Performance taking that alternate line that someone was talking about there, Jonathan.
And sometimes it works, and sometimes if you stay out there too long, you can send your car towards the barrier. So it's an alternate fast line that does have its consequences if you're not careful. And right now, your RSR car needs to be careful because he's got 2 full-send racing machines, one in front, one behind. And the team really needs, I think, to stay up in these top 3 positions.
Yeah, well, RSR by G Performance, we see them across of all of your IVRA series. The only series they're not entered in is the Club Cup. Coming into last weekend at Zandvoort, they were running 1 and 2 in our IVRA GT Sprint Championship, but technical failures for one of their drivers has dropped one of those cars out of contention for the title, and that second car no longer at the top of the championship. So a bit of drama for that team, but they'll be hoping the ClubSport Series is a place where their TCR crew can show just how strong they are after a disappointing opening race in 2021. So Full Send Racing closes to within 0.6 of a second. 1.4 seconds separates your top 3 in TCR then. Let's turn attention back towards GT4 for a moment's time, because we don't really do it too often, because it's felt like for the majority of this season there weren't too many close battles going on. Here you'll see the SRN Motorsport 174 trying to chase down your second place in the championship car, My Day's Urbanwurst. Your championship leader, though, Sommel, 7.5 seconds back. We talked about BOP being potentially a factor here. What's your thoughts? Do you think Huge Ass is struggling with that BMW, or do you just think that the likes of SRN and My Days are finally having a very consistent run?
I think it would be a mixture of the two. Huge Ass, they have been the championship leaders, right? We know how good of a team they are, and it's hard really to think of them not having the natural pace. And I'm not saying that SRN are not doing a good job, they're just very consistent. But let's see why Huge Ass throughout the race have been slightly slow early on. Let's see how that materializes later on. But this is what should be the main focus right now, because this is the battle for the lead, folks.
Well, it should be the focus, but at the same time, they're being very respectful of each other. You'll see Team Bergen not really committing, maybe trying to do a bit of fuel saving behind Miguel Vigo, who's back to the lead of a race here at Spa-Francorchamps. He'll be hoping the next time we have a safety car restart, he can avoid losing it down into turn 1, which he did twice in our season opening race at the IVRA Endurance Series. Word coming through, by the way, from Race Control of a huge penalty. And not just a huge penalty here, Jonathan, but there's some significant penalty points being handed down as well.
A total of 5 penalty points and a 60-second stop and go for the 284 for that first lap incident. And it doesn't even show him in the pits right now. I think Kinetic Racing may have just called it a day after getting that one.
Yeah, that was a big incident, and Race Control has very quickly made a verdict on that one. So, unfortunately, Kinetic is not even going to be able to take that penalty. I wonder if Race Control is going to assign that penalty at the start of our next race.
They were still running. They just pulled into the pits, I think, to serve it, but no one has gotten in the car. The 284 is stopped.
Interesting. So, looks like Kinetic Racing might be done for today's race then. Couple of other cars that we might have lost as well. Fuga Simsport in their number 2 Porsche 911 car. Electronic Sportsman in their GT4 machine. The Alpine Stars TCR machine that we saw on its roof has unfortunately also had to call it quits. So 3 retirements already then in this race. Top 3 in your 911 Cup class. Really close as they try and pull away very slightly from your championship leaders. And Huge Ass has actually been passed now by Team 11 and PJ Claysons, who's up into 4th.
What?
So Huge Ass is slowly falling off at this point in time. See if we can figure out exactly when this pass happened for Jeff Tyler, who's been running fairly consistently in that spot where he's in. Oh, here we go. There's contact between the two of them. I wonder if Race Control might have more things to take a look at in just a few moments' time. I'll spin this one back, Sommel, and you can walk us through what you're seeing.
Beautiful day in the Belgian countryside, with just a little bit of contact with the Huge Ass car. Right, that's a forceful move by the number 97. They have had a gentle tap with PJ Claysons coming in, braking just a little bit too late. No, some of the braking is with the turn-in point. They just tapped him, and it's interesting with the 911 Cup car. You touch them and they lose momentum so easily that passing becomes quite the thing here. I mean, we've seen more forceful moves at turn number 1. Wink, wink at what we saw with Alejandro Sanchez, unfortunately, in last year's Porsche Esports Super Cup. But this one, a little more subtle. Nevertheless, still tapping, and I'm not sure that Huge Ass will be very
battle for the lead. Battle
that.
for the lead. Team Bergen just tried to make it work through traffic. That Leipzig Esports TCR machine opened the opportunity. Unfortunately, though, Vigo able to cover off that move from Anders Meyer. There was a moment where they almost went 3 wide down in towards Les Combes. Fiercely forward, by the way, finally able to get past that machine. They're now a couple of tenths of a second further back from this battle in the front 2. Sorry, Sommel, I did not mean to cut across you there, but I got very scared when I saw Team Bergen throwing it to the inside and a TCR machine stuck on the outside.
It's good psychology. Team Bergen, they might be holding back and being in the good place because, of course, they have to save up all their fuel in the drop, but they're just putting out a small warning notice that, hey, we're still here, mate. We're not attacking, but you better remember that we're going to be exactly there when the moment arrives.
Let's take a look at this battle in GT4 between our 2 cars. We got BMW M4 over the top of the crest with Albert Jones behind the wheel. Here comes Christopher Pies in the Shipsky Racing 111. Trying to get into that draft, but look at that. Jonathan, that BMW just pulls away down. Wait, that's Huge Ass!
That is Huge Ass, yeah.
What is happening? Huge Ass, your championship leaders, seemingly slowing down. We'll spool this one back, Jonathan, and see if we can figure out what's happened here.
Yeah, so here they come. They're pretty much all by themselves, really, right now, and no one's around them. Wondering if there was an issue all by themselves. Did they get a wall, maybe?
Oh, I know what it is. I've just realized. Let's jump on board with the 137 and Justin Hall, your championship leaders coming into this round. They were 8 seconds behind the top 2 cars just a few laps ago, and slow down penalty for Justin Hall. He's going to crest the top of the hill. Look how much he cuts there through Radion and has to get out of the power immediately, bring that car to what will feel like an almost standstill as he's going to lose 2 positions on his outside. Disaster That is Sommel. I mean, this is a car that's already struggling in terms of performance, that's now finding itself 4 positions behind its championship rivals.
Exactly, and being the championship leaders, they have so much at stake, but the main question that is bound to be created in everyone's minds is, hey, slow down, but why? Because we have no CPR limits, right? No. The race control have clearly mentioned that if there is a slowdown that is assigned by iRacing, there is no ifs and buts, you have to serve it. Clear case of that one. You just being the championship leaders, the pressure clearly is on them. It's all hopefully not weighing them down in the long run.
Well, they've been very consistent in our opening 3 rounds so far. Let's see if they can recover them. They've got Team Hoisingveld in the 148 right behind them. In front of them, Shipsky Racing trying to get past AOD in their BMW. Taking a look, by the way, at some of the other battles in GT4. Your top 2 drivers, Danny Giese and Jason Gerard in the My Days Urbanwurst and SRN Motorsports 174 car. Still 1 second separating first and second in class. But for Danny Giese, who, by the way, Sommel, let's talk a little bit more about Giese, because some news coming out of the My Days Urbanworks team. We talked about it briefly in our last broadcast, but team's going through a little bit of a change, and as a result, at the conclusion of this season, seems like a few of these drivers are going to go their separate ways.
Yeah, Danny is not leaving the My Days Urbanworks team that as I mentioned the last time out. I got a little bit confused, but he's in fact working as a sim racing project manager for the Haupt Racing team, HRT, who raced the Mercedes AMG GT3 in the real world, and you might recognize him with a lot of the Intercontinental GT Challenge races. So it's a new challenge, it's something fresh for him, but in no means whatsoever is he leaving the My Days team, with who he spent lots of years and has developed it quite a bit.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Sorry, Sommel. I didn't mean to say wow to what you just said, because it was very interesting. I'm sure it was very, very well spoken as well. However,
my reaction was to the same thing that you saw.
Jonathan, can you just explain this penalty that has just come down? The 78 car, we saw the incident with Team 11 under caution. 2 minutes stop and hold, and penalty points have gone up by an order of magnitude.
They were at 2 coming into this race. They're not at 11. Any more penalty points in the 78 could be put down to the reserve list. So now Maniti needs to be extremely careful for the next 3 hours and avoid penalties. And that was, for contact with the 97 car under caution, we all saw it. And I even said, like, what was that all about? And I'm pretty sure Team 11 is asking the same thing. Like, what on earth was that all about?
That is huge. We saw Shipsky Racing, by the way, try and take a look to the inside on this run up towards Blanchimont. A little bit too far behind to make anything work. Turn our attention back out front. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing defending hard from Anders Myers right behind them. Fiercely forward, in on the fun as well. 0.4 of a second separating 3 cars at the front of the field right now. And as we decompress and just try and take in that 2-minute penalty that's been handed down to Maniti Racing, the winner's last time out. The good thing is, we've got a good little battle out front here, Jonathan, and we'll jump on board with Fiercely Forward in the number 34 car, because he's got a good little picture here of Anders Meyer putting a lot of pressure onto Miguel Vigo.
Yeah, but in about 20, 30 minutes time, all 3 of these guys are going to have to think about pit stops and what to do. Do you take tires for that second stint? Do you double stint the tires? It's going to be a real mind game between these 3, I think, since they're so close together. If there's an overcut, if there's an undercut, I think the strategists and the spotters are going to be working hard in the next few minutes, especially if, God forbid, a safety car comes out, then it really jumbles these 3 up.
Okay, I've just knocked on some wood around me. We should be good. No commentators' curses up here in the RaceSpot booth.
Arjuna.
I am right on the money today. I'm not going to be responsible for anyone's misfortune today, I have decided. So top 3 across the line one more time. 40 minutes done now with our first race in 2021 of the IVRA ClubSport Series. We've got 3 races to go in this championship, and 2 of them will award halfway points. So we are just over an hour away from getting our first halfway points of 2021. Indeed, our first points of 2021 as well. And then the championship picture will get shaken up that little bit more. Myers has a great run up through Eau-Rouge and Radion. He's going to look to the inside this time around. Is he going to commit to getting the move done? Miguel Vigo is going to let him go. Vigo's going to slot back into line. And the top two have swapped around once again here, Sommel. Maybe a bit of fuel strategy being played out.
Yep, exactly that. There's a certain psychological advantage of being in the lead, of being the one commanding the field and holding the reins. But for Anders Meyer, that might be the case. For Miguel Vigo, I think it's a different scenario. He's realized that, okay, I've spent a fair bit of time at the top of the field. Why don't I just stick behind, use the draft, much like the TCR cars that you can see up ahead, and save a ton of fuel, because in the long run, that's what's going to pay off to you. So maybe we could see them swapping around and changing positions, but all with good heart and good spirit, because if someone lets you go, you quite often don't say no, do you?
Well, you never know. Sometimes maybe you'd say no. Bergen to the
you
lead.
just end up losing too much time to the other people behind. So in this case, you just put pedal to the metal and say, for sure.
For sure. But here you can see they're cutting their way through traffic. There's Boosted Motorsports, who's going to get forced off into the off-track zone. Oh, no. They squeeze Alpine Stars Geodesic slightly. And here comes Fiercely Forward down the inside. So fuel saving is the name of the game out front then in your 911 Cup class. Let's check in with GT4, because look at this.
Wow.
Jonathan, look at this. SRN Motorsport, you can see them backing off as we enter the braking zone of Lecombe. I mean, we talk about fuel games being played in 911 Cup class. That's what we're seeing here in GT4 as well.
As steadily closing and closing in has this 174 machine. He's got a huge gap now to the BMW behind. So this is really just a two-way fight at the moment. And now you do start to play the mind games, because you can even save fuel and go a little bit longer. SRN may be able to leapfrog the My Days Urban Works car and take the lead, which will be huge, I think, for the team.
My Days is in a great position right now. Huge Ass still in 5th, in the middle of that grouping that we were following along with just a few laps ago. And they are so far clear of the rest of the competitors that these really are the two cars to keep an eye out on. No Fisher Motorsports and Pascal Theiss sideways through the bus stop chicane. And I have a feeling this is going to be all by himself. So you can see there's a VEC TCR machine in front of him. Theiss goes a bit deep under braking. That looks like the number 86 rather, H2 Performance car that tries to take advantage, and Theiss with a lazy loop around of that rear end. Oh, look at this. Shipsky Racing has just gone into 3rd. Great pass past the AOD BMW. Now Christopher Pais up into 3rd. It's a good little battle here going on, Sommel, and you have to remember, you're seeing 2 BMWs and 2 Porsches here. So when we're thinking about the balance of performance, maybe we're seeing, you know, SRN, the 174, and the My Days 124 being the strongest representatives of the Porsche in today's field.
I have been desperately waiting to see this battle for a long, long time. It's almost Titanic, you know, like the 2015-2016 times in MotoGP, where we had the Ducati that was excellent on the straights, but then you have the Yamaha that's so good in the corners. Yeah, of course, Honda ended up winning all the whole things, but Shipsky gets a slowdown. Oh!
Gypsy gets the slowdown. Here comes Hoysinkveld to the inside. They're going to lose 3 positions potentially in towards turn 1. Huge Ass misses their braking zone and opens up the door for the challenge from behind. There is also a 4-way scrap at the front of TCR right now. Let's turn our attentions there, because look at this. Full Send Racing 1 and 2. It's been a disastrous couple of rounds for the FSR crew at the end of 2020, but kicking 2021 off in the best way possible. RSR by G Performance, not sure how they've managed to fall 2 positions here, Jonathan, but nevertheless, the result is 4 cars at the front of TCR now.
I can tell you the answer is that they've been a little slower. I think they lost the draft of the 285 and the other full send machine and the Huiskenveld car was able to take advantage, but now this is a bit of a problem. The fight for the lead in TCR is now in the middle of the fight for the lead for the Cup class, and this is going to divide both of them up pretty nicely as they head for Rouge and Radion and now down the Kemmel Straight.
I think, honestly, the choice from Race Control to open up the track and remove that track limits and the incident count and allow these cars to compete all across the track. Oh, no. That was almost disaster. The 285 tried to cover off Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, and near disaster. Fiercely Forward has got checked up here behind those 3 TCR machines, and they're now 1.5 seconds behind your top two runners. So the 34 has lost out big time and finally looks to the inside as we work in towards Bruxelles. 2 down, still 1 to go, and Team 11 is closing in from behind as well here, Sommel.
Yeah, that was a big incident with the fiercely forward car losing too much of time, and that particular maneuver there by Ollie Peacock reminded me a bit of that meme where you have a dog walking outside and putting one paw in the snow, realizing probably not for me. Same thing with Ollie. He just realized that, oh goodness me, there's a faster car coming, I better get back in rather quickly. Multi-class racing and its perils pretty much, but wow, good stuff in the TCRs with the 911s just wrapping their way around and just flying past.
Look at these
stuff.
Look at these shots that we're going to get, because they've single filed themselves out very slightly and fiercely forward as a result of this 911 traffic that's come on through. The sister TCR car is now joining this four-way fight out front. The gap between 4th and 5th is 1.5 seconds. So fiercely forward gets a little bit of help from the draft. They'll be right in to the battle at the front of TCR. So incredible stuff in all three of your classes. Let's take a look once again at GT4 here, because SRN Motorsports Black and Jason Gerard continue to apply the pressure to the My Days Openwurst team. There are some good battles up and down through your field, all three classes delivering entertainment at the start of 2021. Let's turn our attention though to TCR for a couple of laps here and see just how chaotic they're about to get, Sobel.
Yep, this should be a whole lot of fun. Two full-set racing cars helping each other out and taking each other to new heights. But what can that Helsingveld machine do right there? Helsingveld, an organization that has seen lots of organizational changes with people coming and going in that team. Have they still gotten in there with the right people to get a good result? Quite clearly, they have, because they are the leaders in this championship. But full-set racing, they've got to win every single one of the races up ahead to pose a real championship challenge. It all starts at a micro level right here, Arjuna.
I like that. And the one thing that I am looking forward to in our RaceSpot's brand new graphics package is we'll have live tracking of the championship picture. Hopefully ready for the last round. Team Helsingveld, championship leaders to the inside, past the 287. Samuel's just mentioned these championship implications. We still got 2 rounds to go after this one, but don't forget, halfway points will be awarded in 71 minutes time. 50 points will be awarded to the leader in each class as they cross the line, and those are very important points. We saw that determine our ClubSport Summer Series, and now that same storyline is playing out in our IVRA ClubSport Series. Fiercely forward, by the way, well and truly into this fight. Now, just under 1.4 seconds separating 5 cars at the front of this queue.
Oh boy.
Contact made
no.
between Helsingveld and Full Send Racing. That's going to check up the rest of your pack. And my oh my, Jonathan, this is really developing into an entertaining portion of the race.
It's this faster traffic coming through that's throwing this TCR group for a loop. They were fine on their own, and then came the Porsches. I'm actually wondering if Ollie Peacock, when he pulled out in front, thought that was the yellow front of, say, the fiercely forward TCR car, double-checked and went, nope, that's a Porsche, and immediately went back to the right. That's what I'm thinking what happened. He thought that was a TCR that was coming on his outside, and he went, nope, that's still a Porsche.
But more traffic works their way through the rest of the 911 Cup cars. There's one of the Hell Racers, that's the number 16. You can see World of Sim Racing just at the back of this group as we run in towards Blanchimont. So 5 cars at the front of TCR for what feels like the first time in 3 races. Ollie Peacock has a little bit of technical issue. Team Helsingveld looks to his outside, tuck right back into that line and get it done. World of Sim Racing is going to try and squeeze their way through all of these cars on the run down in towards turn number 1 potentially. You'll get at least one of those machines on the braking, and then the rest of those cars will be passed on the run down the hill out of La Source. The 287 tries to follow the World of Sim Racing car down the inside of Team Helsingveld. Draft coming into effect here. Side by side, Team Helsingveld cuts across the nose, gets the position back for now, but Sommel, draft is always an important thing here in TCR. I wouldn't really want to be Ollie Peacock in this situation.
Absolutely not. You would just hope to go behind one position. But then again, it's also a psychological thing, holding on to the top slot. Still though, Oh, look at this one. This is fantastic. Ollie Peacock assisting his teammate. That right there, folks, is excellent, smart team play. He just switched on to the right side, made sure that his teammate got the draft, and as you can see, helped him get the second slot. Excellent team play. That is textbook of how you get it done. But, we'll come back to that later on. Samsoid Emerald. Eek.
This looks like... Where is this? This might be Brussels.
Brussels, exactly, yeah.
So,
yeah, because there goes the TCR group.
Oh, look at that grouping of cars. Cecil still stuck there in the outside of the corner. He's finally able to get back onto track. Let's take a look at this replay. It's going to be a self-spin, I would have to think. The Porsche Owners Club car is in front of them. Samsoid, of course, the team that's partnering with Tony Kanaan to do some more and more interesting things. And Christian Cecil, indeed, lost it by himself. Oh, the Hell Racers car.
That's a bad place to be. That is such a bad place to be.
Both of those Hell Racers cars just moments from disaster there. So that was a close one. Back to the live pictures, though, and back to this front of TCR, because this is the most interesting battle. The battle between Bergen and Alpine Star's Geodesic out front of 911 Cup class is now up to about 1.3 seconds. This is definitely the battle that we want to keep our eye on. There is an interesting storyline here, Jonathan, though. We talk about Huge S. Two cars leading the championship, but two cars right now that are struggling around the 5th and 6th spots. They don't have the most pace at this point in time, and Jeff Tyler is stuck behind PJ Clayson.
I don't know if I want to say stuck, because if you remember from the Endurance, it was Team 11 that put the hurt on everyone in the GT Pro category, and I think almost lapped the entire field. So I would not want to mess with that 97 cars. He's already gapping the huge-ass machine, but yeah, right now, they don't have the pace of the top three, and maybe strategy...
Team 11 with a big slider, and that's going to open the door up for Jeff Tyler to get that position back. You saw that was a fantastic save from Team 11 there, because for a second, Jonathan, that car was almost pointing in the direction of the barriers.
I give that save a Team 11 out of 10 right there. That was impressive by the 97 crew. And I was just mentioning them. They are really, really good at Spa. We saw in the Endurance Series how good they are, and I think PJ Clayson is showing that he is a capable driver. They haven't had a lot of luck so far in the club sports side of things. But this is a big save. I think he gets a slowdown right here and then loses it on the curbing. So just a rough little exit into the Kemmel Straight there.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that. What's happened, by the way, to Maniti Racing? You can see them. They were stopped on my timing screen. We'll try and spool this one up and see if they're having more issues. Indeed, it looks like it's going to be a self-spin in towards the bus stop chicane. This was one of our deja vu moments in the IVRA endurance race here, but so far, it's been pretty good. So, unfortunate moment then for the number 78. That's, of course, recovering from its 2-minute stop and hold penalty. So we'll see what Maniti can do then from the tail end of the GT4 class. GT4 leaders still separated by just half a tenth of a second. Not half a tenth of a second, that would be nothing. Half a second, sorry, Sobel.
Yep, they're all very close. It's a good battle between SRN and My Days Elzmanberg, just taking the fight to them, because My Days have been well and truly superb. SRN, as I mentioned early on during qualifying, have shown flashes of brilliance, have been punching really up there, but in the race it's just bad luck not favouring them. But pit lane cycle has started. Shipsky Racing in the box. And yeah, that's just about on time, isn't it?
I think it is, and I was just taking a look at race control decisions, trying to see if any more penalties have come down, but 111 then first taker onto pit lane under green flag conditions. They were fighting in for that third and final podium spot, and they're now followed in by the Team Hella Media car that you see right behind them. There was a penalty that came down, by the way, Jonathan. Why don't you get us clued up on the 121's misfortune?
Yeah, the 121 made contact with the 175, and this was the SRN orange car that was spun out by the Porsche's Owners Club car going into the chicane, if you remember, about 30 minutes ago. And when it rains in Porsche for the Porsche Owners Club, I mentioned it was looking like a good race. They're up in the top 5, and unfortunately that penalty, it was just a drive-through. They've already served it. They're back out in 12th position in class, and they're not too far behind their competitors, so they can make up some time, but Yeah, just a rough, so far still a rough season for the 121, but they still have time to turn it around.
On board with Team Hoistingfeld over the top of the hill as they try and close in the two full send teammates who lie 1 and 2 in TCR at this point in time. RSR by G Performance starting to lose track of the tail end of the top three, but they do have Matthew Crisp in the fiercely forward 234 car closing them down. Deep under braking in towards the Lecombe chicane. Team Hoisingveld and Marcel Tai closes in that gap, and you can see Fiercely Forward as well is closing in on the 255 car that's starting to struggle for pace in 4th position right now. Keep an eye out on RSR by G Performance and Brandon Roseborough, because he's got some quick teammates in that car as well. RSR by G Performance, one of the standout performers in the IVRA GT Sprint Series. Had a bit more of a tough run, it must be said, Jonathan, in IVRA Endurance and IVRA Club Sport competition.
Yeah, the RSR cars have shown promise and have shown pace, but it's just been a case of bad luck and sometimes a case of just there's other strong cars. Again, we mentioned the full send cars have always been strong in the TCR category. We've seen them, I think there was an RSR Porsche Cup car at one point that's now on the reserve list, that it was a top 10 car, but it never could get on the top 5 of the podium, and I think just maybe some more practice, maybe just a bit of a stronger season next time out, or just work on trying to improving the team. And right now, this is a good showing for them in the top 5, fighting with the championship contenders.
So more GT4 pit stops. There's the My Days car. Danny Giese hands it over to Christian Jung, and Jung pulls it out of the lane. Gets ready to get back up to racing speed, build some temperature and pressure in his tires, and he's now dropped to 8th position in class. A couple of takers coming down into the lane as well in your 911 Cup class. You've got Hell Racers number 16 and the Fisher Motorsport number 84. Team boss Benjamin Fisher brings that car down onto the lane as Christian Jung gets back up to racing speed. We'll walk you through an interesting factoid at this point in time. Jonathan, you can see the pit lane time there, right? 30 seconds for Christian Jung, which is going to be your typical time for driver change, fuel, and tires in this car. Take a look at Shipsky Racing, though. Christopher Pies has stayed behind the wheel of that car, but 20 seconds is the total pit lane time, or pit stop time, and therefore you have to wonder, maybe no tires being taken for the 111.
Yeah, this is where the mind games and this strategy comes into play, I think, from here on out, especially in a lot of these close battles. Who's going to go where, and as we see, oh boy, the Maniti Racing Machine has had a rough day.
We'll take one look then at another incident through the bus stop for Rutger Winden. Deja vu is starting to come, so maybe we'll realize that unfortunately Maniti Racing not having the best of runs. It was a almost perfect week for them last time out when we were at the Barber Motorsports Park, but there you can see 911 Cup car having a bit more difficulty this time around. So, pit stop window open in multiple classes right now, and as we're about to cross over into the second of our 4 hours of competition here from Spa-Francorchamps, let's run you through then TCR for just a few moments time, just as your race leader in 911 Cup class comes down the pit lane. There you can see the number 34 Fiercely Forward car goes one extra lap, but Team Bergen and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing down onto the pit lane, and let's take a look and see exactly what they're going to do here, Jonathan.
Yeah, like I said, this is where the mind games come out. Are they going to do driver switches here? Are they just going to take fuel? Are they going to do tires? It really depends. Right now, it looks like no one's going to... Oh, we do have a driver change, I think, for one of the cars. I believe the Team Bergen car is changing. Vigo's staying behind the wheel. And that's going to give Vigo, I think, an advantage of the time on the way out. But later on in the race, who knows? The strategy could be different for a lot of these drivers. This is a crazy pit road right now. I think everyone in GT4 is down here too, for good measure.
Yeah, basically everyone down onto the lane at this point. There goes Vigo. He's going to clear the Team Bergen car by quite a considerable margin. Bergen's still up on the jacks. There goes Team 11, so they're going to surpass Team Bergen. There goes Huge Ass HRT. I think that was one of the GT4 machines as well. That was the AOD BMW, and still Team Bergen up on the jacks, getting their tires changed. So split strategy here. Marius Engbrechtsen finally drops from the jacks. 54 seconds stationary in pit lane. he's going to come out right in front of Pneumatic Motorsports and that Porsche 718 Cayman. So be able to build up his speed and get back up to his racing speed. But he's now going to be almost 30 seconds, Sommel, behind the likes of Miguel Vigo, PJ Clayson. So split strategy is coming to play here.
We'll be keeping a keen eye. I'll be making sure that I keep a keen eye on their timings to see exactly what numbers Team Bergen are doing and, on an average, how much time they're gaining with the fresh tyres.
Well, look at this. Look at this. SRN Motorsports has jumped Christian Jung in the pit window. Scott McGarvey has got him behind the wheel of the 174. And now My Days Urban Works find themselves in net P2. So
big drama.
Things are shifting around here, Sommel.
Yeah, they are indeed.
P1.
SRN Motorsport were in P3 and now My Days. I wonder where they've lost the time. Is it in the pits? They're not keen to get it back though.
My Days gets the move done. Scott McGarvey's on his outlap, getting those temperatures up, tires up to temperature and pressure. You can see there, pit lane time for McGarvey was a 56-second total pit lane stop. For Jung in front of him, 55.6, so an undercut didn't really work for Jung. Indeed, the overcut worked better than for the 174 crew. That's something that we'll keep our eye out then on for the remainder of today's race. Let's look at Shipsky Racing. They're right behind AOD. Another one of our pit battles that's played out slightly differently here because Shipsky Racing has managed to gain some time after coming down to undercut. So interesting to see that for one team, the undercut has worked, Jonathan. For one team, the overcut has worked.
I think it just depends on the driver's style and the driver's setup. If a driver's more comfortable in the long run, and that may have just been the case up front with the SRN machine, then that undercut's going to work. That overcut's going to work. But if someone's comfortable in fresh tires, then that undercut's for sure going to work. And I think that's what we're seeing with the Shipsky Racing. They're comfortable in fresh tires and they're looking fast. Or Escalator is coming back down the pit lane. I'm wondering if he's at a speeding penalty of some sort.
So interesting there. Might have been another car, but let's run you through
the 3-second rule. The 3-second in and out of the box. He just got penalized as he went down pit lane.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, so Shipsky Racing then, one of the first cars that we're seeing that's fallen foul of one of the rules that's applied across of all of the IVRA competitions. You have 3 seconds to move between the slow and the fast lane. As a result, 111, first penalty for that issue. Christian Jung is 1.3 seconds clear now, by the way, of Scott McGarvey. So he's got those tires up to their proper window and is really starting to try and set sail here. Trying to pull that advantage to be as great as he can get it and set up his teammates for the rest of the race. TCR battle. They've just finished their pit cycle as well. 1 lap done for both of these cars, and Team Hoisingveld now into the race lead. They're about 2 seconds clear of the fiercely forward TCR machine. And then you can see there's the Full Send Racing 287. Thomas Benninger has just taken over from Mikel Garcia. So with pit stops mostly done then for our top contenders, let's run you through the top 8 runners in each of our classes. Out front in the overall race lead, it's Miguel Vigo, who finds himself in a fairly familiar spot. He's 5 seconds clear of fiercely forward in the 34 machine, a couple of seconds further down the road to Team 11 and PJ Clayson. Huge Ass, your championship leaders, they're in 4th place, 8 seconds behind the race leader. They've got H2 Performance on their tail with Hell Racers in 6th and 8th and Team Bergen in 7th. So Team Bergen, on a slightly different pit strategy, have taken tires and find themselves 25 seconds behind the race leaders. On to GT4. And My Days Oberyn Works, 2nd place in the championship, 1st place in the race. They've now got 2 seconds to Scott McGarvey in the SRN number 174, and a further 14 seconds to AOD Racing, and then the championship leaders, Huge Ass in the 137. The sister SRN car is 23 seconds back from the race leader. They've got Team Hoisingveld right behind them in a hot battle with No Luck EM Sport and Pneumatic Motorsports embroiled in their own fight. TCR Machinery and Full Send Racing back to the lead in this class. Team Hoisingveld, though, in a nice little fight. Just 1/10 of a second separating 1st and 2nd, with fiercely forward 234, 2 seconds down the road. The 287 Full Send Racing car finds itself 1.5 seconds behind 3rd place. and Impulse Racing is a further 1.2 seconds down the road. Pure Sims in 6th, with Mayor Sim Speed Performance in 7th, and RSR Esport by G Performance having dropped to 8th through that pit cycle. The top 5 cars then, your main contenders for the lead in this class. But as always, totally chaotic racing. You never know what it will deliver. So, we just saw, by the way, a car going very, very wide, I thought we saw. That's Stefan Frister, who's just had Hella Media make his way past him for a position, apparently, but thought we saw a car going very, very wide. But what it is time for is Ragazzo Racing is going to try and get past the Hella Media car. Is it's time for RaceSpot Fan Immersion. And Sommel Aurora, I'm going to give you the choice. Which class are we going to go for? We got 3 classes. Which one are you feeling like tickles your fancy right now?
You know my favorite, Arjuna. You already know which one I have to go for. I have to go for TCRs and Helsingwell. Preferably Marcel Ty, because he's been passed by Fraser Smith in the TCRs. That's a fun battle to look forward to. Quite like this one.
Well, it was a fun battle that we were going to look at, but Marcel Ty's teammate Jan Bol has found himself victim of Malmedy. Not the first time we've seen that today, and I'm sure not the last time either. So Hoisingfeld back up to racing speed. They're right behind Pneumatic Motorsports, but let's go on board then for some RaceSpot Fan Immersion. Let's jump on board with Marcel Ty in the championship leading 248 Team Hoisingfeld TCR machine. So a couple of laps on board with both the Team Hoistingfeld 248, and once he got past the Full Send Racing 285 car, we jumped on board with the Fiercely Forward 234, where Matthew Chris closed on in to those front two cars. Three cars then in contention for your TCR lead, and they're being towed along by the Samsoid Emerald 199. 2 hours, 45 minutes still to go in our first race in 2021 for the IVRA ClubSport Series as we prepare to head through our 3-race run to conclude our 2020 and 2021 season. We are just under, or just over at this point in time, 45 minutes away from getting those halfway points awarded. We'll have 2 of those points allocations, one to be handed out in this race today and then one in our series finale in one of our major championship storylines. Welcome back to RaceSpotTV. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. I've got the wonderful Somil Aurora and Jonathan Burke along with me for today's ride. And we've been here for a considerable time already. We started with 2 30-minute sprint races in the IVRA Club Cup. Just over 50 minutes of qualifying coverage for this ClubSport Series as well. And now 4 hours in our 4th race of the season as well. Battle for 4th and 5th. It's Team 11 and PJ Clayson that's managed to close in on Lucas Lippert in the number 22 car. And Sommel, well, for Team 11, which is a car that's kind of been up and down through the field so far today, they're going to need these next 45 minutes to really set themselves up for some nice championship points. As I say that, caution flag is out.
Oh.
Caution flag is back out. And we go under caution for the second time today. There were a few storylines that we were going to try and work our way through, but now we're going to have to wait and get back to them. It looks as though James Stacey is the reason for our second caution of today. There's Pneumatic Motorsports, you'll see. And
Oh, no.
I'm going to refrain from making too many comments about this one, but somewhere, Connor Pneumatic once again is feeling that a bad rejoin just took place on the iRacing service. Here we go. You'll see Pneumatic Motorsports trying to find a gap in the traffic to come out in, and unfortunately for the Porsche's Owners Club here, Sommel, there really wasn't much that James Stacey could have done.
Yeah, quite clearly. We take a look at why the pneumatic car was in that precarious position. Probably because of a GT4 fight that we're seeing right now. Made a good move down the inside of Pujon and just got tagged in. So that clearly wasn't completely their fault. What happens next can partially be blamed on the... no, nowhere to go. I mean, the iRacing spotter, to his credit, will be saying, okay, inside, outside, but the way things change so quickly, I doubt that the Porsche Owners Club could have done much apart from just clobbering in, which he did quite well to his credit.
Yeah, let's take a look at this one. You can see the line being run through Pujon. He's touching both of those curves, and as soon as he sees that car in front of him, I mean, there's no time to really react. And
exactly.
In this type of a car, Jonathan, there's not that much downforce. You run a lot less downforce than you would in a GT3 type of a machinery. I mean, it's just... You don't have the time to react in a situation like this. Now, the initial incident looks a little bit just like a racing incident where hard racing results in contact, but this rejoin is unfortunately a bit of a problem.
And for the Porsche's Owners Club, they were going to the inside because they thought Pneumatic was going to pull all the way out. Instead, they turned really far in, and then just nowhere for the Owners Club to go, and Pneumatic gets sent flying. It ends up on its lid, and I mentioned this in the Discord chat. Sunbathing in Belgium, even in simulated July, is not recommended. But unfortunately for Pneumatic, that's going to be probably days undone, because those are rear-engined, mid-engine Porsches. So that's going to be critical engine damage. He's going to have to stay in the pits for 30, maybe 40 minutes, because that was a hard impact.
So, back under caution then here in the IVRA ClubSport Series, and our round number 4. The 4 hours of Spa. We've got 2 more races after this still to go, and we are 40 minutes away from handing out what is very crucial championship points. Sommel, we're under safety car, and we're about to go to what did we call it? Sommel safety car explanation time thingy-mabobby. But before we get there, let's talk about these halfway points now, because just 40 minutes away. Up on screen, everyone can see the traditional point structure, so you get 100 points for a win, all the way down to a solitary point for coming in 25th. The important thing is, though, in the small text at the bottom, races longer than 4 hours have 50% half points that get awarded at the halfway point in each race. So, we're just a few moments away then from someone like Miguel Vigo out front getting 50 very well needed championship points for their fight.
Yes, indeed. This changes everything completely, and that's why I love endurance racing with halfway points, because then your mind can be working in 2 directions. Now, that's not always the best of things, having a mind working in 2 directions, but this just means for us, from a viewing perspective, that, hey, we've got alternative strategies. Say, for instance, Fiercely Forward and Coda. They went and prioritized having more points in the halfway stage. That's why they got the full 50. But then later on in the race, didn't quite pay out for them. On the other hand, Hugh Jass in the Cup category, 17 points halfway through, 100% in the final one. So it just purely depends on where you are in the championship and what is your priority. That's how it can change things up. It can have a huge impact, and I love to see it.
So there's the safety car. There's the points explanation. Before we get to, what do we call it? RaceSpotTV safety car spot with Sommel Aurora. That was its official title. Let's loop it back. Just as we were going into fan immersion, Team Bergen, who were leading for a large portion of this race in the opening stages, A little bit of deja vu. We've seen this before with Maniti Racing. Marius Enbreston with a nice little 360. Ends up still pointing in the right direction, and he will hold on then to 7th position. So there you can see Team Bergen in the queue of cars. And Sommel, it's time. RaceSpotTV's safety car spot with Sommel Aurora. Explain to us what makes IVRA's safety car period special and unique across the iRacing service.
It's a whole lot of fun. So iRacing has their own safety car, the way it works out, but it's not really the best suited for multi-class endurance racing, let's be honest. So what we have is a seemingly complex, but actually a very similar, very easy and easy to understand procedure about how safety car works. So quite simply, the safety car is called upon, and the safety car will pick up the overall leader. Who's the overall leader here? It has to be the Alpine Stars Geodesic racing car. Now then, what happens if there is a particular GT4 car or TCR car that is between the number 1 and number 2 overall cars? What happens then? Well, if they're not the overall leaders of their class, then they get the first wave around, which means that before the pit window is open, they'll be allowed to pass the safety car, go all the way around the circuit and come back to the line, which simply means that they're able to rejoin, beam the train and line up behind the leaders of their class. Then what we have is the pit lane opening. That will be done manually by race control, mind you. Do not follow what iRacing says. You have to go according to race control. You go in the pit lane, you come back, and if, for instance, there is still any slower car that's not the class leader, but that's still hogging you up ahead, then race control will give the second wave around, and they'll be allowed to go through. That usually does not happen, because when the safety car window opens, usually almost everybody goes into box. But if in case that is the case, there is a provision. Let's take a second. This is where the fun part begins. I've had a lot of people asking me, okay, but what about if we are in the pit lane when the safety car period is called in? Well, in that case, it's quite simple. You take your stop, you go out. There is no restriction. The pit lane is not closed. If you're already in the lane. But if you're committed to the lane and you're not quite there, you can't stop. You can't box. You can't take a service. You just have to sail through nice and pleasantly with a fake smile on your face, thinking, hey, I'm having a good time. But let's be honest, you're not, because you have to take your stop later on. But at Spa, that shouldn't be much of a problem, Arjuna, because the pit entry is so tight and it's only in such a minor space that committing to it is not a big deal. Unlike, of course, at Barber, or for instance at Road America, where we went early on in the season, where the pit entries are so huge that you may be committed in, and if the safety car is called in at that period, you're done. You can't take your pit stop. You've essentially just wasted time. Congratulations.
So, RaceSpotTV's safety car spot with Sommel Aurora. I hope you all understand the IVRA safety car process right now as it continues to unfold. You can see lights are still on the pace car, so a couple more laps for race control to work their way through the entire procedure. And when we go back to green flag racing, it's looking like, Jonathan, we may only have what is effectively a 30-minute sprint to our halfway point. And specifically, maybe not even specifically for one of our classes here, maybe in every single class, there's going to be decisions made about when do they want to come down to the pit lane and how that's going to affect their race, both from the, strategy element of the halfway points, but also the race win itself, which is ultimately what all of these teams are out there trying to get.
Yeah, the safety car is kind of right now a blessing and a curse. A blessing in that you can save a lot of fuel and save a lot of your tire right now, and I think most of the drivers should be able to make it to halfway under green flag conditions once the safety car pulls in. But it's a curse because it kind of throws strategy for the end of the race for a loop. Because now you have to really split those final 2 hours or find a way to split those final 2 hours. So in terms of strategy and even driver time and driver switches too, I think this safety car is something that I don't think any team wanted to see. In terms of the race to the halfway points, well, everybody wanted to see this. It brings everyone back together and we can just start the fight again. Look at the Porsche Cup, for instance. They're all sitting like 1st through 8th right now all together. And when we're under green, it was only, I think, Miguel Vigo who really had a shot at getting the full 50.
So let's see. Let's see what happens. Lights still on the pace car. We've got one more lap at least under caution. Pit entrance has been opened. Who's coming down? Vigo's coming down. Hugo's Roots following down. So is Jeff Tyler. So is Lucas Lippert. The first car staying out. PJ Clayson's for Team 11. Team Bergen, the other car that's chosen to stay out there that I can see. And they'll, of course, have the benefit of those new tires that they took about 9 laps ago. So busy time then on pit road. So far 5 cars have elected to stay out. That number continues to increase as a couple of cars that took tires the last time around stay out there further back in your pack. So Team 11, Hell Racers Gluttony, the number 26. Team Bergen, Hell Racers, the number 16. Fisher Motorsport, the World of Sim Racing Team, and Virtual Motorsport. Those are the cars that did not come down the pit lane. Everyone else down onto the pit lane in your 911 Cup class. Number of GT4 cars down onto the lane, including MyDay's Obenworks, but not including the 174 SRN Motorsports car Sommel that has been fighting for this race lead against that MyDay's car for the last 90 minutes or so.
I love this. Proper gamesmanship taking place here in the GT4 category along with the 991 Cup. We are seeing cases... Okay, before I go to that, that's a case of the pit lane being closed. Now race control allows it. Now they're allowed to go back onto the track. But yes, excellent gamesmanship on display right here, Arjuna. Split strategies, that's what I love about endurance racing.
Watch out, by the way. I think one car is going to be getting a penalty in a couple of moments' time. And unfortunately, it's got championship implications written all over it. Let's wind this one back. See if we can pick this one up. Justin Hall. There you can see. Okay, we'll slow this one down because it's hard to tell what's going on here. You can see the 124 MyDay's car is going to stop.
Oh my god.
You see the TCR machine as well behind. Stops. Justin Hall in the 137. Out of pit lane. Sorry, Jonathan, have you spotted something?
Was it? Nope, leaving. I was going to say leaving pit lane. Yeah, that's...
Good correction. Yes, he was definitely not entering pit lane at that point in time. But I have a feeling that the 137 team has just picked up a penalty for leaving a closed pit lane.
Yikes.
Silence, I think, says it all. 3 rounds left in the championship. 2 teams have been scrapping it out. And right now, that Team Huge Ass car is probably going to find itself at the back of the pack come this restart. Few penalties that we should inform you about as well, because that was coming down while we were focusing on some of the other battles. The 255 RSR by G Performance TCR machine has gotten a drive-through penalty for a pit lane infraction. They actually had to back up in the pit lane after missing their pit stall, and as a result, race control was saying that they would have gotten a more severe penalty if more cars had been in the pit lane. Another car that's gotten that drive-through penalty for a pit lane infraction, the 151 World of Sim Racing car. That is the GT4 machine entered by the WOSR crew. So a couple of penalties coming down as the lights are back on the pace car here. So it looks like we might...
There's a bit of... Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. It seems like there's a bit of confusion with pit road being open. Several drivers are saying they've gotten 40-second penalties. Miguel Vigo being one of them, which I think is one reason why Sommel, you mentioned it, Geodesic is far behind Fiercely Ford, because they're trying to type in the Discord and they're trying to get race control to notice, hey, we got a 40-second penalty for pit road being closed despite them being the overall leaders. So we might be under caution for another lap or two. And you'll have to see how this plays out. And right now, everyone is saying, like, every person got a closed pit entry. And now another group of cars are coming down pit road. But it looks like these are some damage takers, Maniti Racing included.
So...
I'm sorry to cut in there, but I know exactly what's going to happen in this case. Race control is just going to intervene, and they're going to wipe out all the black flags. That's what they usually do in this case, because
the problem here, Sawmill, is more how is race control going to have the time to work through that pit cycle, that last dash that we just saw so many cars coming down onto pit lane? How are they going to figure out what was what? How did they figure out if someone actually... I don't think it was just about entering a pit closed. I think some people are... This is going to be interesting because you've had to serve the penalty once you've come down onto the pit lane, right? So all of these cars have served penalties. They've also taken service. It's going to be an interesting decision for race control here to try and figure out how to set these guys up to get back to green flag racing.
Well, isn't it... They can't serve the penalty under yellow. They have to serve it under green.
No.
Stop goes.
So, I'm pretty sure that they would have served those penalties under... The way it works is, the first thing that gets done, as far as I remember, once you have to serve a penalty, is the penalty. You don't have service being done first, and then you do the penalty. It's the other way around. So, my suspicion is, race control is going to have a mighty tough job on their plate, and... we'll try and figure out exactly what's going to happen here. Race control has to wind the clock back, figure out why these penalties have been applied before they can decide what action to take. So, maybe there was a reason.
Oh, I see why. I see why. Because fiercely forward, they haven't taken tires. They just splashed in some extra fuel. That's why the fiercely forward car went ahead. So it seems like everyone has got the close pit penalty, but the reason why the fiercely forward car jumped up the geodesic racing machine is because they didn't go for fresher tires, which is...
so that's what we're seeing
Maybe they're expecting
here.
another safety car, that's why.
No, I think you know what's happened here, Sommel, is they saw that penalty and they assumed that the right thing to do was to serve the penalty time itself, get the minimum amount of fuel required for an emergency pit stop, and they'd come around to take their pit stop on a subsequent lap.
But, wouldn't that wouldn't really help, would it? Because then they'd all be...
it's not about helping. They're now in a situation, remember, where they had intended to do one thing, but the second they come down the pit lane and they see the penalty being applied, they don't have a choice.
But...
yeah.
They have
when
to
they
serve the
spend
penalty.
a ridiculous long amount, like we're talking about the 40-second stop go you get for entering a closed pit.
Right, so
they only spent...
look at the difference here. You've got Fiercely Forward, NAB Racing, Fisher Motorsports, and Ragazzo. 4 cars that spent 51 seconds in the pit box itself. Those are all cars that we know, allegedly, have received a entering closed pit penalty. Correct. Then you look at the likes of Alpinestars Geodesic Racing, where they've spent 1 minute and 20 seconds stationary. So they spent 30 seconds longer in the box getting fuel. That's the difference between a Fiercely Forward and an Alpinestars Geodesic Racing. So there are 4 cars that have had to come down the pit lane, have gotten this penalty, and now will have to come down the pit lane again because they don't have enough fuel. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, but apparently Fiercely Forward did have a fuel splash. That's what they said.
Right, no, they put in...
That's okay, they didn't splash enough fuel, that's what you mean to say.
Yes, that's why we're seeing different times.
Boy.
They would have put in bare minimum, whatever they thought was needed. Pace car back down onto the safety of pit lane, though. Team 11 is going to take us to the green flag. Drama with 25 minutes left until our halfway points get awarded. Green flag racing once again as we go across the start-finish line to get back underway. All of these 3 classes now intermingled with one another and no real major battles to really keep our eye on. We want to just focus in then on the positions as we approach the top of the next hour. 25 minutes to go. And we're going to try and figure out exactly what's happened here. Team Bergen, one of the big winners here, after that spin that we saw in the bus stop chicane. They're now up into 3rd place, right behind the Hell Racers, number 26. Where's the Alpinestars Geodesic Racing car? They're making their way through some lap traffic right now. Right behind Fisher Motorsports and the team boss, Benjamin Fisher himself. 3 wide as we crest the top of the hill, and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing tries to get past Fisher Motorsports. They're going to go 3 wide on the inside down into Les Combes, aren't they? Fisher Motorsports is not giving any space to the Alpine Star car. Here comes Jeff Tyler in the huge-ass number 37. He's going to try and get up into 10th position, and he's going to make that one work. Very bold move from Jeff Tyler to get the position done. And Alpine Stars Vigo is probably feeling quite frustrated right now, Sommel.
Absolutely, because Vigo, not only did he get pushed down by the result of this confusing drama that's still looming large over this particular race, he's also been frustrated by slower traffic, and other cars that ideally he should be ahead of in the pecking order.
More 3 wide action then, as Vigo still stuck behind Fisher Motorsports down the inside of the World of Sim Racing BMW. They throw it, forcing the 151 off into the green stuff. And now they're going to try and get past what we think is going to be your net race leader in GT4. Danny Gieser is down in 9th position for the My Days team. He's gotten back into that machine. And I wonder if we now need to think about so many different elements here, because Danny Gieser, guys, we need to figure out how many minutes he did in his first stint of the race. Could he be going to the end of the race from here?
I think Danny was in the car for, I think, around 50 odd minutes till they had the driver swap around. Yeah, I think it was around 50 minutes that Danny was in the car, yes.
Okay, so he can't go to the end then. Maximum drive time is, I think, 2.5 hours or so. So Gieser's going to have to hand that car back over to his teammate. That will compromise them further in the pit strategy. So who knows how this is all going to cycle out. Look at that team down under. Oh, they almost make contact with the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car. And they have to remember that they're down in 13th place in this battle. So as we cross the line to complete our first green flag lap in this green flag run, big drama up and down through the field, Jonathan, and now we get to try and figure out exactly what the race situation is.
And this probably couldn't have come at a worse time, too, because now there's halfway points in 21 minutes, and everyone's going to be scrambling to try and get back to where they were. So if everyone got that 40-second penalty, I don't know if that does much harm, but that would definitely change a lot of people's minds when it comes to pit strategy. As we look here at the top of the Porsches, and this is a completely different grid than what we had on the pit road.
Yeah, Team 11 now out front, but look at the top 3. Team Bergen still in the hunt here, and 20 minutes to go. This is 50 points on offer for each of these teams as they try and get to the front. We'll run you through top 8 then, because big changes in that safety car period. Hell Racers, they run now 2nd and 4th with Team Bergen in the middle of that sandwich. Fisher Motorsports in 5th. The World of Sim Racing team, the 51 car, is now in 6th with Virtual Motorsports in 7th. And then Fiercely Forward, the 34 car that we expect to come down the pit lane before the top of the next hour, is in 8th position. So a lot of changes there that we did not expect. Let's talk about GT4, and your race leader is no longer in contention at this point in time, because My Days Urban Worst is in 9th position after coming down the pit lane. SRN Motorsports in the 174. Scott McGarvey tries to build up a bit of a cushion to Team Hoisingveld and Jan Boll right behind them. AOD Racing and their BMW is fending off the challenge from Shipsky Racing in the 111. SimRC ClubSport have used that caution period to close the gap to the rest of the competitors, as has Hella Media and the second SRN Motorsports car. Running through TCR, because a big change here is... Oh no! Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing is off the road! What has happened to Miguel Vigo? More disaster for the Geodesic crew. And that's going to block Full Send Racing. Oh, almost takes out the number 62 machine. That's Raf van der Linden, not Vigo anymore. So they've swapped over in the pit cycle. And let's try and wind the clock back here, Sommel, and see what happened.
Oh, major drama. They had to pass Fisher Motorsports down the inside. A couple fair, but... Oh, hard race. I'm not going to take a judgment before I see this twice, because it seems like a really hard racing incident. Okay, so Raf van der Linden goes to the inside. There's pressure on him, remember, but is that the... I think they just got...
Well, here's a mitigating factor. Remember what we saw on the run-up to Les Combes just a lap ago.
We did, yeah.
We saw that Fisher Motorsport car being very aggressive in cutting off van der Linden. Van der Linden does the same thing here. You can't go 3 wide in the second portion of the quarter without contact being made. So contact was inevitable there, and that's going to be a tricky one for race control to come down on. Van der Linden is now down in 17th position as he now gets past slower traffic on the inside of Les Combes. So that's a big piece of drama to keep our eyes on. They've just rounded the TCR race leader. Let's talk about TCR very briefly, because the former race leader is now down in 6th position after also getting caught out by that pit cycle. So it's going to be interesting because they also now, Sommel, have to come back down the pit lane in a few laps' time.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. It's all chopping and changing around quite a bit at this stage. And I remember there was a big change in the pecking order early on as well with the 285. They had to stop a lap earlier, Arjuna, because quite simply, they were in the lead for so long, they didn't even have enough fuel. So there's even that factor coming in right now, considering all the big battles. So TCR, everything is just opening up right now. I've got a huge smile on my face. I'm loving this.
Yeah, I can hear the smile in your voice as well. It's that big. A good battle here in TCR. It's the top 4 cars separated by just under 2 seconds. Pure Sims Esports and Pete Newman, who's done a fantastic job to bring himself back into this battle. That Pure Sims team that we expected maybe bigger things from early on in the season. We've seen the Pure Sims team, one of their members, a certain driver called Ash Sutton. He's got a decent amount of experience in a touring car. Maybe this is the performance that Newman was waiting for. 4th position and sniffing on the edge of the podium. So, TCR battle then right on the verge of becoming a very interesting one. 17 minutes still left on the clock, so we'll keep an eye then on our battle for the half points as well, because we need to figure out here, Jonathan, exactly what the situation is in GT4 specifically. Here's Danny Giese, who's now, if you take a look on the stint length, 5 seconds, or rather 5 laps into his stint so far, but he's slightly offset from the rest of his competitors, which is going to help him come to the end of the race.
But it's going to definitely be confusing for his competitors to keep track of as well, because I think that's what SRN has to be worried about, right? No one's been really able to keep up with the 174 or the Mighty's Urbanworks car all day, well, except maybe Huitfeldt is now going to go to the inside.
Well, this is the first time we've seen Huitfeldt anywhere near the race lead in GT4. Around the outside for Jan Bol in the second part of the Les Combes chicane, and he makes it work. Slots it past Scott McGarvey and finds himself in the lead of GT4. This is the first time that we've seen the blue and silver car really challenging today. So Jan Bol has gotten behind the wheel of the car and started putting in some very impressive lap times so far. And now the pressure is on Scott McGarvey to try and keep that car in the draft of the Team Huitfeldt car, Sommel, so that with 15 minutes still left on the clock, he can try and fight for these halfway points.
Yeah, exactly. He has to do something quite like this one and just cover up at this stage and get as close as possible, because halfway points are going to be critical. Because you never know at the end of the race where SRN Motorsport are going to be in relation to how Mighty's Urbanworks come back in.
Yeah, so that's going to be one to keep our eye on. You also need to do that same thing for the 911 Cup cars out front. You've got Team Bergen, who of course have fresh tires underneath them. And they're closing in on Nicholas Helm in the second spot and trying to chase down PJ Claessens for the lead of this race. In through La Source we go. Claessens runs a little bit wide. It's going to let Nicholas Helm get the run down the hill and try and challenge over the top of the crest, maybe over Radion. These guys have 6.5 seconds in terms of gap to the rest of their competitors, so nice little buffer for them to all contend with. And as we go down the Kemmel Straight, draft in full effect. Here comes the challenge from Team Bergen. Here comes Hell Racers as well. They're going to tuck to the outside. Team 11 forces them to think about the move that they want to make. Hell Racers will carry the momentum. Team Bergen maybe with an over-under in towards Malmedy. That 26 car does a good job, parks it on the apex. It's going to make that pass into Bruxelles almost impossible. So top 3 here, Jonathan, are scrapping it out, and they're still managing to pull away from the number 16 car in 4th.
I'm actually impressed really with PJ Claessens and Nicholas Yaim, because right now I would expect the Team Bergen car, who's been in the top 3 most of the race, to just pass these two and say goodbye, but really good job, I think, from the 26 and the 97 to keep up good pace.
Team Bergen doing a good job, though, as well here, Sommel.
Yeah, Team Bergen are doing a good job, you know. Early on, the way the race had played out for them with the spin, with the big drama going on early on, it seemed like Team Bergen would be simply out of contention, and also by stopping later on. But that stop that they did for taking tires, I thought, okay, it's maybe them just overusing their tires. That's not going to help, but it has in disguise. Bergen are well and truly in the top 3 now, gunning for P number 2, and I said I'll be keeping a keen eye on their numbers. And yes, their numbers are fantastic. It's 2 minute 23.2 for them recently. And their main rivals, UJAS and Fiercely Forward, all also doing similar timings. But the only difference is they don't have track position, which Team Bergen has. And the difference in their tire life is more or less the same. So, excellent stuff for them.
Not so excellent, though, for UJAS. The 237 finds itself pointing in the wrong direction out of the Lacombe chicane. I don't think I've ever really seen that type of an incident before. I'll try and take a look at this one and see exactly what's happened. Side by side with Fiercely Forward as they enter the corner. You can see Hoisingveld and FSR doing battle out front, and they just trip over each other there, Jonathan, and it's a bit clumsy.
So where did the Fiercely Forward car go afterwards? Because you just see him slide out of the shot. But, you know, this is a little bit of a team rivalry that's developing a little bit, as UJAS and Fiercely Forward have been frequently up towards the front in all the classes, and it's just going to be a daring move by the 234, and he's going to try and hold it, and he thinks he's clear here, but UJAS is still there, and unfortunately, they just get together and get into the tire barrier.
So, unfortunate incident then. UJAS leading in 2 of your championships, but TCR a class where they're having less luck at this point in time. Picking up live pictures in GT4 battle for the 3rd and final step on the podium. Shibsky Racing in the 111 right in the middle of it. Here comes SimRC ClubSport in the 176 trying to get up into 3rd position as well. Great to see Patrick Jung behind the wheel there as he tries to get the momentum down the hill in towards the corner. Oh no, another car is on its roof.
What?
That's Pure Sims Esports. That's a second TCR car that's ended up the wrong way round in today's race. And guess what? This is going to come right in front of our halfway point marker, and I have a feeling those points are going to get awarded under caution. There we go.
Why are they even trying to rev?
There we go. Caution flag flies. We are back under caution for the 3rd time in just under 2 hours. Pure Sims Esports finally able to get that car back onto pit lane. And we finally get an opportunity to take a look at exactly what happened here to Pete Newman. So you can see a couple of cars in front of him. He was running in about 4th position at this point in time. Got Mayor Sims P Performance in the 273 directly in front. But my oh my, not what you'd expect here. 2 cars to end up on their roof in the TCR category. And unfortunately, 2nd time a TCR has brought out the caution flag. So down into the bus stop chicane then, you see No Luck EM Sport from behind. Let's see if something's going to happen in front of these guys. Ooh, it's contact between the UJAS. That's the UJAS Championship leading car that's just been hit from behind. My oh my, what is happening here in Belgium? All types of drama are unfolding. And there you can see, we'll try and get a better look at this one if we can. But Giovanni Romano has just been hit from behind with nothing much that he could really do here, Sommel.
Yeah, he's been hit by a TCR car of all things, so that's not even the same class. Hit by the 273. Oh, Giovanni's gonna be so angry. And what about the Pure Sims car too? They've been flipped around with no wrongdoing of their own.
Let's take a look at this one more time. Let's try and also grab an onboard look at this. You can just see that No Luck EM Sport car nowhere to go. And if anything, RSR by G Performance are very fortunate to not find themselves getting caught up in this one. So let's watch this view then. As you see those cars in front, nothing that Pete Newman can do as he gets hit from behind and tips over onto his roof.
Oh boy.
So back under caution then, 3rd time today. as we work towards our halfway marker. 9 minutes left on the clock here. Jonathan, is there any chance that we actually get these halfway points awarded under green flag?
We saw this in the Endurance Series. There was a caution with about 10 laps before halfway points, and it did not go green until almost right afterwards. So I really don't think so, unless people come back down for pit road and we have another wave of sorting out the order, then that's definitely not going to happen. It's just going to be... I honestly don't know, especially with how long the pace lap is around here. It's like 4 minutes. So if we have one more pace lap, I think halfway points will be awarded under caution.
So wow. Second car ends up on its roof, and the safety car is deployed to the track for the third time today. I did think that, given that race control had been kind to all of our drivers, allowed them to make full use of the entire track's width at most corners on the track, that we'd be able to avoid these type of caution periods. But unfortunately, we saw a couple of them in our season opener in the IVRA Endurance Series, Sommel, so maybe not such a surprise that we've seen them again today.
To be frank, the drivers expected this. So that's why they already plotted out different moments and different points of the race where if we had a safety car right now, we would pit, and if we had a safety car then we would not pit. So they've already done all that stuff and they expected lots of drama going on. So yeah, they already have plotted everything, they're on the move, so their race more or less is all coming down to execution and making sure that no other incidents that wouldn't really fit in well into their strategy plan don't happen. And it may sound easy to say, but considering how many cars are competing, considering the multi-class drama that takes place, it's not the easiest thing in the world, to be honest.
Racing is easy. I wish I had learned that lesson early in my racing career. I would have been a F1 talent. That's what I'm going to say. Guaranteed F1 talent if you just told me racing was easy. But never mind. 6 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. We are going to get these halfway points awarded under caution, I would believe, at this point in time. With the lights back on the safety car. A lap under caution here being... How long are we looking at in general? About 3-minute lap times, roughly? 4-minute lap times?
I was looking at 4:05, 4:15 is what we've been at under when we're all grouped up under the pace car.
So there we go. We'll get... Even if we... Actually, you know what? If we manage to go green the next time around, we will get a 1-lap shootout for the halfway point. So never say never. I'm sure Race Control is doing their best to try and get this entire procedure worked through in the quickest possible manner. But I would like to see that. A 1-lap shootout for those points. Team 11 have dropped to 3rd place, of course, after being passed. Team Hoisingveld now at the front of your GT4 class. And of course, at the front of TCR, you've got the Impulse Racing 222. So in each of our 3 classes, 3 cars that we didn't really expect to be getting those halfway points. I think that's fair to say here, Jonathan. Although, I've just said that, I'm sorry to cut you off because pit stops have decided to play out here. And specifically in GT4, let's start with GT4, Jonathan. SRN, the 175 car, so not the car that had been challenging for the race lead. They are now at the front of GT4. My Days Urban Works have gone up into 2nd, but they're not going to get the maximum halfway points because of what the 175 is doing.
I'm a bit perplexed at why everyone has decided to come down pit road. It's like, if we go green next time by, maybe I get it, but if we don't, I don't get it. So, yeah, the 175 staying out does block the Urban Works car, and the 175, I believe, has not been towards the front, but has still been fast. So, if we do get that 1-lap shootout, don't count them out yet.
Well,
but then we saw a host of touring cars as well down.
Yeah, he qualified in 3rd, so he's got pace. He was 0.8 of a second off, but has the pace to run up towards the front. Sommel, I'll pass it over to you for TCR now, because a couple of cars have stayed out there. A number of cars have come down the pit lane. But the end result is, it's still Impulse Racing in the 222 that's looking to try and secure those halfway points.
Yes, it is Impulse Racing who have gone for this one. They're focusing more on the halfway points at this particular stage, but it could be chopping and changing quite a bit. Full center right there, Hosting World. They're always going to be in the hunt in that department, so I think it's going to be a fun race to see how that happens. But halfway points, clearly the priority right now, but it all depends on how soon we get going.
So, that is the question. 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes to go before those halfway points get awarded. Let's talk a little bit then about other stuff. Let's turn our attention away from Spa-Francorchamps. Let's talk about next week. IVRA Endurance Championship returns for its first race of 2021, Jonathan, as we head to Mid-Ohio for a 4-hour race. And, you know, I'm just going to set my expectations based on what I saw at Phillip Island a couple of weeks ago.
Oh.
Let's just hope that some of those drivers watched back the Phillip Island race, decided to calm down a little bit, and are going to head out to Ohio with the best of intentions out there to produce what we know the IVRA Endurance Series can do, which is great, fantastic racing, both on the track and with strategy as well.
I think if we see a race similar to Barber, which Barber and Mid-Ohio do share a lot of similarities in terms of the course construction, then I think we'll be in for a good race and we'll be okay. We won't see a lot of yellows, I don't think, unless, again, we see a couple cars end up upside down. It's just going to be a matter of traffic management, which has been where a lot of that issues have come up with those LMP2 cars flying through the GT cars and the pace difference between the two. It's just going to be a matter of how you manage the traffic and how you get through it. And we've seen currently the drivers at the top of the field are the ones that can manage that the best.
So let's see what happens then. Let's turn our attention to the front of the field where you'll see the lights are still on the pace car. So unfortunately, halfway points will get awarded under safety car. And we'll run you through those standings as soon as we're sure no one else is coming down the pit lane. It's been an interesting way to kick off 2021 for IVRA ClubSport Series, because it's one of these championships, Sommel, where you've got so many different types of teams, right? I think a lot of series have established an identity for themselves where they get, you know, maybe a lot of the strongest teams, or maybe they get a lot of up-and-coming teams, but you never really get the blend of both. In a competition like this, you've got the likes of Maniti, Alpine Stars, World of Sim Racing. I mean, these are teams that compete in many, many series across the globe and across different disciplines of iRacing as well. Then you've also got, you know, teams like the Team Bergens, Team 11. They're using these series to develop themselves, but they're not just showing that they're up-and-comers. They're showing they've got the pace to hang with the best of the best.
That's why I love IVRA competition so much. It's just about the diversity of the teams, and interestingly, each different team has their own different story, and it all just converges into each other, and we have this beautiful, chaotic, harmonious race event that we have here, and it just makes for such a fun event because you end up speaking to the drivers, to the teams, and understand where they're coming from, and it's also diverse, and that's what sim racing is about. Everyone with a different story, a different background, reflects with the drivers, reflects with the teams, and what we're getting here is just I wouldn't say the perfect amalgamation, because for sure certain things can be better in certain departments, say less flipping over, but it's too good for what it is. And that's what sim racing should be. It should be good, fun, enjoyable, and at the end of the day, you leave with a big smile on your face, regardless of where you're from or how you've been here.
So, 10 seconds away then, as we cross the line the next time around. Those are the positions that will hand out our halfway points. We'll quickly run you through then the top 8 in each of the 3 classes. And Jonathan, why don't you run us through the 911 Cup cars?
Well, I said the Hell Racers needed a good, clean day, and so far that's what they've gotten in the 26 machine. They're going to get the 50 points. Team Bergen has been strong all day, getting second, and Team 11 will get the 3rd points. Hell Racers 4th. They really have shown good pace, I think, at both cars, but with the competitors down, with some of the other competitors down the order, like Fiercely Forward and Hugh Jass in 6th and 7th, they're going to get more points. And NAB Racing quietly putting together a good day in 8th. And let's not forget the 70 machine of Virtual Motorsports in 5th will get a decent amount of points as well.
So that's 9-11. Sommel, run us through GT4.
GT4 has been quite interesting. The car that you see up on top, SRN Motorsports, I would say, is more of an interim leader currently because of the way strategy has planned out and how they've decided to stay out there. Expect them to be falling down, if not tumbling down that way, but they have shown good pace. My days Elbensberg have deserved to be there. They're either in P1 or P2. We would not know because their main rivals, SRN Motorsport, the number 174, are in P number 7. That's because they stopped. And then this is how things are playing out. Otherwise, it's been a bit dull. Sam Sawyer Emerald has had a spin of their own. Shipsky Racing have had a little bit of bad luck, but all very sane in this category. But the one team that you don't see here, the Hell Racers, the leaders in this category, the championship leaders, oh, they've had a chaotic one. It's just been going downhill from them from the very beginning. From slowdowns to not having enough pace to being caught up in traffic to hell, even being hit by a TCR car and then flipping out another car right there. It's been absolutely chaotic for them. They need some really good rounds after this one to get back in the championship hunt. Otherwise, all the other teams right here are just going to pounce on them and really snap up the lead.
So final class is TCR. We mentioned it was the Impulse 222. They were fairly strong in qualifying, but have fallen down through the field very slightly. They've got the Full Send 287 in second, Team Hoisingfeld in third, the championship leaders, with Full Send in fourth, the pole position sitters who have dropped down due to strategy, with Fiercely Forward the 234, RSR Esport by G Performance, and Boosted Motorsport and Mayer SimSpeed Performance, the final cars in this top 8 in the class. We're ready to go back to green flag racing. It's the Hell Racers number 26 that punches the throttle and takes us across the start-finish line to go racing once again. Team 11 already applying pressure onto Team Bergen as we work in towards last source. Also watch out for Jeff Tyler in the huge-ass number 37 that leads this championship as he tries to get some good championship points. In the next 2 hours of this race, we fly our way down in towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Look at the cars as they already hit 250 kilometers an hour as we get back to green flag racing. Team Bergen using all of the track as he's going to attack the rear end of the Hell Racers number 26 as we run up the Kemmel Straight in towards the Lacombe chicane. Here comes Team Bergen with the push from behind as well. Team 11 trying to use that outside line to their advantage. Fiercely Forward getting past the Virtual Motorsport car as well. Hell Racers into the grass. They're going to be passed by Team 11 on the outside. Here comes Team Bergen to try and do an over-under perhaps through Malmedy. Hell Racers running second and fourth. Fiercely Forward into fifth, now looking to the outside of the second of those Hell Racers cars. Effectively, Sommel, this is now a 2-lap sprint to the end, no matter how you want to look at it. Those halfway points have been awarded. You've regrouped yourself in, for the most part, class starting positions, and now we go racing for 2 more hours.
Absolutely, the halfway points have been awarded. The game right now is only focusing on the long term. That's going to be the interesting part. Team Bergen seem to be in the best possible position, but Hugo Jou in the Team Fiercely Forward car not too far off. Some teams are banking on a safety car now, another one more than the others. Should be a fun way towards the very end.
Team Down Under with a bold move to the inside, get past. That's Virtual Motorsports who continues to drop down through the field. We fly our way through the curve Paul Frere on the run up towards Blanchimont now. Can see the lights being flashed from Virtual Motorsports in the orange car further back in the shot. This is Team Bergen though, still puts the pressure onto the Hell Racers number 26. The gap between first and second, just under half a second as we work down into the bus stop. Here comes Bergen to the inside. They'll slot back into line and maybe try and set up the next few laps. And once again, Jonathan, I just talked about this being a reset. For so many of these cars now, this is about strategy to the end. Some of these cars obviously on more fuel, they've got more fuel in their tanks, they can go slightly longer, and other cars are going to spend more time on the pit lane in the last 2 hours of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be trying to find the best time to pit, the best driver for the last stint, or even 2 stops, because we don't know how long some of these guys can go on fuel. Like, some of them pit under a caution, some of them did not. They may have to stop twice, they may only have to stop once. So it's going to be a real challenge, I think, for every single class until the end to really figure out a good strategy and a good way to get home.
Side by side, Team Hoisingveld gets the outside momentum down in towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Here comes Fischer Motorsports to get past some lapped machinery. That TCR of Team Hoisingveld's going to help out his teammate as they go side by side through the bottom of the hill. Hoisingveld's going to have to compromise and get back underneath as he's going to get the draw from his teammate here as we work down the Camel Straight. Shipsky Racing in the 111 is going to get hung out to dry very slightly here. And in fact, he might pinch off his teammate. No, in fact, TCR, the Team Hoisingveld TCR, moves back to the outside of the line, and that's going to promote Team Hoisingveld and Lennart Hardenberg up into 4th position in GT4. Shipsky Racing getting stuck behind that TCR machine. Out front, by the way.
Anyone's ever seen...
Sorry, go ahead,
Anyone's ever
guys.
seen the movie Talladega Nights? That's a teammate right there. I've never seen a TCR being used as a drafting for a GT4 and work out. That was brilliant.
Oh, contact between our championship leader and the Hell Racers number 16 machine. Huge ass all over the rear end of the number 16. He now looks to the inside through Campus Corner. Not going to get the move done. Here comes NAB Racing, though, in H2 Performance SRT. There's a lot of contenders here on this green flag restart as we get back to green flag racing after our 3rd caution period of today's race. And this is the battle for 6th on back. Further up, you can see Team Bergen still stuck behind the number 26 car, and they're getting slightly more impatient as we come down into the bus stop chicane, already committing to the outside of the corner. Here comes Team Down Under from behind as well, trying to get past Fiercely Forward. Fiercely Forward gets a bit spooked. He's going to take to the runoff area. Here comes Team Bergen, though, gets the power down very nicely out of the bus stop chicane on the run up to the last source hairpin. Outside line for Team Bergen. He's going to try and sweep that momentum all the way down the hill as well. Hell Racers able to cut very tightly there, Sommel, but here comes that challenge from behind.
Yep, this is going to be interesting to see how Team Bergen play it out. We've been hearing reports from drivers saying that the draft is far too overpowered here at Spa. Let's see that in action. Let's see it being played out. Good exit there out of Eau Rouge. No track limits there, remember. And here they come then.
Something's happened, by the way, to Fiercely Forward in Hugo's route. That 34 car dropping down my timing screen. Round the outside, Team Bergen gets the position. Here comes Team Down Under on the fresher tires as well. Almost contact made between the two of them. The 45 throws it into the second part of the quarter. Hell Racers, though, just about able to hold on. They've now lost a whole heap of time to the guys in front of them, though. That's not what they would have wanted. Here comes the 45 back down to the inside, forces Nicholas Helm to give up the position, and Team Down Under, after starting from the pit lane, Jonathan, now find themselves on the 3rd and final step of the podium.
Started from the pit lane and then also had to take a drive-through penalty for coming out of the pit lane too early on that first lap. So this is a really good drive from Team Down Under, and for Team Bergen, they really needed to get around the Hell Racers car. The 26 has good pace, but it's just not as fast as the Team Bergen. Even the Team Down Under, they're showing good pace as well in the second half of the race.
There you can see Hugo's route in the 34 car coming in and out of existence on the virtual Spa, and seems to be having some brief technical issues that I'm sure the entire team is wishing will get fixed as soon as possible. As we come through the curve, Paul Frere, Team Down Under now 1 second, 0.8 of a second actually, behind the race leader. Team 11 is feeling the pressure. Here comes Team Bergen, but of course, watch for the 45 on those fresher tires. That's the car that we're keeping our eye out for. I think the car that you might want to be thinking about as your main contender for the win in today's race. He looks to the inside on Team Bergen. He forces the move to come. And 45, Team Down Under, they're not going to be down under for much longer. Up into second they go. Beautiful move around the outside of the bus stop chicane there. And wow. Jonathan, that was one of the best passes we've seen in IVRA competition.
I don't think Team Bergen was expecting that to happen. Eberston was probably just so focused on PJ Claessens, he didn't even see Custer come down on the inside, and it was a great move. And now all of a sudden this 45 is in the captain seat trying to chase down PJ Claessens.
That was incredible. I always like to get excited about passing moves. That one got me about ready to jump out of my seat. And now 45 tries to get to work on Team 11 in front of him. You can see that train of these 911 GT3 Cup cars. They've, after this initial restart, mainly stayed single file. They're yet to really catch up with the traffic just yet, as we see Team Down Under through Malmedy. I'm looking at the GT4 and TCR machines, who are mostly still coming around Eau Rouge Radion, and some of them still filtering through the last source hairpin. So we still got a ways to go before traffic starts to be a factor once again. The question here, Sommel, is does that happen before pit lane becomes a factor? You see there, PJ Clayson's 23 laps into his stint so far. The question is, are they going to lose time by having to play this alternate strategy, or will they actually gain more time here because they spend less time getting past the slower traffic?
Yeah, exactly. A lot of it also comes down to the safety car. And if we get something similar right now, they'll literally be in heaven, because then everything will be nullified and they'll be ending up gaining quite a bit of time. But coming through with traffic, yes, we need to have a good idea about where the other cars are, because if they're a bit far off at this stage, it's perfect for them. They lose less time. They're able to get their positions in as soon as possible. Lot more to gain, but I'm not sure where the traffic is right now.
We'll wait and see how that's going to play out. Here comes that 45, looks to the outside. Oh, gets his nose chopped off by Claysons. Claysons is not going to just hand this position over. It's the race lead, and he's going to try and keep his grasp on it. Team Down Under tries that same look, a bit too far back this time around. Now slot into line and keep going. Jeff Tyler looks to the inside of the Hell Racers number 26 car, who's now dropping down the order on those older tires. The championship leader now up into 4th place as he gets past the 26 car. In fact, that will become 5th place as Hugo Giroux blinks back into existence right in front of our eyes.
Tyler deployed cloaking technology.
I was watching a G.I. Joe movie a couple of days ago. That reminds me of some of the stuff I saw in that one. But nicely down on the power for that huge ass machine. At some point, Jeff Tyler is going to have to get out of that car as well, because he's been in the car since the start of the race, and Sommel, maximum drive time is 2.5 hours.
Yup, exactly, and we're just about getting in there in the next 15, 17 odd minutes. Under time though right now.
You can see as well, great aerial shots once again brought to us by ATVO, graphical partner of RaceSpotTV. Hugo Giroux in the 34 Fiercely Forward machine continues to have some technical issues that popping him in and out of existence at seemingly free will, but still sits in 4th, 1.2 seconds behind the race leader, and he's the second car in line on those fresher tires. What can the 34 car do as he now closes in on the rear end of Team Bergen and Team 11. Let's jump on over, though, because we focused in on this battle for a bit too long, I think, to be honest here, guys, because here we'll see. This is the 2nd place in TCR now. Fraser Smith, who's been out there for 15 laps or so. We do expect that he's going to be slightly compromised on fuel, just like a lot of the cars that were caught out by a closed pit entry. He's now about 1.6 seconds behind your race leader, Team Hoisingfeld.
And that has real championship implications right now, and I mean, Full Send's just happy to be on the podium at the moment.
Well, it's a definite step up in fortunes for them, but for a team that's been so strong in IVRA TCR competitions, Jonathan, it is a bit surprising to see them down here. They have just been promoted, we must say, by the fact that the Impulse Racing 222 has just come down the pit lane. So there is a reason why they're further up there. Oh no, that's Virtual Motorsports. That's had a big issue through the Lacombe chicane. Take a look at our RaceSpotTV replay as we pick up the tail end of this one. He's already been off the track for a brief moment, and Jonathan, talk us through it.
It looks like he's passing a GT4 car. He's going after the Hell Racers machine, and he just goes flying into Les Combs. Tries to light up the tires to get back around, and unfortunately sends himself into the outer barrier as well.
So pit stops now happening. We see those 3 cars that came down, or didn't come down rather, on our last caution. Hell Racers, the 26, Team Bergen, the 46, and Team 11, number 97, all down on pit lane. Looks as though one of these cars is having driver changes. In fact, 2 of them. Team 11, Lewis Ward steps behind the wheel. Drive time almost used up for PJ Claysons. Hell Racers Gluttony as well, switching over their drivers. Team Bergen then drops off the jack, just a 27-second stop for them. And of course, Sommel, this car has got one more driver change still to come. We saw an early stop for the 46 where they swapped drivers and tires. Looks as though they're approaching the race slightly differently from the rest of their competition.
And they had to indeed. They did it from the very beginning with the early tire swap and deciding not to double stint and then not pitting onto the safety car, and then this. Team Bergen have just been the complete and perfect example of alternate strategy. They've been not really on the same tangent as everyone else, and that's quite clear in this case. The last time they were in this case, I think they were on in what, P9, currently in P number 13, but that could all very well change, and the fact that we don't know where they come out is the most fun part.
Team Bergen then getting stuck behind. I think that's the SRN 175 car. Second place in GT4 at this time. They'll get the move done down the inside into Jackie Ick's corner. Back out front. Let's turn our attention to the guys that haven't pitted in 911 Cup, Jonathan. Here comes our championship leader, Jeff Tyler, trying to get past the number 34.
These, again, are two colors that we've seen already before get tangled with each other in the TCR group, and now we're going to see him tangle here. Looks like Jeff Tyler going to be a bit cautious going into here. He knows Drood has been having some technical issues, but both these drivers are going to have to switch soon, within at least the next 10 minutes or so.
So they will try and run it dry, you have to assume. Maybe try and get it all the way till that 90-minute mark. They can't cut it too close. IVRA regulations don't use the race clock for drive time. Instead, driver's lap time is actually used to calculate drive times. As a result, all of these teams do need to keep on top of exactly when they need to get out of the car. On board with Jeff Tyler as he's going to get a great run up the hill. Look at the momentum he's already built, and he's going to pull up right alongside the number 34. Very early on as we go underneath the bridge, Tyler has already got the momentum. And Hugo Giroud's going to tuck back into line and say, okay, you got the position for now, Sommel, but I'm going to stay right here. I'm going to do my fuel saving. And for the next 10 minutes, you can stay in front of me, but my teammate, he'll get past you in, maybe 12 minutes time.
The interesting thing is, Fiercely Forward are going to have their supposedly quicker teammate, Quinton Violate, coming into the car. And Quinton Violate has just been signed up by the RAG Esports Junior team. So that's some proper pedigree. And the one race I really remember is the IVRA ClubSport race at Co-Circuit of the Americas, where we saw something similar. Again, Hugo Giroud doing an excellent job in the first stint, trying to do the best that he possibly can, and then handing it over to Quinton, who comes in full cowabunga, pretty much, and tries to drive the car as fast as he possibly can. And that is where Fiercely Forward seem to have an advantage of sorts. So that could be something interesting to see right here.
Look at you being able to say Hugo's name properly. You got me making him sound like he's a shroot, and then Jonathan, I don't even know what you're saying, but you're getting it just as wrong as I am.
I'm following you, unfortunately, and maybe I should follow Sommel on that one.
Yeah, no, I think you'd probably want to follow him as well. But second and third battle then still rages on. The number 34 loses just a little bit of momentum as we round the Paul Frere bend up on the run towards Blanchimont. He does get the draft that helps him to regain some of that lost momentum. Let's turn our attention to some of the other classes once again, because now things are settling down once again. We don't usually like to say that because inevitably it ends up jinxing something. And indeed, take a look here. A great little fight. David Van Broek, the boosted Motorsport 267, the RAF Spitfire Tribute livery that always gets me very excited when I see it out on track. Right behind Hugh Jass in the 237, who of course we saw having a few issues in today's race so far. Lipid Esports right behind them as well on a bit of a recovery drive here, Sommel, because very early on in the race they got caught out by some incidents, and to be where they are, 8th position right now, still in with a fight of a good top 5 finish here. It's exactly what the IVRA safety cars really open up for teams that struggle early on in a race.
Absolutely, Lipid Esports got bogged down by a couple of penalties early on, and things really seem to be going against them, with the tide just turning in a different direction. But no, they've clawed their way back up, and that's the one thing about sports, and even esports for that matter. You just don't give up. You never know how things can come into your perspective. Even more so when we've got safety cars like we have in IVRA.
We've got safety cars, we've got lap traffic cutting their way through these TCR cars right now. Here comes the Virtual Motorsport number 70 machine to the inside, and he'll get the move done very, very easily. And then he'll feed a little bit of draft to the Team Huge Ass 237. That will help tow him up the hill as we dive down in towards Blanchimont corner. Such a high-speed commitment corner, and in a car like a TCR machine with not much downforce, front-wheel drive, it must be a very different feeling to what something like that Porsche 911 Cup car feels like, where you've got no downforce but a lot of power coming from the rear end. So that is an interesting kind of comparison between those two cars. Words from Boosted Motorsports' John Roberts. It's a Lancaster. So maybe I misidentified the specific aeroplane that the Tribute livery is trying to pay homage to, but apparently it's the 80th birthday of the Lancaster today. So happy birthday. That's a mighty big accomplishment to have hit. An 80-year-old plane. That definitely sounds like a very interesting thing to go and take a look at. But these are reverse planes, if you will. They produce downforce instead of lift, and I'm sure they just turned around the wing, or maybe inverted the color scheme, I don't know. Tried to get that car up towards its peak operating window out front, in front of these guys. Fiercely Forward is just getting past by Mayer SimSpeed Performance in the 273. They try and fight it back under braking and really close on up. But interestingly, this fighting between 5th and 6th place, or rather 4th and 5th place, is opening the door for the likes of the Huge Ass team, the Boosted Motorsports, and the Leipert Esports to make their way through. SimRC ClubSport, we saw them spinning in qualifying very early on. Lucas Dolzer now up to speed and feeling warmed up. He's putting some pressure onto that BMW in front of him, Sommel.
This is turning out to be an interesting one with SimRC, who've had their fair share of drama in this race. With AOD Racing, who've had their fair share of drama early on. SimRC just being pushed wide too. The AstroTurf right there, and look at this, Coupe Paul Frere, yep, just making sure that you've got only one wheel on the grass, and put more than two, the stewards will be right on you trying to make sure that you get your penalties.
I tell you what, Jonathan, I'm going to send you off to do a little bit of research for us up here in the booth. You'll help me and Sommel out no measure. Race Control has been monitoring the track limit situation and giving warnings to each of the cars. Can you go and take a look and get us a quick update on exactly what that situation is and which cars are being more naughty than the other ones at this point in time?
I can definitely try. It looks like just from what we're watching is like right now it's not too bad, but again, turn 15 down there, Curve Paul Fier is where they've been hounding on it. They haven't been doing anything about a Rouge already on, but definitely track limits are going to be an issue still.
Yeah, I'm seeing a number of cars actually have final warnings for track limits considerations here. A lot of first warnings, a lot of second warnings. So Race Control is making sure to give each of our competitors the full opportunity to push the limits and maybe get reined in very slightly. Dolzer really in that draft, and he tries to poke a nose to the inside. He's going to send it under braking. Can he get the car slowed down? Just about in time, but here comes the BMW back to try and fight it back in towards Malmedy, still side by side. I think SimRC just threw an absolute send down the inside into Les Combes. They still fight it out through Bruxelles. Side by side, they're working, but the inside line for the Porsche should pay off. And SimRC into the 6th place in GT4. That was a bold move there, Sommel, and I think I heard you just inhale a sharp breath for a moment.
Yeah, exactly. They had to send it down the inside in order to avoid losing out, too much time that is here. And that one has just worked out perfectly. Good racing, respect. SimRC sending it down the inside, and AOD just making sure that the lines were correct. And that's a bit of a rarity, considering how intense competition here is in the IVRA competition. But no, they've procured that position for themselves, and that is some fun racing.
But what I was just about to say before Dolzer threw it down the inside was he's going to need to try something desperate at the top of Les Combes, because the BMW grunt is just a bit too much, it seems like, for the Porsche to overcome. So he gets the move done. builds up a 0.6 of a second advantage and now has to try and preserve that until the next time he reaches the end of the Kemmel Straight and the entry into the Lecomte's chicane. While we take a look at this then, Jonathan, you've gone off and done your digging. There's one team that you say is in the really naughty books with race control.
Yeah, Ragazzo Racing at turn 9 has been the one that's been given an investigation and has been told by race control you need to stop doing what you're doing at turn 9. But there's a number of our contenders that have been given multiple warnings, and specifically about turn 9. And it seems to be the Porsche Cup class. You have Team Bergen, Team Down Under, Huge Ass, and Maniti Racing, who've been having a bad day. All have been given warnings about turn 9 twice. So one more and they get an investigation and maybe a penalty. So these guys do need to be careful. Fiercely Forward right now has only been given one warning, so that's a good thing for them. And that 22 has only been given one warning, but everyone's kind of used that one warning so far. And with an hour and 30 minutes left, it might change as we see them come down the pit road, Arjuna.
Look at this train of cars. Team Down Under, by the way, still out there on track, so they're still going one lap longer. A couple of TCR cars also on the lane. So is the No Luck EM Sport Machine. Fiercely Forward right behind Lucas Lippert then and Jeff Tyler. They're also followed in, by the way, by Nick Thyssen for NAB Racing and H2 Performance SR2. The number 86 also down onto the pit lane. Oh no. That's going to be a big crash for Raf van der Linden coming through Blanchimont. One of the highest speed corners on the track. And van der Linden has got it wrong. So on the inside of a full send racing car, and he's already sideways as he sends it through the corner. But Sommel, he's lucky that that wasn't terminal damage there.
Just a big, massive flat spot on his tires. Not too much. But yeah, there was a certain sense of urgency surrounding Raf van der Linden. He had to do something, even after the early incident that he had with one of the Fischer cars. Geodesics race has just been sliding downhill from the very beginning.
So there you can see that was Ragazzo Racing. There goes van der Linden down the inside of the huge-ass car that's just getting up to racing speed. There goes Sven de Mel, who has just taken over the car with just over 90 minutes to go. So anyone who still owes us a driver change has just over 2 minutes to make that happen. So not much time at all for some of these teams to get down the pit lane and swap over drivers. Sven de Mel then gets back up to racing speed, and like I mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, he'll be finding out exactly how much of the track width he can use since race control has lifted the restriction on track limits. Let's turn our attention to My Day's Urban Worst, because they've just come down the pit lane for what should be their second to last stop. Christian Jung off the jacks gets that final bit of fuel into that car, fills it all the way up to the brim here, Jonathan. But this is interesting. I don't think that he can go to the end from here. I think some of his competitors might only be looking at one more pit stop as well.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mentioned earlier with those ill-timed pace cars coming back to back, along with that 40-second penalty in there to a good measure. The fuel is so in the question. We really don't know who can make it and who can't at the moment. My Days, I am sure will have to be down. Like 50 to 60 minute stint seems to be the thing, unless we get multiple safety cars. But now we have Team Down Under coming down as well. So I think everyone's kind of banking on one more stop from here. When to take it, though, is a big question.
Yeah.
Word coming down, by the way, is Boujwin Kuster, I hope I got that name right, in the pit lane, getting fuel and appears as though no tires this time around. He's going to be staying in that car as he comes out of the pit lane. We did say that this car had a pit start, and apparently the reason for that was his internet decided to die right before we started this race. So it is a last to first challenge that was caused by hardware failure that then caused a subsequent drive-through penalty for serving the penalty wrong for taking a pit start, if I'm getting that sequencing of events right, Jonathan. What I'm trying to say is absolutely sterling job from this 45 car to get back up to what is the net race lead.
And we said it at the beginning, like Team Down Under, their position in the standings does not show the pace they've had. They've been a top 5 team, I think, all season long. It's just they've had bad luck, and you mentioned earlier, oh no, we have no luck running out of luck.
I was just about to make the same pun. I'm very glad that we're on the same page when it comes to some of these things. Chad Wilkes, for a moment, I got scared about another safety car because when it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours, and No Luck EM Sport having another healthy dose of no luck. We saw one race in particular, Jonathan, if you can remember which one it was, where I believe they hit literally every leading car in the LMP class in IVRA endurance competition. That might have been Phillip Island.
I was gonna say, you know what race that was. It was Phillip Island, but my concern was which Hellraiser's car hit him.
That is
the 26 or the 16? If it was the 26, I would be scared because they're at 11 penalty points. And if they get a penalty for something like that, not good.
I tell you what, as we see Team Hoisingveld, your TCR Championship leaders, down onto pit lane, let's turn our attention to the Full Send Racing 287 car that's making its way through the Piff-Paff section, that running in 8th position, 17 seconds down the road from the Impulse Racing 222. Let's talk about some of the penalties here quickly, Jonathan, because there's a couple that we haven't really focused in on. There's one, which I noticed for Benjamin Fisher. I believe this would be the one where we saw Alpine Stars Geodesic getting turned by a very aggressive Benjamin Fisher. The second incident I wanted to highlight, though, was a 273, which is a car that we've seen toward the top of the timing sheets on a number of occasions, with a 10-second stop-and-hold penalty.
Yeah, for contact with the 137. I'm going to double-check to see what car that is. 137. But I think the 137 has been fighting in the GT4 class for quite some time and just didn't give him enough room, and there was a bit of contact right there. And again, I mentioned it earlier, a lot of these penalties and a lot of the collisions and contact we have is just with lap traffic, and that's the joy and kind of the, you know, the devil of this multi-class racing is the lap traffic and the different cars out on track creates such a weird environment and crazy, chaotic environment at times that some of these collisions are inevitable, and sometimes they're racing incidents, and sometimes they do result in those penalties.
So this is the battle, by the way, third and final step on your GT4 podium. SimRC.de pulling out 9/10 of a second, just over a second now, to AOD Racing in their BMW. The first 3 rounds of the season, AOD Racing and their BMW were not... they weren't a laughingstock. That is not the word I meant to use. They were the most... we talk about No Luck EM Sport having no luck, but it really was a case of AOD in this class here, Jonathan, being in a situation where they either had the best luck in the world or they had none of it, to the point where maybe sometimes you do start feeling a little bit down in your luck. You just, things don't go your way, you do everything that you think you can do, and sometimes it just doesn't pan out the right way.
And it can be frustrating as a driver, and especially as a multi-driver team, if the whole team just has bad luck, because it's not like there's one driver that's constantly there giving you a little bit of encouragement, coaching you through it. It's everyone's kind of down. It really does hurt the team. But this is so far a good race from AOD, and at least a good showing right now from the BMWs. Most of these top runners have been Porsches, but the AOD Racing has been in the top 5 most of the day, and until a few incidents, the huge-ass car was up here most of the day as well.
You know, that huge-ass GT4 machine is probably just somewhere in a quiet corner being very miserable, because they got taken out in an incident where, well, not taken out, they're still running, but they're running much slower than we'd expect them to run. They are down in 41st place overall, 12th place in class, 4 laps down from their class leader. And Jonathan, this is a championship leading situation here, where Giovanni Romano now finds himself in a position where the next hour and 20 minutes or so, it's basically just about trying to recover as many points as you can by hoping for the rest of your competitors to go through some really disastrous luck.
Yeah, the bright side he has right now is that No Luck EM Sport has a lot of damage and is only a couple laps ahead of them, and then the penalty out of the 113, it's something, I guess, to repay but the contact that was had there, it's clearly critical, and unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to maintain this points lead. Again, it would have to take a big crash, I think, to really give them an advantage, or something like a 3-lap wave around to get back, because it's going to require something massive.
And even safety cars aren't going to bring them back into that picture as well. So just something for us to consider in the closing stages of this race. Let's turn our attention back to TCR and this wonderful RAF tribute livery and jump on board with David Van Broek, who's chasing down Leipert Esports. 2 cars that have been up and down through the field so far today, Sommel. But Leipert Esports, it is very good to see them fighting up there in 3rd position. Yes, they owe us a pit stop, but they're also one of these few cars that we think might need a bit less time in the pit lane in the closing stages of the race. They may be able to make the strategy work to get up into a good top 5 finish.
Exactly, Leipert Esports, it's not all over and done for them, and it's not looking all gloomy. Should they get a really good final stint in, who knows, maybe the tide could turn in their favor, and they could have a really fine ending towards the very end. So many things going on, so many different narratives that have to come to a close. I'm pumped up for this final hour.
One more storyline. I forget who mentioned it, Jonathan or Sommel, but here you can see Quinton Violate, who is now into the car. This has been their strategy in Fiercely Forward, as he has to get on the brakes as the number 86 cuts off his nose. Hugo Giroud has put in a very, very sterling opening stint of the race. Here comes Violate to the inside then on the number 86. He's going to try and get up in towards 6th position. He's going to make that one look very, very easy indeed. Violate, who was recently signed with the Romain Grosjean Jr. team to try and develop his own skills in this very Porsche 911 Cup car, now sets sail and tries to reel in Hugh Jass and Sven Demel, who is 19 seconds down the road in front of him. But the important point here with someone like Violate, Sommel, is he's now in a program, he's in an environment where he's with the best of the best, not just in sim racing, but he's got support from someone like Romain Grosjean, who knows what it's like to be at the top level of real racing as well. So he's now got all of these people that can help him develop. He's got his teammates who are competing in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. I think for someone like Violate, 2021 is maybe a year where we can see him make a charge for a World Championship rank.
Exactly, and he's just a young lad, and you need that sort of support and development as esports becomes more and more competitive in the world. And it's not just RAG, it's also Coanda coming up with a similar program as well. So clearly, teams are finding value in this one. They recognize the importance of building up younger stars, and I think superstars are what we're missing out. Oh, let's talk about that a bit later on, because Manuel Meyer has had a slight incident at La Source.
Seems to be a popular point. La Source, the bus stop chicane, just going to get on the power a little bit too much. A bit wide through the middle of the corner as well, not getting all the way down onto the curbing in the inside, and doesn't lose too much time, fortunately, but that definitely will set Manuel Meyer back a little bit. One of those teams that we see competing across IVRA competitions and all 3 series that we see. Let's get back to the point at hand, though, here. It's not just RAG Esports. You said it right. Coanda recently partnered with Even Esports and Tommy Osgard, who's obviously part of Coanda, but he's helping to build up the next ranks of Scandinavian esports talents, and the likes of Oscar Bixrud and Benjamin Fuselgang are all now part of Coanda. And, you know, Sommel, you're what, 16, 17 years old?
17, yes, just a couple of months ago, yeah.
Jonathan, how old are you?
21.
Okay, you make me...
Sommel sounds 4 years older than me, and somehow it's 4 years younger.
Well, as caused a bit of controversy yesterday, apparently. I didn't find it controversial at all, but apparently Sommel is closer to, I guess, 30. How old is Karen Chondok? He's got a kid, so he must be mid to late 30s. So you apparently sound like you're 30-something, Sommel. But the point at hand here, I'm a very young 26 years old. Very, very young. I've only been around for a quarter of a century. And to see some of these guys, the likes of the Bixruds, the likes of the Fuselgangs, trying to compete at the top level of sim racing, it's very interesting. It'll be interesting to see how that develops. You know what's also developing, though? Team Down Under and their pace, because they're now out front all by themselves. And Jonathan, they've got how many seconds to their nearest actual competitor. You have to go back to Team Bergen in 4th place, who are almost 9 seconds down the road, to find someone that has been fighting near the front of the field for the entirety of this race right now. Team Down Under doing a smashing job to recover back to the front.
And again, and I've mentioned it, they've had pace all year. It's just, they just don't have the results to show for it. And this is a definitely good result so far for the 45 team. The 85 is close in position, but they still owe us a pit stop for strategy-wise. And same with the World of Sim Racing team car. That's about 2 seconds behind us. There they are in the background. But they're a ways away from Team Bergen. They're almost 20 seconds away from the current points leader in Sven Demel. It's a good showing, and I think for them, this is the type of race that you can kind of rebuild your confidence and show, like, look, we can contend with these top teams and we can go for a good points finish. Championship may be a little out of the question, but a solid finish in the points, maybe a top 5, is definitely not out of the question. They're in contention for that for sure.
I'm taking a quick look over at the championship standings. You know what? Despite the fact that Team Down Under have struggled at Road America and Barber, they had a pretty decent run at the Circuit of the Americas. And you know what? I wouldn't count them out of this one just yet. They're kicking off 2021 in the best way possible. They may have had some technical issues that kept them from joining the green flag start, but they've recovered very nicely. Now let's see what Kuster can do to what we think will be the end of the race. Turning our attention over to the 174 car, Scott McGarvey is going to hand over to his teammate Jason Gerard once again here. But Sommel, this is a car that's going to need one more stop, though, to get into this, though, to get to the end of the race. So we saw this car fighting the My Days team, the only car on pace that can contend with the 124 car. They're looking maybe at just a top 10 finish here.
Which is so sad, because we saw My Days rolling the dice and going for the gamble early on. SRN stayed out. So that initially gave them a bit of track position, but it's not coming back to help them, is it? So I don't know how this is going to play out, but honestly, if it's going to be just a top 10 finish for SRN 174, it just goes back to the point we discussed early on. Flashes of brilliant pace, but not having that one big result that we're looking for.
So out comes Jason Gerard back up to racing speed, and you'll have Alpine Stars Geodesic closing at a rate of knots as he crests the top of the hill. Just over 75 minutes for Gerard to get that car to the finish line. See what he's able to do then from what is 10th position on track right now. I should say, by the way, I shouldn't say these age jokes, because every time I tell one of these age jokes or make a comment on age, somewhere Paul Smith hears that and hates me just a little bit more.
I'm surprised he hasn't popped in the room yet.
Well, here's the problem. If I say RaceSpot Dad, that might get him to pop into TeamSpeak and tell me off very, very sternly. But I blame your friend. Your friend here, Jonathan. It's not my fault that we call Paul the RaceSpot Dad. That's Dylan. That's Dylan Coyle's fault. So I blame Dylan. It's not my fault.
You know what? I'll hop on the train with you.
I like the sound of that. All hashtag blame Dylan. No more blaming Randy, Hugo, anyone. Here comes Hugh Jass, though, to the inside of Team Bergen. They'll slot themselves up into 4th position. And it seems like the strategy is starting to favor Hugh Jass right now, because obviously Sommel, the Team Bergen 46 car, we saw them taking those tires very early on. I don't believe they've actually changed their tires since that stop, and so as a result, Marius Engbresten is starting to just drop off the pace very slightly.
Yep, exactly. A quick look at the timing stream will give you a good idea of exactly what's going on. Bergen, they've had decent laps, but look at this losing time again. A 1.1 seconds loss on lap 57, so it's clearly dropping off, but they are coming back with some force here.
Using that draft, trying to get all the way under the rear wing. Although it does appear as though lifting off the throttle, just breathing. A very gentle breathe of the throttle as you head into the braking zone, relieve the pressure slightly on the 37 and save that little bit of extra fuel that you then might not need to take in what will be your final pit stop of this race. Because we are approaching that window. 14 minutes to go till the top of the hour. still the potential for some of these guys to extend it that much further. You've got the likes of Yannick Hignet, who's running in net second place, holding on to the back of Team Down Under very, very well here. But look at that. 19 lap stint for Hignet. And Jonathan, you've just pointed out a very, very important fact that we seem to have missed up here in the commentary booth. Track evolution is playing a huge factor in tire life right now.
Yeah, so the session started in about like 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock simulated time, and the track temperature has increased from 18 degrees Celsius to 32 degrees Celsius. So these tires are now probably getting eaten alive, and the air temp has also increased by a few degrees Celsius for good measure. So it's a very dynamic and changing track, which is something that maybe besides the endurance race here, we really have not seen much of this drastic track shift. And I think that's definitely throwing a wrench in a lot of people's equations and explains why some of these top runners from early on, we aren't seeing charge through the field that we expected to. The track is changing and hurting their pace.
Yeah, you can't set up for all environments, all types of conditions. You optimize your car for a certain condition that you think will net you the race win. Interesting to see then the likes of, well, of course, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. They've been through the wars a little bit, so they're down in 13th place. But someone like Team 11, who's currently scrapping it out with that Hell Racers Gluttony car, 45 seconds down from your race leader, and they're in 10th position. Of course, strategy has played a big factor in all of these classes, but it's going to play more of a factor as we wind the clock down. Just in front of these cars, by the way, there you can see Christian Jung and the 124 My Days Urban Works team. Here comes your net race leader to the inside, forces the 124 to concede and just compromise the line very slightly. But again, are we seeing something like just what we're seeing in the 911 Cup class, Sommel? Are we maybe seeing that this 124 car is slowly going off the pace at this point in time, whereas someone like a Team Hoisingfeld is finding lap time everywhere around the track?
And Team Hoisingfeld have been the dark horses from the very beginning. They didn't seem to have the pace that the SRN car or the My Days Elmsworth car had early on. So now this is going to be something very interesting. So My Days Elmsworth are just ahead of the 175 SRN car, the orange machine that's clearly were the ones battling it out against them from the very beginning. And it's very interesting to see that both of these guys are trying to snatch up some track position. They're very slowly capitalizing and gaining on the cars up ahead, but it's not enough at this stage. But Hoisingfeld, they are clocking in slightly slower lap times, but on the whole, track position clearly favoring them right now. And when's the next pit window going to be? I think around the hour mark, around 50-55 minutes left to go.
There's your answer.
Ah.
Just on cue. You were asking when the pit window opens. Opens right...
Yikes.
What you want is your desire. Your desire is the wish, and Leonard Hardenberg down onto pit lane, not going to hand that car over, and interestingly, not taking any tires. AOD Racing in their BMW then jumps to the race lead. Here comes SimRC also down onto the pit lane. Lucas Dolzer behind the wheel of that one. And he's going to get out of the car, hand it over to Patrick Jung in the 176. So pit window is open not just in GT4, but also in your 911 class. Hardenberg comes out right behind the My Days Urban Works team. Oh, my boys. This is math that I now have to do, and I don't like doing mental math on a weekend. But the story of the situation here is now the gap is basically non-existent between these two cars. The reality of the situation, though, here, Sommel, both of them need to come down and pit, but the My Days team is going to come down and pit 8 laps before everyone else.
And that just gives them a good enough time to just settle in. So when everyone just is making their pit stops and going hamper-scamper, that's when My Days Elmsworth just are going to be in the rhythm and the momentum. That's when they settle in, and that's when they can actually go in there and put a final charge.
But
nice.
Don't forget, they're going to have a longer pit stop now, Jonathan. So anytime that if they want to try and challenge the Hoisingfeld car here, they're now going to need to find, 8 laps worth of fuel out on track.
Which The only way to do that is if a TCR car ends up on its lid again, which we've had two. The third is an option, but right now it does not seem likely. Everyone's kind of mellowed out for the time being and letting the strategy play out. So it's going to come down to that pit stop time you mentioned, like 8 laps fuel less. That's a handful of seconds, and that can lose you tons of time on track and even put you in a place you don't want to be, out in traffic, on fresh tires or something like that.
Don't forget as well, we're talking about 8 laps at Spa. A lot of the lap is full throttle, and it is an exceptionally long lap. So, have the My Days Urban Works team played themselves? They've had such pace throughout this race so far. 70 minutes left on the clock, and it's looking like Team Hoisingveld, Leonard Hardenberg in the prime position to take the win in GT4. And it will be the first time that we've seen this Team Hoisingveld car really at the front of the field for most of the race. They got 0 points in our season opener at Road America, and the last 2 races, Sommel, have been consistent from them. They've been there or thereabouts. They've never been one of the cars that we're talking about in terms of championship favorites. But you know what? First race of the new year, they're already putting themselves right at the top of my list.
Exactly. Hoisingveld have been traditionally very, very strong in TCRs, and we are seeing them do quite a good job in the IVRA GT Sprint Series too. But here, they're just coming up with some vengeance towards the very end of the championship. The opening round might not have been the best one for them, but surely they're clawing back up, and now they're right there.
Yeah, they may not wait to get this done in pit lane. They may get this done on the track itself. Here comes Team Hoisingveld. Porsche versus Porsche down in towards Lake Calm, and on the inside, that 148 sort of sweep into the race lead. I have a feeling the My Days Urban Works team might be trying to do a little bit of fuel saving for the remainder of their stint, try and minimize the time they spend in pit lane, but Hoisingveld then back to the front. And while they're back to the front, Jonathan, let's talk about penalties very quickly once again, because there's 2 penalties that I'm seeing on my timing screen. No Luck EM Sport in the 113. They've just gotten a 20-second Tier 7 penalty, so Race Control not too thrilled with them. But the second one is one that I'm a little bit more curious about.
It's a penalty on the 243 of Matthew Crisp, so that's not a good penalty at all for the 243. 5 penalty points as well. But it appears, and this was the 267 is the one that put this in, so I believe that's Boosted Motorsport. Yeah, that's Boosted Motorsport. It appears the 234 may have given a bump and run to Boosted Motorsport, and Boosted Motorsport did not appreciate that. And then Matthew Crisp had to rejoin the track and did so in a manner. So it was a 45-second stop go, which that's going to effectively take the 234 out of any contention for a real high finish in the TCR group today.
And one more penalty that I've just seen getting entered by Race Control is to the Hell Racers number 16, who have gotten a
drive... that answers my question from earlier.
Yes, they've gotten a drive-through penalty for contact with the 113, so No Luck EM Sport right in the thick of things then, as we're about to cross over into one final hour left in this race. Our first IVRA ClubSport race of 2021, and you know what? It's been quite fun. There's battles up and down through the field. It's been a race where contenders have come and gone based on safety cars coming out at inopportune time, incidents taking out big contenders, and championship leaders losing sight and losing a grasp on the top step of the standings. Quintin Violate in the number 34 Fiercely Forward car coming up on the back of your GT4 leaders. He's 14 seconds down the road from Team Bergen at this point in time, but Violate is hunting down those top 3 runners because Sommel, if we do get a late race safety car here, which I'm knocking on my wood, and I hope you guys are too, you know what? If it's a 20-30 minute shootout, you've got the likes of Team Down Under, Huge Ass, Team Bergen, and Fiercely Forward there. It's going to be pretty hard to pick against someone like Quintin Violate.
Violate, yeah, he's an ace. his team boss, Ollie Slade, coming in and saying that he surely is one of the couple of drivers that he touts as being a future world champion. And that's some really high praise right there. So that gives you a good idea. But the others are surely, clearly no slouches as well. And with so many teams following the strategy of putting their faster driver into the car towards the very end, I think it's just going to make for a proper battle royale to the very end. And as broadcasters, as viewers, that's exactly what we want. Not sure if it's the most convenient way forward for the teams though, but it should make for a good spectacle.
Will make for a spectacle indeed. I'm just laughing at a joke that I can't say on air that someone in our YouTube chat has just made. Yes, moving on very quickly to other battles. We're still watching this battle at the top of your GT4 class. Christian Young doing a good job to manage to fuel save while also sticking right on the back of that 148 machine. Let's turn our attention though to the sister car for the 148, and that's the 248 here, because they've got just over 14 seconds to the rest of their competitors now, Jonathan. And for your championship leaders in TCR, they didn't really start this race out front. They weren't really in the names that we were expecting to be contending here. But they found some pace, and maybe it's these warmer temperatures, maybe it's the pit strategies, whatever it is, they're now up in the lead.
Yes, as the day went on, this car became stronger and stronger, so I want to think the conditions of the day are playing more into Heusinkveld's hands, and this 248 has done a very, very good job. There was one point in the race where the top five were all scrapping it out amongst themselves, and now he's got a decent gap, about 10 seconds, I think, back to the RSR machine. So it's a good day to be a points leader, I guess, if you're in a TCR car, not so much in the GT4 category. But we still have to wait how this last hour plays out there. There's still a pit stop for everyone to owe. There could be that late race safety car, as you mentioned. So, but right now, Heusinkveld is sitting in a nice, comfortable position, and this might be repayment for what happened in the endurance race. Remember, they were leading the GTE category, spun around and took themselves out, didn't even finish in that race in their Corvettes. So this is a nice welcome bounce back, I think, for the team as a whole.
So Michael Schottler then out of the bus stop chicane across the line, as we're just a lap away from getting into the final quarter of the race. We've had 3 safety cars so far. I will say, I did fear for a couple of minutes there that we were going to get a couple more safety car interventions, but cars have, for the most part, strung themselves out, and you can see here Shipsky Racing right behind the Team Heusinkveld 248 car. I'll have to wait in line before using the draft down the Kemmel Straight to get past your TCR leader. Other battles going on, by the way, do include Team Bergen reeling in the huge-ass number 37, the championship leaders in your 911 Cup class. Well, they're 10 seconds down from your race leader at this point in time. And unfortunately, here comes that challenge from behind. Team Bergen have found a little bit more pace once again. Last couple of laps, they found a couple of tenths of a second. And indeed, they're trading lap times back and forth as Team Bergen tries to get on to the second step of the podium.
This is going to complicate things, though. There's the huge-ass sport machine coming out and maybe playing a little bit of
conveniently.
Well, Team Bergen has to slow on as, he's going to check up more across the crest of the hill as well. Finally able to release himself from that GT4 leader, Giovanni Romano. Now, is he now 5 laps down from your race leader in class? So somehow that 137 has gone an additional lap down to the rest of the field. Truly disastrous race for that championship leader. Their teammates in the 37 having a better run of it so far, but never say never, and you never want to count your chickens. So we'll see what happens as we're just about to head into then the final 60 minutes of our 4-hour race at Spa-Francorchamps. Christian Jung right on the rear wing once again of Leonard Hardenberg. The gap down to just 0.3 of a second. And these Porsche 718 Caymans are really trading these gaps back and forth. It is a good-looking car, I must say. That eye livery's painted Team Heusinkveld machine. Somo, you're part of the VCO Pro Sim series. You get to see what a fantastic job Juan at iLiveries does, not just on the team paints that he does here, but with every single paint that gets done for the VCO Pro Sim Series.
Oh, iLiveries is just so good at their job. I'm more of a fan of iLiveries' GT work because I just don't like the way the liveries are painted out on a Formula 3 car. I'm not the biggest fan of its design, so it just ruins up the charm for me, only for me that is, personally, but the way their cars are designed on GT machines, I just have to go back, look at their work and say, wow, that's quite good. In fact, so many other different side professions in sim racing, like designing liveries and photography, there are so many specialists who are doing so well here.
Hey, what about broadcasting as well?
Yeah.
Well, I'll pretend I'm a specialist. There are much, much more talented people than me across the sim racing world. But on board with Christian Young then, as we run up towards Blanchimont once again. 58 minutes are left on the clock. I tell you what, before we go for one final RaceSpotTV fan immersion, let's run you through top 8 standings in our 3 classes one final time, because 58 minutes to go. Who knows what the next 58 minutes will actually hold for us here. Team Down Under, they're leading in the 911 Cup class, and they've got a healthy 9.3 second gap to your championship leaders, Huge Ass in the 37. Team Bergen in the 46 are just a couple of tenths of the second down from the Huge Ass 37 car, and they've got a nice little healthy buffer to the fiercely forward number 34. H2 Performance SRT in the number 22 car, they're in 5th, Team 11 in 6th, and right behind them, H2 Performance SRT in the number 86. The Hell Racers number 26 now lies in 8th, but with pitch strategy still wide open, anything can happen here. Jonathan Burke, why don't you run us through TCR then?
Do you mean the GT4 class?
Yes, I do mean GT4. You are much smarter than me. Go ahead with the GT4s.
Well, Team Heuskenfeld and My Days Urban Works are the 2 currently scrapping at front, but we know they may be a pit stop still to the end. The SRN Motorsports car, you can see there in the shot, it's slowly closing in. It's only 2.3 seconds behind, and they have shown good pace. Hella Media, 14 seconds behind, having a quiet race in 4th. AOD, we've talked about them a little bit. They're the highest ranked BMW in 5th. SimRC ClubSport, up and down day. They spun out once or twice, but it's been a good bounce back day for them. World of Sim Racing team in the 151 and SRN Motorsports the 174, rounding out your top 8.
And I tell you what, this time, let's talk about TCR, and Som will run us through the top 8.
Yes, indeed. Team Hersingveld are the ones leading at the very top, but it's been a very strong performance with them. RSI Sport by G Performance have been always close, but never quite in there completely to make that move in. So that's that battle going on. Fulton Racing, they're close by, 285. Expect them to come in strong in the final part with Huge Ass in P number 4. Again, Fulton Racing, they're having their order split up a little bit because their teammates, the 287, are in P number 5. Boosted Motorsport in 6. Liper Esports with a lot of war scars on their car coming back in P7. With Impulse Racing, who were touted as dark horses early on, clearly not really having the best of races in P8.
So there's the top 8 then. 56 minutes left on our race clock. Let's jump on board for one final RaceSpotTV fan immersion, and you know what? Let's jump on board with the 124 My Days Urban Works team. They've got SRN, the 175, closing them down from behind as well, but in front of them, class leader Leonard Hardenberg in the Team Heusingveld 148. Let's go on board for a couple of laps in a Porsche 718 Cayman. So a couple of laps then on board with Leonard Hardenberg and Christian Jung as they do battle at the front of your GT4 class-leading cars in your IVRA ClubSport Series first race in 2021, the 4 Hours of Spa, as we get ready to close off our first inaugural season of IVRA ClubSport action. Delighted that you can join us here live on RaceSpotTV because, well, 50 minutes still to go. And there is drama that is playing itself out on track. The 911 Cup cars have just started their pit window. And you can see the GT4 race lead is down to just tenths of a second. So, let's run you through some of the storylines while we were under RaceSpot fan immersion, because at least one incident that we need to highlight to you guys, and it was for the number 86 car, your IVRA ClubSport Summer Series champions. H2 Performance just getting a little bit wide through last source and nosing that car into the wall. They've dropped all the way down from 5th place to 10th on track. So that's going to be a big loss then for the number 86 and their championship hopes. 49 minutes to go then, Sommel, and try and sum up the first 3 hours and 10 minutes that we've seen here today. It's been interesting. Safety cars have played such a big factor. Penalties have played such a big factor. Lap traffic has played such a big factor. It's been such an interesting race with so many dynamic elements really shaping the course of the title fight.
It's been too much fun. Let's just say it's been far, far better than the test matches that we've been having featuring India and Australia recently. Far more competitive, let's put it that way. But no, on a serious note, there's been a lot of good racing going on, but still a lot of pondering going on about where a certain team will cycle out towards the end with pit stops coming in, or how can a late race safety car change things around. And the fact that you don't know, the fact that it keeps you guessing is what keeps you hooked on. And it's been just that sort of a race. A few penalties being sent in here and there. Of course, that's the nature of such competition. That will happen. But on the whole, I think the CPI has had a bit of a, I don't know, neutral impact.
It's been quite nice in some ways, I think, watching cars taking the line that they find to be the fastest one. No longer you constrained by track limits. It's been interesting seeing how different teams find themselves picking up time, how they find themselves finding opportunities. However, Jonathan, I don't know if you're taking a look at your race control screen right now. Am I just seeing your net race leader, Team Down Under? They've just come out of pit lane. Well, guess what? I'm sorry, Vince Peters. You're about to head down the pit lane once again. It looks as though Peters has come afoul of our 3-second pit lane rule.
There's a second infraction that's supposedly under investigation as well, so I don't know what that second one is, but the pit lane infraction right now for the 7, that for the 45 could be disastrous, because that's a drive-through penalty and it's about 20-25 second delta. You're not going to be able to make that up with just 46 minutes left.
So from the front to the back, to the front to the back. That's the story of the race for the 45 then. Qualified in 4th. Had to start from the pit lane after technical difficulties prevented them making it to the start of the grid. They then had to serve a drive-through penalty for leaving the pit lane a bit too early. And now, after working their way back to the front of the field, disaster strikes in the last 50 minutes for Vince Peters and Team Down Under. So they'll have to come down the pit lane. They may have to come down the pit lane one additional time, Jonathan, because like you've just mentioned, there's not just one incident under review here. There's 2 separate incidents that Race Control is taking a look at.
Yeah, 2 separate ones, 2 different times. So I don't know. I'm wondering if also he may have gone over track limits too, because that has been a penalty that's been given out to the Porsche Owners Club at the 121 was given a drive-through after exceeding their track limits warning. But now here we are, and now Hugh Jass better hope not to get a pit lane infraction, and Quinton Violetta as well.
Interesting. Interesting. Shipsky Racing in the 111 out of pit lane as well, behind your championship leading the championship leading 37 car that's back out onto the lane. I'm trying to figure out what that second incident is about.
Track limits. They've hit all their warnings.
Okay, so maybe
they've used up all their warnings. They're being investigated, I believe, for turn 9, which is the first time a turn 9 investigation has come up.
Only the first time? Oh.
But most of it has been the turn 17.
Which would be Blanchimont, right?
Yeah, we're coming out of Blanchimont. The weird one was the Porsche Owners Club one, which was the chicane. I don't know how they managed to cut it and not get a slowdown penalty and have to get penalized by race control. But they somehow managed to, which I'm more impressed, if anything.
Yeah, maybe we need to figure out exactly what lap that was on, and then in the post-race coverage we can try and get back and see exactly why that penalty happened. But disaster then for Team Down Under. And that's going to open the door for the likes of Hugh Jass to head back to the front of the field. Fiercely Forward are about 11 seconds down the road from the current championship leaders, and they'll try, and Quentin Violate will try, to really push Sven Duhamel all the way to the limit. But Sven Duhamel is an experienced competitor around this circuit. I told that story earlier on in the broadcast where Duhamel once had, famously, 1,500 incidents from a couple of hours of running here in a Spa 24-hour race. But this is about a championship. This isn't just a special event. This is a series that runs over many, many months, visits all types of circuits, and throws up so many different unique challenges for our competitors. And Sven Duhamel tries to conquer today's challenge from Spa-Francorchamps. Back-to-back-to-back race weekends to kick off 2021 in the IVRA competitions. Last week we were at Circuit Zandvoort for the IVRA GT Sprint Series. Today it's Spa-Francorchamps playing home to the IVRA Club Cup and the IVRA ClubSport Series. And in 1 week's time, we head to Mid-Ohio for a 4-hour endurance race, as all of our IVRA competitions will officially have had races then in 2021. Cars down on the pit lane. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Raf van der Linden will be making his final stop with 40 minutes left to go. You can also see behind them, there is Vince Peters serving that drive-through penalty. And he's already going to drop now to 6th position. That's where he's looking like he's going to come out, Sommel. So there's still a potential, I would have to assume. We've seen this guy and this team just running their way through the field. But there you can see the gap. It's 36 seconds. That might be a little bit too much for even Team Down Under to overcome.
Exactly. They've had such a roller coaster race, much like the elevation changes at Spa, but it's going to be a bit hard, this one. Even if we have a big safety car coming in or something, it's going to be far too hard for them to recover a gap like this one. But if anything, they get to come in and tell a really good story that, hey, we had this sort of a race. Can you even imagine having something like that one?
So let's turn our attention to GT4 for a couple of minutes as well. My Day's Urban Works, the first of our cars that has come down the pit lane, completed their final stop. So Christian Young has tucked himself right behind Carter Kundinger, who is on lap 10 of his stint and owes us another pit stop. The grunt of the BMW will pull him down the straight, and I'm sure Christian Young is hoping for that opportunity, Jonathan, to slip his way down the inside, maybe in the infield portion of this track, and then try and build an advantage, try and run in some clean air.
Yeah, thankfully Spa is such a long course that clean air is an option, but with that AOD car right in front, it's going to be a bit of a difficulty. The BMW is not as strong in these slower corners as the Porsche, but the Urban Works car should make light work of it and should be able to also drop the TCR machine that's right behind. I believe that's the Pure Sims that almost tags him from the rear.
So Pure Sims, after that incident which saw them on their roofs, have managed to recover to be in 10th position in class. Rather stunning job from Jamie Rushworth, who's behind the wheel right now. Christian Young still applies pressure as we enter the double gauche, as it is now called, or Pujon if you are an old person like me. Young is going to stick his nose down the inside as we round the second part of the corner. That AOD BMW has a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump. And now the outside for Christian Young through the piff-paff section. That Porsche, this is where that Porsche will be so much stronger, gripping the tires so much better, and indeed he gets the move done very easily, and now we'll try and build up that advantage. He runs 3rd in class, and what's the gap to the leader, you might wonder? 41 seconds. So even if it's a regular pit stop for the Team Hoisingveld machine, he will come out right behind Christian Young. If he's able to go a little bit shorter here as well, Jonathan, he should come out considerably in front of the 124.
Yeah, but I think maybe the Urban Works car has enough pace in it. You know, I don't know. There's still a lot of question marks until everyone comes down pit road. I think for that final time, we're just not going to get that clear idea right now.
So let's turn our attention then to our TCR machines. Full Send Racing and Ollie Peacock have just gotten past the RSR by G Performance 255. Both of these cars do owe us pit stops, and I'm trying to figure out where the next contender would be It has come down the pit lane. So Ollie Peacock back to the race lead after taking the pole position. You have to go back down to Team Hoisingveld. There we go, in 5th position in class. Who have come down the pit lane. Your championship leaders are 36 seconds behind the class leaders. And that does open the door for the Hoisingveld car to perhaps find itself back out front with just under 40 minutes to go then. So don't count out the silver and blue 248, who works through the piff-paff section once again. Uses quite a bit of curbing on the inside, not so much on the left-hand portion of the corner. And build up momentum then as he runs that car towards Blanchimont, trying to reel in the Leipert Esports machine in front. Let's turn our attention back towards Team Down Under if I can find them. Where exactly is Vince Peters? So just taking a look at my race control sheet right now, Jonathan, it does appear as though just one penalty for the number 45 car. The second incident that we were talking about might have been a duplicate one.
It actually was a one for exceeding track limits. As I mentioned, they were out of warnings. However, race control has decided, well, since these things happen simultaneously, basically on the same lap, drive-through is fine.
No need to make them drive through twice, I guess. So Vince Peters still has an opportunity then for a podium position, if we're being honest. He's 5 seconds behind Team Bergen and Anders Myers. So don't count out the Team Down Under machine. Also don't count out H2 Performance in the number 22, Thomas Asmussen, who is 3 seconds behind Anders Myers. Still some potential there. Let's take a look at the hotshot, Quintin Violate. What's he been able to do here, Sommel?
Violate has been quite good since he arrived. He's been making a fair bit of impact. But again, losing time a bit early on, I suspect that was probably due to catching up some traffic, because you just don't lose 1.6 seconds normally and then end up gaining 0.6 of a second on the very next lap. So clearly something going on right there, but there is a sustained improvement in pace in terms of lap time. So I am quite keen to see how this plays out for Quintin, because Sven Demel and Hugh Jass, you mentioned Arjuna early on, he might have had some trouble with racing lines back in the day, but seriously, he's holding on to that position and that car with some ferocity in the Hugh Jass machine, and Hugh Jass already leaders in the category, so huge pressure on them to keep that result.
Very much so, and to be clear, I don't think it's that Sven doesn't know what track limits are, but Sven will use every inch of the track that you let him. So maybe we'll try and jump on board for a lap with the 37, see what type of lines Demel is running. But let's take a look here. NAB Racing, we've talked about them on a number of occasions today, right behind Fisher Motorsport. At one point, they were running up in 2nd position, so it's good to see that neon-colored car defending 7th. He's got Hellracer's Gluttony as well right behind them, and not too far off as well is the World of Sim Racing team number 51, about couple of seconds down the road. So nice little scrap on the edge of the top 10 here, Jonathan. But NAB Racing, up and down performances in this season so far. They've, I think, shown today, 2021, just a bit more consistency is needed. Maybe they got caught out by some of the strategy calls, but they've been in and around the fight for the win today. So it's good to see, you know, teams making a step up in performance for the first race in 2021.
Yeah, it's just difficult when a lot of other teams do it as well. We've mentioned, you know, Hellracer's Gluttony, that 26, has high amounts of penalty points. Fisher Motorsport, a couple weeks ago at Barber, was having an awful, torrid day. And Lewis Ward, they dominated Team 11 in the Endurance Series here. And then ever since then, it's been a really up and down time for that Porsche team in Endurance and in Club Sport. So I think this is just a case of everyone's having a nice, good, better day. And NAB has always been quietly putting together solid finishes. They're currently in 8th, and they can still get 6th, even if they're lucky. But at least a top 10, I think, is still good for the team.
But here comes the Hellracers car. Actually, Hellracers lost a whole heap of momentum there. So that's going to help out NAB Racing. Nick Thyssen giving us the quick update in our YouTube chat. They got wrecked twice. So, you know, to be up in 8th position with a relatively clean car, doesn't look as though they've got too much damage from the camera shots that we're getting at this point in time. Impressive run, and will build up very nicely for the next 2 rounds in 2021. We've been mentioning... Sorry, go ahead, Jonathan.
It's because only twice in 3 hours and 30 minutes. That's impressive. Dustin Hirota got wrecked 3 times in an hour.
Oh, don't say that. If Hirota is listening anywhere, you just reinvigorated the tears that I'm sure are coming from his face, because he was...
I want to go give him a hug after that, because like none of those were of his own fault. Like, all of it was just out of his control.
Not just a hug as well. It's one of those hugs where you're going to put your arms around him and he's just going to go, oh, why me? So for Hirota, I mean, he went from leading the championship after race 1, despite the initial contact, to 2 more contacts in race 2. That's not what he would want to see, but here we are then. Let's turn our attention actually quickly. Sorry, I'm going to switch gears because this gap out front is starting to come down hand over fist. 5.3 seconds the gap now, and I think last time around, 0.8 of a second gained for the Frenchman. Quentin Violate is on a charge here, Sommel, and I'm sure the team boss, Ollie Slade, is getting quite excited right now.
He is indeed, and he has every single reason to be. Violate, he said he's going to be one to watch out for, and here he is, closing up that gap with some ferocity. Don't worry about the Maniti car, though. It's a couple of laps down, so that's not going to be a major factor in this particular battle. But with only 32 odd minutes to go, I think it should be fun to see how quickly Quinton catches up, and how he's actually able to turn things around and able to make, if he's able to make that move, that is. Big implications on the championship, though.
I mean, our championship in this particular class has not really been one where a team or a couple of teams have stood up and said,
exactly.
Look at me, I am the favorite. In GT4, Huge Ass and My Day's Owen Works, those are the 2 teams that we've been looking at. In TCR, Fiercely Forward, Team Hoisingfeld, Full Send Racing, 3 names that we associate with our championship fight. When you come here to the 911 Cup class, it's wide open. Huge Ass, Fiercely Forward, Team Bergen, H2 Performance, Team Down Under, Team 11. I mean, I can keep going at this point, but there's just so many names at this point that anyone, even someone like Maniti Racing that has had a torrid run of luck in today's race, you cannot count them out. With 2 rounds left in our championship, 1 more allocation of halfway points to be awarded. And guess what? Jonathan, next time out, in just under a month's time, we're going to go to Suzuka for 2.4 hours of racing. And then we're going to finish it at Sebring. And those are 2 tracks that pose very different challenges to the teams and drivers. And let's be honest, they're 2 tracks where mistakes are pretty easy to make when you're making your way through traffic.
Suzuka is very, very tight. It's very, very hard, I think, to pass. And especially since a lot of these cars don't have a lot of downforce. The first section in the S's and Spoon Curve at Suzuka is going to be a big challenge. Then we go to Sebring, which is a proper, everyone thinks of it as a sports car circuit. It's very, very wide, but it's bumpy, it's rough, and it has its tight points underneath some bridges. It has its blind spots. So it's 2 different tracks, especially compared to Spa. It's a very wide variety of tracks. So we still have points to compete for. And now speaking of points, and you mentioned Huge Ass and Fiercely Forward, there is no big gap anyone to the lead. Fiercely Forward takes the win. It would only be a 2-point gap to Huge Ass. If Huge Ass takes the win, they extend their lead to 38. So it's an 18-point swing, winning the race and coming second. So this is huge if Violate can chase down the Huge Ass machine.
And drama in TCR. TCR 285 has been reported by Race Control. The 199 car has already got a pit lane infraction. Is the 285 car, that's which position? That's one of our leading Full Send Racing cars. They're in 5th position, so they're going to drop down the order as the pit cycle in TCR starts to play out. Let's turn our attention away from GT4 machines as we expect Team Hoisingveld in the 148 to come down the pit lane in a couple of laps time, because taking a look at RSR by G Performance and the Full Send Racing 285 car here, Sommel, if Full Send has a drive-through penalty, that might be another podium where we don't see Full Send represented in TCR competition.
You're absolutely right, Arjuna. Fulsen are such a staple figure of the podium on the IVRA competition. They have been such a strong team throughout, and they are such dominant forces in DCR. But this particular season, things have just not flowed up in their way. Fraser Smith, their boss, not their boss, but the major team leader and spearhead of the attack, would be constantly being frustrated because he had this feeling of they wanted to win every single round up ahead to get the best result, but just not working back, just not working in their favor. The pendulum always swings against them.
So that's TCR then. Let's jump back to GT4 because, Sommel, you were taking a look. I had asked you to go back and look at the expected stint length in GT4, and we see Maide's Urban Works right now on the screen. They've been on track for 6 laps so far, so based on what we saw in the last pit cycle, we would expect the Hoisingveld car to come down in the next 2 laps or so. But you can see here, they've already done 16 laps so far, and you're saying that you've seen this car do 20 laps on a tank of fuel before.
Yup, they have gone 20 laps before, and that was with a little bit of assistance of the safety car, but it is still possible. Maybe they can do definitely around 18 laps or something. So Team Hursting were clearly having things in their bag. So it'll be interesting to see, because we expected Maide's Ultimate Work to go for the early stop and to spend more time in the pit lane, putting in more fuel. Just how is this going to converge to the very end, and are they even going to have the momentum, Team Hurstingweld, after having such a stop towards the very end?
So that's GT4. Turn our attention back to TCR once again, and Ollie Peacock in the 285 for Full Send Racing. Race control decision made. No further action. It's flirting the line of exceeding and gaining an advantage, but no advantage was gained. So the 285 will hold on to 5th place. And now we have to wait and see when we expect Marcel Tai in the TCR leading Hoisingveld 248 to come down the lane. There's Lipid Esports. They're blinking. That promotes Full Send Racing and RSR by G Performance up into 4th and 5th. Boosted Motorsports, they're 16 laps into their stint. Hugeass is 17 laps into their stint. And Team Hoisingveld is 9 laps into their stint. Jonathan, can you give us an update on when you think we're going to see those front 3 cars down onto the lane?
I think we're going to expect them probably within 5 or 6 laps time, which would be about 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. If you have to come to pit road, it's either you do it early, try and get it out of the way, or you wait until the very end so it's just a splash and dash. And it's going to really play a factor in their strategy calls. And if they wait, if they're caught up by the safety car, that's even worse. So right now, if these top 3 have to come down and pit, they're really flirting with disaster right now if a safety car comes out.
That's a big if though, because race control are most likely trying to avoid safety cars in the final half an hour. They've been consistent about that, but you never know, to be very honest with you. Anything can happen, and we've seen that time and time again.
The one question mark I do have though is the Hoisingveld car has only been out there, it says for me, 9 laps on the stint. The huge ass TCR car is going to have to come down shortly, and same with the boosted car. But I'm thinking Hugeass might be able to make it to the end, barely. There you can see right there.
To confirm, sorry,
laps.
You meant Team Hoisingveld could make it till the end, not Hugeass.
Yeah, Hoisingveld. I think Hoisingveld might be able to stretch it to the end. Hugeass is going to have to pit within the next 2 or 3 laps here, and same with, I believe, boosted right behind. But maybe Marshall Tai can stretch it. It's going to be close, but I think he can stretch it.
It's coming all the way down to the wire, and guess what? Turn our attention back to 9/11 Cup, because look at this. Violate has reeled in your championship leader. Here comes the Frenchman trying to get out into the race lead, and boy, oh boy, the team boss Ollie Slade was getting excited, and I can see why right now. Violate hounds the rear end of the number 37. Sven de Mel has got a wing filled with the number 34 car right now, Sommel, and let's be honest, Violate has closed a 7-second gap. If he wants to make the pass happen, he's going to make it happen.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of that Hungarian Grand Prix 2019, that was, I suppose, when Lewis Hamilton came back in, and Max Verstappen, well, he was right there. He was doing an excellent job at the top, but when Lewis came in with such force, He was just a force to be reckoned with. It's a similar case for Quinton Violati right now. Time is on his side. 24 minutes to close up a gap of 6/10 is excessive, if anything. So Violati clearly has time on his side. It's just about the right spot. Because we know time and again, we've seen it time and again, that if you just make the move at the wrong spot, all the build-up, all the potential time that you have to make the right move is lost eventually. You could just end up with a penalty and lost positions. Keeping his calm and his composure is what Violati needs to do right now, and just making the move at the right time. Perhaps all the experience with the RAG junior team could come into perspective right here.
His teammates, Thibaut Casabon, Alexander Walters, competitors in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. What can the young Frenchman do then? Run down through Eau Rouge and Raidillon, builds up the momentum, gets into that draft, and tucks himself right underneath that rear wing. He's following super close, just about 2 car lengths separating those 2 cars as we burst onto the Kemmel Straight. Here comes that momentum from Violati. Pokes to the outside, has to tuck back in to get the draft once again. It's going to be a bit too far away, you think, to get the move done. And I think, Jonathan, it's just a matter of when. 23 minutes to go. He's just got to find the right opportunity now.
And you know he can find the right opportunity. If you remember round 1 at Road America, he was the 3rd place car, came in for fresh tires after a late safety car, and it was all Quinton Violati the entire way, the ace in the hole, coming to steal a win and get it for Fiercely Forward. And it's a bit of a same scenario here. Violati comes in as the ace, and Sven Nymel is just got a mirror full of yellow and black, and there's really no way to get rid of it. And unfortunately, the Benetti Racing Machine, who has equal pace to these two, is kind of just stuck here as a lap car, and hopefully he's trying to stay out of it.
Benetti Racing is a couple of laps down, as mentioned. They had a 2-minute stop and hold penalty after intentional contact was made under safety car race control, taking a very dim view of that incident. And for one of the strongest teams we've seen in this competition, they now find themselves trying to recover championship points. Team Heusingfeld down onto the pit lane. This is the money stop, as they would say in America. The pit crew know what they have to do. He's been stationary for 15 seconds so far. Here comes Christian Jung then. Leonard Hardenberg already rolling in pit lane. He's going to have what looks to be a good 10-second buffer over the 124 My Days Urban Works car. Out of pit lane for Hardenberg then, up to racing speed. Here comes Christian Jung finally into your shot as you finally get to see him making his way down into turn number 1. And Sommel, Team Heusingfeld, are going to take this win.
They well and truly are. It slipped away from the hands of My Days Urban and SRN Motorsport. It's just that classic scenario, isn't it? 2 people fighting against each other and the third one swoops it in.
And look at this. Violati out to the race lead. Your championship leaders have been dropped to 2nd place. And the driver that's now representing Romain Grosjean Esports finds himself at the front of this race with clean air ahead. 20 minutes still to go for Violati. He's now got to hold off the charge from Demel behind. Draft being used by that 37. Violati covers it off down into the braking zone. Deep under braking for Demel as he tries to close the gap. Let's take a look at that pass that has brought Fiercely Forward into the race lead, down in towards Blanchimont. Side by side, they enter the quarter. It's a bold move from Violati, and Hugh Jass doing the sensible thing here, Jonathan, backing out and remembering this is a fight for the championship.
Then remembering there's other opportunities to get him back too, getting that draft under the chicane, getting that run down to the source. There's other opportunities to get him back, but right now Violati might just kiss that 37 car goodbye, as he's already opened up about a 2nd gap, and he's going to try and open up as much of a gap as possible. Again, that ever-looming threat of traffic in the way, of safety cars, of anything going wrong, still is probably haunting that 34 machine. He just needs the last 20 minutes to be perfect.
He's just got to hold on now. Andrew Streetley, one of the engineers for the Fiercely Forward crew in our YouTube chat, cheering on his teammate. Violati, 20 minutes to hold on as he comes through the curve Paul Frere to start his run up towards Blanchimont, right behind a couple of Porsche 718 Caymans. We'll turn our attention to TCR because it looks as though a couple of teams are trying to make this to the end of the race. You see Alex Neller in the Boosted Motorsports 267 at the end of this 3-car train here, Sommel. They are 19 laps into a stint so far. But I have a feeling that the plan for Boosted is to try and get that car to the end.
I'm not quite sure how easy or tricky that would be, because TCR is usually what, around 50-55 odd minutes per stint? Let me do some mental math and really think about this.
I don't think that's possible. I'm doing the math
Yeah,
right
exactly.
now.
Well, the question then for you, Jonathan, is Huysingveld, with 12 laps so far for Marcel Ty on the stint, we've been questioning if he's good. Is he good? I think it's right on the limit right now.
He's gonna need a place to find fuel saving. And right now, he's just kind of all by himself. And he's been around like GT4 traffic, but he's all by himself.
So, we just got in word, by the way. John Roberts from Boosted Motorsports. That car is coming down the pit lane the next time around. Does Marcel Ty have enough fuel for 18 minutes? It's going to come all the way down to the wire here, Jonathan. And he's done 12 laps so far. If Boosted is showing us that you can do a 19-lap stint, I think Marcel Ty is good to the end of this race.
Again, it depends on his track position. Boosted has had the pleasure of having other TCR cars around them for much of this race, and having the draft of the RSR and the full send right ahead of him. The Huysingveld car has not had that luxury, and I think, especially if he's going to have to put in any decent lap times at all, depending on the gaps, he may be in a little bit of trouble here. It's going to be close. I think he can maybe do 18, 19 laps, but if we get an extra lap at the end, I don't know if that car is going to make it to the end. He may be running on fumes.
So, can RSR by G Performance, can Full Send Racing 285 take advantage of Team Huysingveld? There goes Boosted Motorsports down into pit lane. I believe one of the RSR team members in our YouTube chat telling us that they believe that Huysingveld is going to be very, very close on fuel to the end of this race. Keep our eyes peeled on everything. And while these battles are unfolding, let's jump back and talk about championship implications here. Sommel, let's start with 911 Cup. Championship leaders sit in second place right now. The important thing here, I think, is the fact that it's Fiercely Forward, second place in the championship, that are going to take the win today.
Absolutely correct. The gap coming into this one was around 20 points between Hugh Jass and Fiercely Forward. And let's be honest, it's not been too bad for Hugh Jass in the 991 GT3 Cup category. It could have been worse. And where it was worse, was in the other category. So Hugh Jass, number 37, they'll still be quite fine in the championship. I haven't quite got the entire maths right in front of me, but if not in P1, they'll at least be around P2 or P3, so that's not too bad for them. But when we come down a bit lower to GT4s, that's where the drama begins.
Before we get to GT4, by the way, let's turn our attention back to TCR and keep you updated from what we're hearing from all the team members. So, Fraser Smith for the Full Send 285 crew is hoping this race goes one extra lap. Unfortunately, Matthew Crisp from the Fiercely Forward 234 is saying that they're good to the end on fuel, and since they both pitted around the same time, that apparently will mean that Team Huysingveld and the 248 should be good to the end of the race. Jonathan, let's turn our attention to GT4, and all I had to do was pan the camera around very slightly. Your championship leader in this class, coming into the weekend, has had a pretty dismal run. Down in 11th place, he's 4 laps behind your class leader at this point in time, and after getting significant damage, it's been a race of recovery, and they haven't actually been able to recover anything at this point in time.
Like I said earlier about like the GT3 Cup class, it's when everyone has a good day, it's kind of hard to get out of this rut. And unfortunately for you, Jazz, a lot of these guys in the GT4 category have had a decent good day. Like even the car only 2 positions in front of him, Shipsky Racing, has had signs of life and a good day, but it's running in 9th. So this is just damage limitation, and this will most likely be the first time this season this car is not on the podium. But it's not going to be out of the fight. My Days Urban Works is in 2nd place at the moment, in 3rd place in class at the moment. So they'll gain a decent amount of points. But the fight's not over. This is just one bad day. They'll be looking to Suzuka and Sebring for sure.
And there are still 2 rounds of this championship still to go. Let's then look at TCR. More words are coming through from Matthew Crisp, who is saying that it's possible that Dave miscalculated, which has happened in the past. But I have a feeling that if they're on the same strategy as Marcel Ty and the 248, it's unlikely that both of these teams have miscalculated, Sommel. But championship leader, looking good for another race win here in this class. Interesting thing, though, is where Full Send Racing, Fiercely Forward, where those cars are in relation to the 248.
Man, this is so much to do with the championship, and Helsingborg have just been so good right now. They if they just make it towards the very end, they'll be getting up the win, and they really have been quite a team so far in the championship. Helsingborg, they've gone out there and proven time and time again that they've got the metal right under them, and this will just cement it even further. Now think about Fiercely Forward, who got the penalty, and Full Send, who really are not having the best of races here today. It's just a very good case of Helsingborg stamping their authority onto the TCR category even further down.
So let's run you through some replays with 12 minutes left on the clock. No real fights at the front of each of your fields. There are battles further back, but we'll run you through some things because there's been a big issue for My Days Urban Works. It looks like Christian Jung gets past the Porsche Owners Club, and then SRN pushes that car in toward the My Days car. That's a bit clumsy, as the Porsche Owners Club is going to take immediately down onto the pit lane. Not necessarily the 121's fault here, Jonathan. In fact, you might have to put more of the blame on the SRN car behind.
He just slots in, he bumps him in the rear, and then they get into the 124, and then there's just a heap of things that go wrong for every driver that mitigates the thing that went wrong for the previous contact. So I think almost everyone's at fault, and somehow no one's at fault for that incident. But I did notice My Days dropped to 3rd, and I was like, how did that happen? And Hella Media, I don't even think we've mentioned them at all, is now in 2nd place in class.
And not just 2nd place in class, we should point out, they are 3rd place in the championship coming into this race. They won last time out at the Barber Motorsports Park in very, very dramatic late race fashion. And do we have some contenders now in this GT4 class? Your top 2 in the class coming into the race weekend, starting to struggle. Huge Ass down in 11th. The My Days Urban Works team in 3rd place right now, and no, Hella Media almost gets sent around by Team Bergen as they try and make their way past the top of the hill. That was very, very aggressive, and Team Hella Media probably very, very grateful right now, Sommel.
Typical end of the race kind of incident, with everyone just getting on their nerves and fighting for high positions as Team Bergen get ever so close. They've had some race today, Team Bergen, to the highs and the lows. They want to finish it on the high, but man, they have to make sure that they're calm enough to ensure that nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, these guys are really scrapping it out hard, and they almost made more contact with these GT4 machines. Watch this. SRN Orange now back in to try and make a position pass on the My Days Urban Works crew, but as we work through Jackie Ick's corner, you can see they're not far behind that Hella Media 2nd place car as well. So we might have a challenge all the way to the line for the 2nd and 3rd steps on your GT4 podium, TCR podium. RSR by G Performance still stuck behind the Full Send Racing crew. My Days Urban Works now side by side with SRN. Slight contact being made. Mike Young ducks back into line. And you have to wonder, at this point here, Jonathan, if you're the 175 car, I think it's fair to assume that there's a penalty coming your way for what we just saw going down into the bus stop chicane. How aggressive are you going to be here in trying to get past the My Days 124 car?
You have to assume, you have to just tell your driver, assume you don't have a penalty, and they may have not even told him. There's nothing in the investigation sheet at all for that yet. So hopefully for this team, as he's going to go side by side around Blanchimont, oh, this is getting really intense.
I think My Days Urban Works just realizing that they can't afford to lose more points in this situation right now. Christian Young doesn't commit under braking with 9 minutes left on the clock then. So we'll keep an eye out here as My Days Urban Works have now been dropped from 2nd spot to 4th. And for a car that's going to take the lead in the championship regardless, Sommel, it's just a shame because pole position, very strong race running as well. For Danny Gisa and Christian Young, I have a feeling they were looking at this race as one that they marked down for a race victory.
Yeah, exactly. My Days Eltenberg have been so strong throughout the season, just really top contenders, but bad luck has been following them through. As we mentioned earlier on, they were really high on the penalty point list as well, so it's just a really good case of eliminating the incidents, what kind of an impact it can have. Today has been more the same. Again, the last crash that we saw, unfortunately, with the race just slipping away from their hands, and we initially thought it was just going to be a straight dogfight between SRN and them, and here we are now.
And this is going to rage on as Team 11 splits the two cars down through Malmedy. SRN now has a 0.6 of a second gap, so I'm wondering if My Days is now struggling with some damage from that incident. Of course, this car does support the new damage model on the iRacing service, but given that other cars in this session do not have that enabled, it falls back to the older damage model, which sometimes means that things work a little bit differently. But it does appear as though Christian Young, now 0.7 of a second back, loses more time as he runs wide through the double gauche. My Days Urban Works down to 4th. 7 minutes left on the clock then. Let's talk about Quentin Violate very briefly as he's about to come across the line to complete another lap here at Spa-Francorchamps. Sees Chipsky Racing in the 111 right behind him. He's now cleared, if you can believe this, Jonathan. Since we saw that pass for the lead, he's now managed to pull out an 8-second advantage to Sven de Mel.
What?
And it's his run through Lacombes, through Rivage, no-name corner, all the way down to the double gauche, 5 through 10, that's really showing the pace. He's gaining almost a second a lap just in that area alone on the huge-ass car. So, kudos to Quentin Violate. He really hunted down Sven de Mel, and there was really nothing Sven de Mel can do. There's just a very fast, angry Frenchman right behind him.
Very angry and very young as well. I have a feeling that anger gets channeled better by young people. At least that's a theory I have. Team 11 down onto pit lane, by the way. They weren't able to get to the end then on fuel. Lewis Ward has had to bring that car down onto the lane, and it's going to get that stopped and filled up for the final 5 minutes in today's race.
Also worried about Team Bergen. They're going to cut it close. They pitted 4 laps earlier than both the leaders, and they're going to have to make a 22, 23 lap stint work. And I'm crossing my fingers for the 46. Not sure that might be possible, though. They might run a little dry.
Yeah, that might actually be a concern now. Half a second separates 46 and 22, battling for 4th and 5th on the track. Some nice scraps happening throughout the field, but none really with race-winning implications. Here's that battle for 2nd and TCR as we still wait to see if Team Hoisingveld in the 248 is going to have to come down for a last-minute splash. Kenneth Ostwald in the 255 car doing a good job to apply the pressure to Ollie Peacock, who we've seen across of many different cars here on RaceSpotTV. Where I first saw Ollie was Indy Pro 2000, or as it used to be called, the Pro Mazdas. Ollie was one of the stalwarts of that community, raced in that car for so many years, and actually, if you didn't know, Ollie Peacock is a real-world race engineer. He's worked in the IMSA paddock before, and he's got his own business as well, helping sim drivers develop their abilities to the best of their potential. So, great to see Ollie out on track as well, and he's got a challenge from behind as Couple of minutes still to go. 0.3 of a second is that gap. RSR by G Performance Sommel being very patient and maybe waiting for the final lap of the race. Although, having said that, I think they just might have a bit of an investigation there for track limits.
Yeah, that's really not helping them on that particular department, but they're getting closer, RSR. You know, could be this particular time as well, considering how close they're getting. Only a 10.5 right now for RSR by G Performance. Been a bit of a disappointing weekend for Full Send Racing, but one man's loss is another man's gain, I could say.
I don't even know if I would call it disappointing for Full Send Racing, because
they wanted to win really badly.
Well, I think they wanted to rebound. And at the very least, they got the pole position and they'll get a podium place. So there could be worse things. He does have, apparently, a real-world driver right behind him. Kenneth Ostwald, I'm being told by his teammate Brandon Rose, does happen to wheel this car in real life as well. So I have a feeling he's got a bit more experience potentially than Ollie does in this particular car, but both very talented individuals, and 3 minutes 30 seconds still left on the clock. They continue to do battle as they work down the Camel Straight. Let's jump back to this battle between Team Bergen and that number 22 car. Team Bergen has been passed, and like mentioned, the fuel might start to be a big consideration for that car as he now tucks himself behind the number 22 car. Virtual Motorsports, the number 70 orange and black machine, has had to come down onto the lane, so a couple of cars have played it a bit too close to the chest and unfortunately going to be down the pit lane late in this race. Back to this battle in TCR though, Jonathan, because 3 minutes left on the clock. It does appear as though Team Hoisingveld in the 248 should be able to get this one to the checkered flag.
As far as we know, though, again, it's still a question. We mentioned that the two of the top teams, Hoisingveld and Fiercely Forward, were both having disagreements over whether or not they could make it to the end. So I think that's another reason why the RSR machine is being a little bit patient here, is that he knows, okay, the leader may still run out of fuel. This may still be a shot at the win. I don't want to throw anything out yet. And also for the RSR team, they haven't had the best time in this series. They didn't take part in Barber. They got on the podium at Coda. Oh no, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong points. They didn't even compete at Barber, and they haven't been in the top 5. So a third place finish, I think, for them is excellent.
Exactly.
And if they can steal second away from Folson, it'll be amazing.
So there we go. RSR then. This is where we usually expect to see them in IVRA competition, to be honest. They've been one of the strongest and most consistent performers in the IVRA GT Sprint Series. Good to see them having a good showing here in TCR as well in the ClubSport Series. 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. Where is your race leader? Where is Quentin Violate coming around? He's on the Camel Straight. And so I have a feeling this might be our final lap of the race. He's got 11 seconds to the cars behind him. And for Quentin Violate, the Frenchman, it's been a up and down race, and what a stint it was as he chased down Sven Demel. An 8-second gap was the target, and he's not only managed to bring in that gap, he now has 11 seconds to the number 37 car behind him. So for Violate, a couple more corners to go as he works down in towards Pujon and crossing the line in half a lap's time to take home another well-deserved race victory in IVRA competition. They've had a pretty good run of things here in IVRA competition, to be honest, Sommel, because it's not just here in the ClubSport Series where we've seen the 911 and the TCR have very, very impressive showings. We've seen in the past, in the IVRA Endurance Series, that LMP2 machine really big, a big factor, not just in LMP Pro, but also LMP AM.
Yep, they won the first race here. LMP AM at Spa-Francorchamps, really quite the force, and they were so good across competition that they also got nominated for the VCO Semis as newcomer of the year. It's been quite a season for them.
VCO Semis for that best newcomer didn't end up going to Fiercely Forward. It ended up going to Violate's new team, Roman Grosjean Esports. I'm sure that Ollie Slade might have a bit more salt about that particular decision, but for Violate, he'll come across the line, and after 4 crazy hours of racing action, we can say that the 34 car takes the pole position and comes home to take the race win as well. It didn't come easy for Fiercely Forward. But my oh my, Violate is proving to be a star here on iRacing, and the sky's the limit for the young Frenchman. Team Hoisingveld still got half a lap to go then. As they come out of the curve Paul Frere, they'll build up momentum as they've got their teammate right behind them as well. It's going to be a photo finish, if you want to put it that way, just because I'm sure someone is going to take some rather nice photos of a double race victory for Hoisingveld. The 148's had an up and down season, finally sets itself at the front of the field and shows us just why Team Hoisingveld is such a big name across of all the different series that they get to compete in. And indeed, their TCR machine that leads the championship comes across the line to extend that gap even further. Round number 4 then of the IVRA ClubSport Series comes to a close. And for Team Hoisingveld, 2 race victories alongside the Fiercely Forward winners in 9/11 Cup. Jonathan, let's just get your brief thoughts here as we wait for the final cars to come across the line, because 3 different safety car periods, and each of them mixed up the race in their own unique way.
They each threw strategy out the window. They each jumbled up the field, mixed up the halfway points, changed the championship picture. But I think in the end, we got this nice, long, almost 2-hour green flag run, and I think it showed who was really the best of the best, who was the best of the strategists out there, who can save fuel, who did the math right. And I think it showed everything about why we love this series. It had a good variety of passing, of action. We saw Quinton Violate hunt down Sven de Mel in the 37 and take a win. We saw Team Hoisingveld, at least in the GT4 class, bounce back from a rough year. It was a good race all around and plenty of action to be seen.
Well, you were congratulating the pit wall for Fiercely Forward. Andrew Streetley has done the same, congratulating himself in our YouTube chat. Great job by the entire Fiercely Forward crew, who I know spend a lot of time behind the scenes preparing for these events. We wait then for all the cars to come across the line. Couple more finishes still to come across that start-finish stripe. The Team Hoisingveld run down the Camel Straight then and begin the celebrations that I'm sure will go on for a couple of days' time, but they're going to have to turn themselves around and ready themselves up to go racing in a week's time from Mid-Ohio for round number 4 of the IVRA Endurance Series. So we can finally then show you, after 4 hours of racing, how our classes shake up. 2021 is off to a bang, and Fiercely Forward take home the first win for IVRA ClubSport Series in 2021. Huge ass, our championship leaders come home 13 seconds down the road. The team down under 45 car up and down through the field for Vince Peters and his teammate, but a very solid 3rd and final step on our podium. H2 Performance SRT, the number 22 car, comes 30 seconds behind the Fiercely Forward 34, with Team Bergen and Anders Myers coming home in 5th. Hell Racers, that's the number 26 car that you see in 6th position. It was a photo finish across the line, with NAB Racing just 2 tenths behind. Fisher Motorsport in the neon-colored number 85 comes home in 8th, with Team 11 with a late race pit stop dropping to 9th. Fisher Motorsport and the number 84 car, where Team Boss competes as well, that comes home in 10th. Manuel Mayer bringing that one across the line. Rest of the finishers then in 9/11 Cup. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. It was a disappointing end to the race for Miguel Vigo. He had the 2 World of Sim Racing cars behind him, lying 51 and 52 car in 12th and 13th. Virtual Motorsport, Ragazzo Racing, and the H2 Performance number 86 car are final 3 cars on the lead lap. You then look at the likes of Hell Racers and Maniti Racing that come home 1 lap down. Taj Edwards and that Impulse Racing number 69, 2 cars that didn't bring it to the checkered flag. GT4 then, and Team Hoisingveld taking home the race win in their Porsche 718 Cayman. Leonard Hardenberg coming through the field to win by over 10 seconds, but the story really is Heli Media and SRN Motorsports, the final 2 steps of the podium because of a late race incident. For the My Days Urban Works team, expect potential penalty for the number 175. AOD Racing and their BMW were sniffing around the hunt for a podium, but they'll come home in 5th with Jason Gerard hot on their heels. Everyone else 1 lap down. The World of Sim Racing team, the 151, Shipsky Racing in their 111, Samsoid Emerald in the 199, and the No Luck EM Sport rounds out the top 10. Hugh Jass and Giovanni Romano are championship leaders coming into the race. Well, it was a disappointing one for them, and they do manage to recover to finish this race, but not many championship points are recovered. Pneumatic Motorsports, we saw a big issue for them with the Porsche's Owners Club through the double gauche, aka Pujon. They'll come home 12th and 13th and 14th respectively. The Electronic Sportsmen, 87 laps down. Totally chaotic racing then, and it was just as chaotic as we expected. Team Hoisingveld with a double victory, with victory here in the TCRs as well. They win by over 11 seconds from Full Send Racing and our pole position winner, Ollie Peacock. RSR Esport by G Performance, they'll come home in third, the final step on the podium, with Kenneth Ostwald getting to grips with the virtual version of the car he drives in the real world. Boosted Motorsport, they'll come home in fourth with Hugh Jass in fifth. Lipid Esports sixth. The Full Send sister car, the 287, comes home in seventh, with Mayor SimSpeed Performance in eighth, Impulse Racing in ninth, and the Pure Sims Esports team that was at one point on its roof coming home one lap down. VEC Sim Racing, they'll be 11th with Fiercely Forward's 234, 4 laps down. We saw Bombshell Racing Team, Kinetic Racing, and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing all involved in big incidents early on in this race. So there we go. That's our rundown of our 50 finishers in today's race. It was an exciting 4 hours. And guess what? It's time to now go back and talk to some of those competitors about the race that just unfolded. Let's start it off then with the number 34 crew, and we've got Hugo Giroux here. We'll see if his teammate decides to join us as well. Sommel Aurora is standing by with the crew of the 34.
Hugo, mate, firstly, many congratulations. We had a chat early on before the race, and you were saying that, yeah, it's probably not going to be the best ones. You were saying something? Can you hear me, mate?
Well, looks like we're having some brief technical issues then with Fiercely Forward and their race-winning driver. Let's see if we can get him in just a few moments' time then. I tell you what, Sommel, why don't you then talk to, we'll do it reverse order. Usually we start with the fastest class first. We'll start with TCR first, and Marcel Tai is standing by with Sommel Aurora.
Marcel, firstly, mate, many congratulations on that win. How scary did it get towards the very end with the drama of fuel saving for you?
Oh, it was fine. Thanks a lot, and Happy New Year to you guys at first. It was okay. We weren't that sure if there will be another lap or not, but during the last stint it turned out that that there won't be an additional lap, and even if there would, I would be able to fuel save it there, but I didn't have to.
Well, it seemed to work out just fine for you, Marcel, and that win just really puts a proper stamp of authority on the championship, because you guys are leading by quite a margin now.
Yeah, everything worked out very good, apart from qualifying, I have to say. That didn't work well, but during the race, yeah, we had good pace, got the strategy right, and yeah, it's good for us to even increase the gap in the standings, so looking good.
Marcel, finally, just before we let you go, who would you like to thank for this really big result? Because I'm pretty sure it means a lot to the team.
Yeah, obviously all my teammates, and also I know that there won't be anyone from the GT4 team make its way to the interview, unfortunately. So greetings to them, and from them to you guys as well, and also of course to our sponsor Hoisingveld, yeah, who's supporting us all the time. So cheers to those guys as well.
So that was Marcel Tai then, driver of the 248, taking race victory here in round number 4, the 4 hours of Spa. Let's see if we can bring our race winner back into the booth one more time. Hugo, do you have a copy this time around? Looks like we're still having some issues trying to talk to Hugo in the Fiercely Forward number 34. So I tell you what, Jonathan, why don't you talk to our championship leader in the 911 Cup class, because for Huge Ass it was a race where we thought they may take the win, but at the very least, they still sit at the top of the championship.
Hey Sven, can you hear me?
Yep.
Well, it's probably not exactly the result you wanted. You probably were hoping for the win, but a second place and preserving the championship lead is pretty good for your team, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is as good as we can hope for. Like, you always want to win, but I think the Fiercely Forward guys did a great job today. We are actually racing them from the first stint on. We're always within a few seconds of them, and while other people around struggled, made mistakes, or like just couldn't keep up anymore, like it was always them and us, like going back and forth. And yeah, with two stints to go, we decided we might be able to triple stint the tires because the wear didn't seem that high, and they decided to change tires, and so it was at the end just, will our tires hold or will they blow up? And well, they didn't quite blow up, but still, with about 10 laps to go, they just fell off a cliff. My grip was gone, and then yeah, they caught me pretty quickly, and I couldn't really defend much.
Well, you did try your darndest and defend. It was an up and down day. There was, points where you were back behind the podium positions, back towards the top of the field. What was it like going through that field, especially during those caution periods at the midpoint of the race?
Yeah, those cautions made things pretty awkward because they were all around the time where the midway points are handed out. So, Fiercely Forward and we and some others decided we'll not sacrifice our end result and rather take a loss at the midway points and pit there, take fresh tires, set us up for the end of the race. But other teams didn't, so we are suddenly in P14 at one point, and everyone else ahead of us, apart from Fiercely Forward, had all the tires, or like was on a different strategy. So that was a bit weird, and really shook up the race. Yeah, but when those cautions happened, I knew it was not gonna work with the strategy to get both the midway and the final points.
Yeah, don't worry, that shake-up with those cautions at the midway points confused us up here as well. And any sponsors, anyone you want to thank before we let you go, Sven?
Yeah, thanks to all my teammates who do a lot of work and get our 3 cars running. It's always a lot of fun racing with them, and yeah, shout out to our poor BMW crew who did a great job again and got taken out by another class car, and yeah, unfortunately the car was not really salvageable, so they just rolled to the end of the race, laps down. They could have gotten on the podium too, but yeah, great job from the TCR guys. They got P5 after a rough season so far, so yeah, congrats to them.
Alright, well thank you so much for talking with us, and we hope to see you next time out.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
That was second place in our 911 Cup class, and I tell you what, it sounds as though we finally have the driver of Hugo's route and his team boss as well, Ollie Slade, ready to talk to Samuel Aurora. So Samuel, take us away and talk to Quinton Violate, who had what I think was the move of the race to get into the race lead.
Hugo, firstly I'll start with you. Can you hear me, mate?
Yeah, no I can. Sorry for those issues.
Perfect. We had this chat early on at the start of the race where you were saying it's only pole position, it's not gonna help out the most. I'm pretty sure it worked out quite well for you in the end.
Yeah, but a pole position in a race like that, 4 hours, many safety cars, where strategy is very important, it doesn't mean anything, to be honest.
But what drama it was towards the very end. You had such a good stint. It all seemed to be quite poised, and then Quinton coming in and sealing the deal. How thrilling was it towards the end, and what was strategy looking like for you?
Yeah, to be honest, I was pretty confident Quentin could catch Sven Dummel because we were on fresh tires, and yeah, Quentin had a very strong pace. And
it clearly showed. Ollie, I'll come to you for the final one. what has it been like having a talent like him? Of course, he's racing with the RNG sports team. There's him, and then there's just the pride of seeing the team growing because you're doing such a good job here in the endurance series as well, and now even in the Club Cup for that matter.
Yeah, hey Sunil. So yeah, first of all, I guess working with Quentin, like you were mentioning, I mean, you saw today just like the raw pace that he has. It's kind of incredible to be doing that. And obviously Hugo's been working closely with him, and you know they've been doing Porsche Cup races together in the official series. So that's just boosting both of them and their kind of relationship and camaraderie working together. So that's always really good. Yeah, like I mentioned in the YouTube chat, Quentin is definitely going to be, a contender in the sim racing world later on, and I'm sure Hugo is as well, to be honest, by the performances they put out today. And in terms of the team growing, yeah, incredible. Like last year, we started in January, and we worked in a couple of summer series to kind of get ourselves bedded in. We did the IVRA summer series and the SCO summer series. And then we kind of had a choice whether we'd look at putting the Cup car into Neo or here. And then we kind of looked at who we had available to us, and this opportunity kind of came about with Quentin through Hugo knowing him and them being quite good friends. So, yeah, he did the Porsche Sport Carrera Cup. And then afterwards, he was kind of a bit of a free agent after that. So he agreed to do this series with us, and then subsequently got picked up by Roman Grosjean, which of course is amazing for him and definitely well deserved. So yeah, amazing. Yeah, really, really cool to be kind of like leading this championship after today, and then in the GT AM car in endurance there, leading that championship with some awesome strategy, awesome drivers, and then LMP AM as well, awesome to be leading that one as well. So yeah, pretty incredible. And then to top it off, VCO Simi Award nomination, which was crazy.
Yep.
So.
Also, finally, Hugo, I'll come to you for this one. You were really awesome today. Who would you like to thank for this big result?
I would like to thank the organizers, because the job they've done is absolutely amazing. Holly, because he is the best spotter we can have. Of course, my teammate Quentin, all the team, and yeah, also IRS who made the setup with us.
Many congratulations, Hugo. That was epic. Congratulations, Hugo and Ollie. Have a good one. See you for the endurance race coming up.
Thank you very much. Cheers, man.
Thank you.
So there was finally our race winner, Hugo Giroud. I didn't take that opportunity, though, to figure out how we should actually pronounce his name. We'll have to get that done at some point before the next time we see him out on track. And well, the next time that the IVRA ClubSport Series is going to be back in action is in just under a month's time. 2.4 hours of Suzuka, that's what round number 5 will be, and that will pay very nicely in towards our season finale. 1 month later, the 6 hours of Sebring, the longest race of our season. And Jonathan, we've talked about halfway points today. We're going to be talking about them a whole lot more come March the 6th.
And we're going to have a much clearer picture after Suzuka as well of who's going to be the championship contenders and who is going to be out of the fight. And it's really going to depend on how everyone does at Suzuka, what sets it up for Sebring. Like, you can't really think about Sebring right now. All minds have to be focused on making sure round 5 is clean and spotless, and you can maybe get that podium or get that win that can put you back in the championship fight.
So 2 rounds still to go, but Sommel, I'll go to you. Talk to us about the action today. It wasn't just 4 hours of endurance racing. It was 60 minutes worth of sprint racing in our Mazda MX-5 Cup cars, and you know what? I really hope that when we finish up our season on March the 6th, this is not the end for the IVRA ClubSport and the Club Cup Series, because it's such a fun day of racing that I know a lot of the ClubSport drivers actually came into our YouTube chat and were saying hi and watching that second race of the day before they got to head out onto track for the 4 hours of action.
Exactly, it just shows the kind of camaraderie and the kind of entertaining races that people are choosing to watch it. And even though the drivers, they could be out there practicing, it's just too much fun. Everyone is just enjoying it so much. The kind of racing, the kind of action, the kind of competitiveness as well. It's just mind-blowing stuff. And today was just a perfect example of just that.
So let's say goodbye then here live on RaceSpotTV, because it's been a long day so far, and in 1 week's time we'll be back for more IVRA action. 3 back-to-back weekends of action to start off a brand new year, and we are 2 weekends down, 1 to go in that stretch. Last week, it was the IVRA GT Sprint Series at the CM.com Circuit Zandvoort. Today, it was the IVRA Club Cup and the IVRA ClubSport Series at the historic Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, and in 1 week's time, the IVRA Endurance Series will return for 2021 at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Track. It's going to be a very entertaining race, and I think it's one that you're not going to miss. It's going to have all the different elements of racing that we love, including, as always in IVRA competition, live, safety cars, and race control. Don't forget, if you want to watch more sim racing action, you can follow us across all of the channels that we're on. YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and Instagram, all at RaceSpotTV. And if you're not already subscribed on YouTube, you can hit the red button and also hit the bell next to it to get notified every single time we go live with some of the great sim racing series that we get to cover. So thank you for spending part of your Saturday with us here live on RaceSpotTV, where you've joined myself, Arjuna Kankipati, Somal Aurora, and Jonathan Burke. For the entire team at RaceSpotTV, TrackCams22.com, and Timing71, thank you for joining us. We'll see you then in 1 week's time for more IVRA action.